If anybody joins why I can't see the screen, yeah, I don't know what happened. My internet just decided I didn't need to have internet for that particular moment. Let me restart this whole thing. What's up, guys? I'm trying to get everything restarted. My internet apparently just decided that I didn't need internet access for a little while. So I'm trying to get everything set back up. What's Rich got? Uploaded Turbo. Okay. What's up, Kitty? How's it going? I've been running for a little while. I'm just goofing off tonight, but apparently my internet decided I didn't need I don't know access to the internet for a little while, so it shut down, and now I'm bringing everything back up. So I don't know why my internet is being so absolutely retarded. Let me look at something. Let's go back to. I don't know. It just everything shut down on me. So let's see. Mine seems to enjoy just shutting me down for no reason. I'm trying to make sure I'm opening up the right stream here, because we've been just goofing around listening to some of the stuff these Democrats are talking about. Hold on, maybe I opened up the wrong one. Let's see whether this one does it. Okay, that one's back up. I'm going to kill that one. Yeah, we've been goofing off for a little while. Right, let me check on something. Okay, so I think that uploaded. That was something for my SDI classes I had to take care of. So I think that finally uploaded. It's email for SDI classes. I think that's done. We'll see. Let's see whether we can get everybody else to kind of show back up if they want to get back in, and then we'll start this video back over. Vanessa, you doing okay tonight? I forgot to ask, so let me see. Let me do something. I want to copy something over. And do a search. Yeah, I'm doing good, Vanessa. I'm hanging out. My wife got called into work for a little while, so me and my son are hanging out, and we're just chilling. And well, right now he's smashing chicken fingers, so I am looking at some of this BS that's going on right now. That's May 19th. I hate the way they separate this stuff sometimes. Let's just look for old Chucky Schumer on his videos. Here comes my son. What you doing, Wubba? Are you bringing your plate? You are a mess, boy. Let's see, because I want to look at some of the newer stuff from him. Oh, hell yeah, Vanessa. I haven't tried one of the pellet smokers yet, but I've heard people talk about them, and they sound like they're just outrageous. As in good, not bad, but like outrageous isn't good. Let me see. I think we're looking at the 25th right now. Yep. So we're going to look after this one's done. We're going to look at the 26th when he was speaking. Because this guy's laying out the case to where he's basically going to get rid of the filibuster and start pushing through a bunch of gun control. That's pretty much the only reason I'm doing this right now. Morningstar has been listening to some of it already, and I know he freaking gets it. So, you okay, Wubba? Are you coughing or sneezing with that in your mouth? Don't, oh, boy, come here. Foot off that. Killing me. You know, we've had everybody again. You know, you don't get to drink that. No, sir. No, sir. Oh, you can get mad all you want. Yeah, you know, people don't understand with prohibition. You know, I used to read a whole lot of stories about bad alcohol that was actually harming people during prohibition. Well, comes to find out, the government was the one who was putting out the alcohol that was actually hurting people during prohibition. The bathtub gins and stuff that were causing people to go blind. Yeah, that was our government putting that stuff out. Yeah, Vanessa, I am hoping that the court will come through with some really good rulings on the Second Amendment here shortly. But yeah, the methanol. Yeah, you're right, Morningstar. Yep. Because what is it? It's ethyl alcohol and methyl alcohol, and they put a bunch of stuff out. The government did intentionally with methyl alcohol that ended up harming and killing a bunch of people. What are you doing, boy? Can I have the wrench? Can I have it? Give me the wrench. Boy's got a monkey wrench. You gonna eat your chicken nuggets? He got off his place at the table and brought me his old plate. Yeah, Vanessa, you're right. There is not a single thing that our government will not do to harm us. They have proven it many times. Yeah, I know. When producing or distilling stuff, God, I can't remember the temps offhand. I'd have to look them up. Your methyl alcohol is one of the first things that's produced, and it runs up to a certain temp, and then after you get past a certain temp, then you're producing the right alcohol for actual consumption. And again, I'll have to look that up as far as the temps go. But yeah, our government has done some really, really horrid shit. And then they want to talk about the average person owning certain items, which is absolutely hysterical. Yeah, methanol, definitely. Yeah, that's another way methanol is produced is by burning woods. That's your wood gasifiers that they use to actually power engines. What's up, G23? We're just goofing off, man. I cranked this up earlier, had a bunch of people in, and then my internet decided to shut the whole thing down. So we're getting rolling again. All right, tell you what, let's go play this. I'm going to mute myself, and then I'm going to play some more good old Chucky Schumer.
Enough guns to give every man, woman, and child in this nation a firearm and still have nearly 70 million guns left over. What you do see is that
What is my internet doing right now? What are you doing?
Is that it's far too easy for people to access weapons in this country and then to use them to slaughter people, to slaughter children by the dozens, Again, America doesn't stand out when it comes to the rate of mental illness, but we are unique among the world's developed nations in that today, the leading cause of death among children is no longer a car accident, is no longer illness or malnourishment. The leading cause of death among children is a firearm.
Okay. He is lying through his slimy ass teeth right now because they didn't use the metric of basically lives lost to firearms versus lives lost to cars. They actually used basically years of productive life in that study. It's not an apples to apples comparison. They're lying their ass off. But the majority of people in this world will believe exactly what this slimy POS is saying, which drives me up the wall.
The leading cause of death of children, do you hear that, my Republican colleagues, is a firearm. Clearly, many of these shooters had different motives. But at the end of the day, does the motive really matter to the family with an empty seat at their dinner table? Children who lost parents don't just care whether the shooter was mentally ill. They care that the shooter had ready access to a gun. Spouses who lost their partners don't just care that the shooter had a grudge or an agenda or a grievance. They care that the shooter had ready access to a gun. Americans who lost friends and coworkers and parishioners, who lost fellow worshipers, don't just care whether the shooter wrote a manifesto. They care that the shooter had ready access to a gun.
Yeah, Vanessa, these guys, and we hit it earlier when I was talking about this. You had a guy who shot at people from a funeral or a funeral home. We haven't got all the details on it. He shot at them. Then he stood out in front of the school for over 12 minutes shooting his gun, and then was somehow still allowed access to that school. None of this makes sense at all. Yeah, Warsaw, you're right. They do not care about you. They do not care about the lives lost. It's all a game to them. It is all manipulation. It is all about control.
They care that their loved ones had been taken from them by someone who had access to a gun. Taken from them while some members of this body refuse to do what it takes to prevent those losses, refuse to focus on the denominator to every single one of these shootings, refuse to even do the bare minimum as they bow in obeisance to the wretched NRA. So what do we do about it? If the slaughter of school children can't convince Republicans to buck the NRA, what can we do? There are some who want this body to quickly vote on sensible gun safety legislation. Legislation supported by the vast majority of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike. They want to see this body vote quickly so the American people can know which side each senator is on, which side each senator is on. I'm sympathetic to that, and I believe that accountability votes are important. But sadly, this isn't a case of the American people not knowing where their senators stand. They know. They know because my Republican colleagues are perfectly clear on this issue, crystal clear. Republicans don't pretend that they support sensible gun safety legislation. They don't pretend to be moved by the fact that 90% of Americans, regardless of party, support something as common sense as background checks, that the vast majority of gun owners support the background checks bill.
Now, again, we hit on this earlier. These surveys are done in a way much like a sales pitch that basically require, no, sir. Leave that alone. Thank you. These surveys are basically done in a way to require people to answer yes. It's like, are you for people not shooting other people? Almost all of us are going to answer yes to a question like that. Now, when you explain this to people that universal background checks can only be enforced by a registration of every single firearm, then the majority of us are against this type of registration. I said it in my video the other day. I will say it now. This guy is so freaking sleazy that wherever he goes, he should have a team of people with mops mopping up his slime trail. If you think that is gel in his hair, slicking it back, it is not. It is slime. Because this dude is an actual slime ball.
They don't pretend that they want to keep guns out of the hands of those who might use weapons to shoot concert goers or movie watchers or worshipers or shoppers or children. They don't pretend at all. Just listen to them when they show up in obeisance to the NRA at the NRA's convention in Houston, the same state as Uvalde, on Friday. They'll offer their thoughts and prayers. They'll say they want to lift up the community, and then they'll go back to their smoke-filled rooms and assure the NRA and gun manufacturers that nothing will change, that they've got the NRA's back. No, Mr. President, Madam President, no, this isn't a case of Republicans hiding their position. They proudly tell the American people which side they are on.
Well, the thing is, Vanessa, all right, it's already been proven in the Supreme Court that the police have no duty to defend you. All right, they have a duty to actually arrest people who commit crimes. They have a duty to investigate crimes. They have no duty to defend you. They have no duty, no constitutional duty to defend our children. So these jackasses that sat to the side and they stopped everybody else from going into this school to stop this shooter before he could do the damage he did, there's nothing that constitutionally they are required to do. Warsaw, you're 100% right. Police are there. If someone in here doesn't understand this, police are there to draw chalk outlines of bodies and fill out reports. That's what their job is. They are not there to defend you.
And America is much worse off for it. And if nothing does change, we're condemned to find ourselves right here once again very, very soon. As I was reading the reports of the tragedy in Texas, I saw that Amanda Gorman, the young woman who mesmerized the nation at President Biden's inauguration, tweeted, "The truth is, one nation under guns. One nation under guns." That is simply heartbreaking. Heartbreaking to think that this is the legacy that older generations are leaving behind for young Americans. One nation under guns. It doesn't have to be that way. Our parents don't need to drop their kids off at school and wonder if their kid will be next. That's in the thoughts of millions of moms and dads right now. Our citizens don't have to endure the fear of getting groceries while constantly keeping an eye behind their backs. Again, millions of Americans are worried about that right now. Americans can make a choice. Americans can reject the Republican guns at all costs doctrine, obeisance to the NRA, not even voting for the most simple, sensitive, positive, and popular gun legislation. Americans can cast their vote in November for senators or members of Congress that reflect how he or she stands with guns, with this issue at the top of the voters' lists. In the meantime, my Republican colleagues can work with us now. I know this is a slim prospect, very slim, all too slim. We've been.
Now, when he says Republicans can work with him, remember, they've already set a basic 10-day window where Republicans can work with him. And by work with them, they mean Republicans are going to have to agree with all of their gun control. That's their idea of working with them. So let's see, 10 days, probably middle of next week. I would really not be surprised if we see the filibuster completely destroyed and we see old Chucky Schumer, since he is basically the head of the Senate right now, force through bills to pack the Supreme Court and force through bills for gun control. I can't remember who it was asked earlier in the stream before the internet went down, how long till we see an assault weapons ban? I'll give it about 15 days probably. The only thing that will stop these people, well, I really don't know what will stop them at this point. If they get enough pushback from the American people, that might slow them down. But he is going to push his agenda regardless.
Burnt so many times before. But this is so important, and I have such a firm belief, taught to me by my late father who passed away in November, that if you do the right thing and persist, justice will eventually prevail. But you got to keep persisting, and we will. And for that reason,
Warsaw, I hope Manchin and Sinema will stand up. But believe it or not, even if they do stand up, there will be some Republicans that won't, which is basically going to nullify Manchin and Sinema. Because there are a lot of people who have run as so-called Republicans that are not freedom-loving people. They are statists, just like the majority of the left is.
Alone, we must pursue action and even ask Republicans again to join us. Maybe, unlikely, burnt in the past, that their hearts might see what has happened and join us and do the right thing. They know it's the right thing. They can work with us to craft legislation that would prevent needless loss of life. It's their choice. As majority leader, I haven't been shy about putting bipartisan legislation on the floor for a vote. But bipartisanship means both parties must engage in crafting a bill, like happened in the House and Senate 30 years ago with the Brady Law and the assault weapons ban.
Now, again, he will hold up the Brady Law, background checks and all that, and he will hold up the assault weapons ban, which even the government, when they did a study of it, said it did nothing to stop so-called gun violence. What actually stopped a lot of these violent crimes was taking people and putting them in prison and not letting them out. That came through in some of the 90s crime control bills, where you heard Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton call people super predators. Because let's face it, some people are. Sorry, if you can't stop yourself from hurting innocent people, you don't need to be out in society and free. That goes for murderers, that goes for rapists, that goes for child molesters, and on and on and on. If you are a person who preys on innocent people, you don't deserve to walk free. Now we're running into all these bills and all this legislation for so-called reform when it comes to imprisoning people. And these jackasses are pushing for more gun control every single minute of the day. When you let violent people out of prison, they don't care about your laws. Here he goes. Give me a sec.
Democrats have been trying to work hard with Republicans, Senator Murphy, Senator Manchin, on legislation that will eventually pass and become law. The other side has refused. There are so many options available to us, so many ideas. We just need some brave Republicans to stand athwart history and yell, "Stop." To think, if it was your child, your grandchild, how would you feel? And would that move you to do something about this plague of guns? Like my colleague, Senator Murphy, I refuse to believe that we cannot find a path forward. Make no mistake about it. If we can't find a good, strong bill that has bipartisan support, we will continue to pursue this issue on our own. We have no choice. It's too important. Lives are at stake. And I accept the fact that most of my Republicans are not willing to do what it takes to prevent this needless loss of life. The NRA will have a hold on them. That's just a reality, unfortunately. But it is unacceptable to the American people to think that there are not 10 of my Republican colleagues, just 10, 1 out of 5 over here, who would be ready to work to pass something that would reduce this plague of gun violence. It's unacceptable that there are not 10 members of the Republican caucus willing to save lives, find a way to do it. And yet, That's where we are. That's where we are. Another week, another American community devastated by mass shootings. All of us thinking of these 9 and 10 and 11-year-old children just shot, gone. Another American community, Uvalde, which will never recover like the other communities before it. Will it yet be, Uvalde, another example of Republicans unwilling to do what it takes to keep Americans safe? I yield the floor.
Sorry, it was chocolate milk time for the Suns. Let's see. There was another video I wanted to show after this one. Let's see where it's at. Damn, I thought it was in the list here. Oh, do I have it here? Oh, here we go. Here's another greatest.
Here's a song about a brawny paper towel. When a little Van Gogh draws on your door, or a little bit of glue drops from your...
Nah, Jeff, you don't mess with chocolate milk, especially not for a 2-year-old. I mean, that'll get you beat down real quick.
The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let's see. I don't think I had this.
Let us pray. O God, our Father, we wait to serve you as you desire. May we do what is right and trust you completely.
Now I got it pinned.
Lord, make us alert to the needs of those lives.
All right, look, dude. That is not what I clicked on.
When I read the news of yesterday's shooting.
All right, so we'll hear a little bit of this, and then he's going to speak in his normal or in the next speech in just a second.
I ached for the families and then thought, what if it was one of my children? I imagined what I would feel if this happened.
And hey, any of you guys, dude, I've just reposted the link in the chat. So if any of you guys want to jump in, you're more than welcome to. Okay, there's G. What's up, G23?
Not much. What's going on, Coop?
Oh, not much, man. I'm just hanging out. No one else is live, so I just decided to screw off for a while. Let's see what's for us all.
Yep, just out and about. Took the wife over to the ocean, bought her lunch.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, it's like
Gee,
it's about an hour and a half drive to the ocean.
where are you at again? You East Coast, West Coast, or?
West Coast to Southern Oregon.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. There's so many people I follow and so many people I talk to. It's hard to keep track of everybody. So I gotta ask sometimes to remind myself where everybody's at. And yeah, Warsaw, yeah, it's Vladimir Lenin sounds awfully damn familiar these days. Let's listen to a little bit more of this.
Happened to one of them. The mere thought, just thinking about it, was a gun families through senseless gun violence. I can't stop thinking about the parents, too, who lost their kids. I can't stop imagining the paralyzing horror of being one of the parents showing up to the school after the shooting, wondering where their kid was, the anxiety that will live with these parents forever. Forced to wait hours before a DNA test.
Now here's something for everybody in the chat. And how many of you have actually spoken in front of people before? A decently large audience, whether it's 10 people or more. When you actually speak in front of people, do you look like this guy reading that entire script? Because I've spoken in front of people like in many occasions, and I don't sit there and read a script like that. This stuff is written for him by his staffers, and all he is doing is sitting here reading their words. This isn't him. He is nothing more than an actor reading a set of lines.
Confirmed that their son or daughter was gone. I cannot imagine a hell worse than that. And these families, my colleagues, don't want thoughts and prayers. They want their elected leaders to respond to their suffering. They don't want to be lifted up. They don't want good intentions. They want something to change. They want results. Yet, the MAGA Republicans don't want to get to results. They're ossified in their opposition to any action on gun safety. No matter the cause of violence and no matter the cost on the families, nothing seems to move them. Yesterday, after Beto O'Rourke confronted Texas Governor Abbott's press conference, the MAGA governor gave some empty platitudes about healing and hope. He asked people to put their agendas aside and think about someone other than themselves. My God, how dare he? What an absolute fraud the governor of Texas is. And this is the same Governor Abbott who tomorrow.
Did any of you guys actually see where Beto O'Rourke showed up at this press conference the other day?
No.
Abbott was giving a press conference with the mayor of this town, going over what they knew at the time or what was being reported at the time about this shooting. And of course, Beto's got to show up. And went in there and caused a big stink, which the mayor of the town basically yelled at him and told me was a piece of crap, and this wasn't the time for grandstanding like that. I may look and find the clip in a second, but in any other world besides the Democrat world, that would have been completely inappropriate, but he is justifying that at this point. Yeah, Morningstar said, yeah, he saw that fool. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it too. It's absolutely sickening to watch people like this.
Will go speak at the NRA convention in Houston. Governor Abbott, will you ask your MAGA buddies and your NRA pals to put aside their agendas and think of someone other than themselves, like you asked the families to do? Will you ask the gun manufacturing reps who swarm over the NRA convention to put aside their agendas and think about someone other than themselves? Of course not. The Governor Abbott, is more likely to outline some new plan to further loosen gun restrictions. No amount of bloodshed seems.
He'll get in here in a second. He'll talk about, open carry laws or permitless carry. Gee, did permitless carry or open carry come in anywhere in these shootings?
No, and I do believe that school zones are still federally prohibited in most states to carry a firearm.
Yeah.
I know here in Oregon, depending upon the school district, if you have a concealed carry, you can carry. Even the teachers can carry at work. So, in your Democratic controlled areas like Portland, Salem, Eugene, they're not going to really, and that's where you have any of your problems. You go into like Bend, Pendleton, any other, more conservative areas, and you're not going to have those same problems at schools because more likely than not, there's a teacher or two that are carrying.
Well, it's one of those things in education, and oh man, I have my issues with this. They talk about police carrying in schools. They talk about hiring ex-military to carry in schools. That's great. I have no issues with that. But what they don't talk about is the number of people who aren't military, who aren't police, who are very skilled with firearms and would be more than willing to carry to defend their children or their students. They don't talk about that. And the teachers' union is a big part of that.
They're not even talking about the fact that the guy that ended the school shooting, this last one, in Uvalde or whatever, he was a father who responded because I think it was his wife texted and said, "Hey, there's a shooting going on here at the school, and your daughter works, is here."
Yeah, they're not going to mention stuff like that. Oh, okay. Someone sent it to me. Hold on. We'll look at that in just a second. Someone sent me the whole Beto interruption deal. So, Morningstar did. So yeah, we'll look at that in just a second after we get done with old Chucky.
Seems to be enough for MAGA Republicans. This nation is enraged as well as being exhausted. It's been through this over and over and over again over the last 2 decades. People are sick of mourning again and again while listening to the same string of hollow words from the MAGA Republicans that never lead to action. So, Madam President, in a few moments, the Senate will have to have a chance to vote on one important cause of gun violence. The legislation before the Senate today is the Domestic Terrorism Protection Act, which I scheduled for a vote earlier this week before what happened in Uvalde occurred. It was done to respond to the massacre at a supermarket in Buffalo. The bill is so important because the mass shooting in Buffalo was an act of domestic terrorism. We need to call it what it is, domestic terrorism. It was terrorism that fed off the poison of conspiracy theories like white replacement theory, terrorism that left 10 people dead, a community forever torn asunder. This bill will give the government the tools to monitor, find, and arrest these evil actors before they have a chance to inflict violence on their communities. And I thank my colleague, Senator Durbin, for championing this bill. I've been going to bed every night thinking about the families I met in Buffalo in the aftermath of the shooting. I think about this little 3-year-old boy. He lost his dad, who went to that Tops grocery store to buy him a birthday cake for his son. That little boy is going to live with that the rest of his life. The rest of his life.
Okay, so I got to stop for a second here. Listen to what he was saying there about the tools to monitor. When he's talking about the tools to monitor, he's basically talking about any of your electronic communications, whether it is a tweet, whether it is a YouTube video, Facebook post. This is a spying bill. And according to these people, all you have to do is basically disagree with their positions, and you are a terrorist at this point. Things are going to get crazy, guys. You think they're crazy now, they're going to get even more crazy.
And I think of all the families impacted by other racially motivated shootings over the years. Buffalo certainly and unfortunately wasn't the first. Charleston, El Paso, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, and so many others. The shooting of Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, gay Americans, Jewish Americans, as well as Black Americans.
Okay. We've only got 3 people in here now. 3. Do any of you guys remember the shootings that this guy's talking about? The Atlanta shooting had to do with sex addiction. Charleston, it was a chick hit by a car. When he mentions Jewish people getting shot, is he mentioning the fact that it was the Black Hebrew Israelite members who did that?
Now, with the Atlanta, is he actually talking about that one, or is he talking about this latest one where you had the father and son and then the guy who was filming when Aubrey was shot?
Oh, yeah, you're talking. No, he was talking about the Atlanta shooting. The Ahmaud Arbery shooting went down towards Bainbridge, Georgia, which is south down towards the coast. And the Ahmaud Arbery was a whole nother story.
Schumer's not that bright, so he would call that Atlanta because a lot of the news media called it Atlanta.
Well, and the reason I know he's talking about the Atlanta shooting is the same shooting that they're talking about. They put through a couple resolutions on it, talking about this guy shooting these Asian women. And like I said, it had nothing to do with race. It was all about this guy's sex addiction, and he blamed his sex addiction on the women who were giving him his way.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So yeah, it's when he says Atlanta, he's talking about that shooting, without a doubt. And when you look through the resolution that they put I think they put it through the House, the resolution about that shooting, it reads just like this was a racial deal. White guy shoots Asian women, yada, yada. And it had nothing to do with that. It was all about this guy's own addiction. Let's see, let's play some more of this.
All because of this horrible white replacement theory. So today is the day we can begin to debate on how to make these shootings less likely. And there's an additional benefit to moving forward today. It's a chance to have a larger debate and consider amendments for gun safety legislation in general, not just for those motivated by racism, as vital as it is to do that. I know that many members on the other side hold views that are different than the views on this side of the aisle. So let us move on this bill. Let us proceed, and then they can bring them to the floor. Senator Johnson brought a bill to the floor yesterday about school security practices. I didn't agree with the bill, and I don't think it's the answer to mass shootings. We don't need more guns in the schools.
Yeah, what he's talking about is there was a bill brought or was introduced that would have increased school safety by having armed personnel there, increasing that, and some other things with hardening buildings and stuff. Yeah, Chucky and them shot it down because they control what comes into the Senate. They want to focus on the gun, which is the tool. They don't want to focus on the issue itself. And in Morningstar, you're completely right. Yeah, teach your kids to love their country. Teach your kids to love one another, and this stuff won't happen. This stuff didn't really start to happen until the left took control of the educational system, and it became everything is about your feelings. You're the snowflake. No one understands you but you. All the crap they push through. Everybody gets a trophy. It's the further left the education system goes, the worse this stuff gets. The more you get the government involved in it, the worse this stuff gets. Yeah, well, Warsaw, let me see. I'm 45 years old now. When I was younger and in school, the way that you were taught to deal with a bully was you stand up to them. Whether you tote an ass whipping or whether you give an ass whipping, either way it goes, you stand up to that bully. Your self-esteem was your self-esteem. Didn't depend on anybody else. If that person bullied you and you allowed them to bully you, that's kind of on you. If you made a stand, well, you made a stand. About the time I hit late elementary school, right before I went to junior high, they started this zero tolerance crap. So if a bully picked on you and you stood up against them, both of you got the same punishment. Because these people are mental midgets and they don't want to have to think. Even if you reported that bully time after time after time, and then you finally had to deal with that bully, you were going down for it the same as them. And now it's just gotten to where, damn, Morningstar, I didn't see you down there. Did I get him in? There he is. So yeah, it became this situation where we have all these anti-bullying campaigns right now, but no one wants to tell kids, well, life's not fair and you are going to have bullies. You have to stand up to them.
Yep, and most of the time, back in the day, win or lose, when you stood up, that was probably the end of the bullying.
Yeah.
That you received. I mean, even other bullies were like, you know what? I just don't want to fight. They were doing it because, you were an easy target. Once you show you're not an easy target, it's the same that goes with any kind of alleged gun violence, which an object cannot commit an action.
Yeah.
Goes beyond gun violence, crime in general.
Yep.
Look, when they do a survey of prisoners, people who are in prison right now for committing violent acts, they do a survey of them, and they all basically say in the same survey that we would avoid people that we think can fight back against us. We are going to go after the ones we think are vulnerable. That should tell you a lot.
Yep, same way that these mass shooters are targeting places that they know are unarmed and unguarded.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, you don't see these mass shooters go to a place where they know that people are going to be free to carry and free to actually fight back against them.
Yeah, if you go to your store every day and you're open carrying a weapon, all the criminals that skulk around these places, they're going to notice that. And word on the street is there's armed people that frequent this place, and you may see armed resistance. You got to make your own presence known.
Well, it's one of those things, Florida, before they ended up with so many absolute rhinos, and I think it might have been back in the 90s. They were some of the first ones to do, permitted carry to where citizens could carry. And they went from a very high rate of carjackings and robberies to a very low rate in no time once their people could carry. As a matter of fact, you saw a lot of these robbers, carjackers, if they saw a Florida plate, they'd stay away from it. They would focus on the rental cars because they knew someone in a rental car was less likely to be carrying a gun.
Yeah, these are the statistics that no one talks about.
No.
Yeah, what we really need is they're always coming out with their graphs trying to school us, so might as well come with our own graphs and school them.
Yeah, well, go ahead, GT.
Or we bring out the people that, have been in this situation, like myself, who have gotten in trouble, and we've gotten our rights back, and we can tell from firsthand experience what we picked, to commit our crimes and stuff like that. Yeah. Not a single time did I ever go somewhere where I figured that somebody had a firearm.
Yeah.
The reformed are the key.
It's time after time after time when you actually look at the research. Criminals don't want to go to a place where they know they are going to meet resistance. Whether it's physical resistance where people can stand up to them, or whether it is using a tool like a firearm to stand against them. They don't want that. They want the separated weak sheep, and that's who they're going to focus on. And what do gun-free zones create? They create very large areas with nothing but sheep.
They create a slaughterhouse.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, if I'm not going through a metal detector, that little gun-free zone sign means zero to me. I'm going to blow right past that, and I'm still going to be carrying, because I know good and well that criminal is going to blow right past that sign, and they're going to be carrying.
Well, it's like over here in Washington and Oregon, those 30-06, 30-07 signs, the gun-free signs.
Yep.
Carry zero weight of law.
Uh-huh.
So if you go in with a firearm, if somebody would to see it, they can say, hey, can you leave? At the point that you refuse to leave, then it becomes trespassing.
Yep.
That's a whole different thing. But
yep.
that sign means nothing. And so, and most of our, like here in Oregon, the liquor stores have the "We welcome firearms" signs in there.
Yeah.
Not like that in Virginia.
Well, it's one of those. It's like that down here. Okay, so if I go to a mall not too far from me, if I go to that mall, okay, it has gun-free zone signs on it. I'm carrying concealed. I am going to carry in that mall, and I rarely go there because there have been so many shootings there. But if I go there, I'm carrying in the mall. Because G's right. The most they can do to me is say, hey, if they notice my gun, the most they can do to me is say, hey, you need to leave or we're trespassing you. If they notice my gun and told me to leave, I'm just going to leave. No harm, no foul. Okay, I'm out. And I'm going to walk my happy butt out of there.
That's why you carry two guns, one tucked in the waistband and one open carry, so you can show that gesture of goodwill by having one gun taken off.
If you want to do it, especially, and I do it all the time when I'm out at places like Walmart or wherever, the bigger stores that I'll go to, is trying to spot people that are carrying. So watching waistbands, watching hips, and it's amazing how many people are actually carrying. I mean, you'll see them sometimes, especially outside of the waistband holsters. Those are the easiest to spot.
I've only spotted one dude openly carrying so far.
Yeah, most of these people, it's not outside the waistband, but they're still carrying concealed. They still have a garment over it. But, they'll move a certain way, and you can see the barrel or something like that. And, the inside the waistband holsters like I carry, they'll move a little bit. You might be able to see a little bit of the butt of the gun, or you'll see the the bulge on the side or appendix. And it to me, it's just kind of fun just to while I'm out. That's part of what I pay attention to. And you have a bunch of the really anti-gun people who don't realize they're around guns way more than they think they are.
I open carry even in stores that say, like Walmart, Fred Meyer. I don't really go to Walmart, but the once or twice in a year that I may go there because I have to, I'll still have a firearm completely out in the open.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
here
sure
it
all
is.
Walmarts are no carry, but I still open carry in the one near me.
Yeah.
I mean, I've open carried in them. And, it's no different than when all this mask stuff started. I'd blow through a Walmart without a mask, and I'd have someone try to stop me at the door. Hey, you can't. No, I can. You can get bent. And whenever which most of the time I don't open carry anymore, I carry concealed. But even, when I was carrying open, I just blow right past them. It's none of your business.
Yeah, I open carry because I'm too lazy to get a permit. Virginia, you don't need a permit to open carry.
Yeah, it was that way in Alabama. That's the original way I started carrying was open. And then, I finally decided, screw it, I'll go ahead and get my permit. It wasn't all that expensive. Basically all they did was run a background check, took my picture, and gave me a card. And I can't remember how many dollars it was for, I think 4 years.
In Rhode Island, you need to get 3 people to write a letter of recommendation to the police department, and then you need to take a course and pay some money. So when I'm in Rhode Island, I just cover it.
Yeah, it's absolutely there's zero evidence that a criminal has ever went to leave their house with a gun and said, "Oh shit, I can't get a permit. I have to leave my gun at home." That has never happened at all whatsoever. But you will have law-abiding people go, "Oh shit, I can't carry that, so I'll leave it at home and I'll be a good boy or good girl, and I will go out here unarmed."
The real good boys and girls carry anyways.
Yeah, this is true. But Alabama just passed their permitless carry, which it doesn't come into effect for a little while now, but the sheriffs around here were really against it. But it was for the money for them, because they make millions off of permit fees. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was the money.
Yeah, it's like if you can't get the go ahead, G.
I don't say, if you look at even like in Texas and stuff, most of those places that have constitutional carry, the people still go and have their concealed carry license, and they've already said we're going to still keep renewing because there's other benefits that their concealed carry license have that you wouldn't get under the constitutional carry.
Yeah,
such as being able to carry in another state.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, Georgia passed permitless carry. And the 2 states I'm in constantly are going to be Alabama and Georgia. So when both of those level out as constitutional carry or permitless carry, which is what it actually is, I may not renew my permit. Now, if I have to go to another state, I've got to drive up to Tennessee, which I might have to do in the next little while or something like that. Well, then I will probably make sure I have my permit on me so that I have that protection up there. So, the majority of people, if they've got a permit now, they will more than likely maintain that permit. The sheriffs aren't going to lose all that much money. But it's damn sure that was their argument, was about the money.
The big money loss say you get rid of the gun roster in California, all the police officers are going to lose a secondary stream of income. Yeah, the police officers are allowed to sell civilians the off-roster pistols.
Absolutely.
And if you move into California, you can still take your off-roster firearms and turn around and sell them. You know, you can only sell so many per year, but you can still sell them off-roster and make a killing.
Yeah.
Sell them for 5
yeah.
times their worth.
Oh yeah. You take a SIG whatever, costs you $500. You can sell it for what, $1,500? I mean, it's crazy. You're gonna have at least a 3 times markup on it, because for the most part, people can't get those guns. It's supply and demand. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Criminal racket.
Yep. All right, let's listen to some more of my boy Chucky.
There were security guards at the supermarket in Buffalo, police and security at the school in Uvalde. But we can debate it. The same with Senator Cruz's plan to limit schools to only one door. Fire marshals and tactical experts totally and vehemently disagree. Let's debate it. And there are other senators with other proposals that come from our side of the aisle: background checks, red flag laws, the Charleston loophole, assault weapons, and other ideas.
Yeah, Morningstar, you're right. Yeah, there was a singular security guard at that shopping mall or supermarket. If when he drew his gun and fired, and I'm pretty sure he hit the guy in the vest, well, what if everybody else in that joint could have pulled their guns and shot at the same time? Homeboy would have had a rough day.
Without a doubt. I mean, my grocery store only has one security guard, and I know for a fact he doesn't mind me when I walk in and I have my weapons too, especially as these things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's and we've talked about it before. These criminals don't want to go to a place where they're going to face opposition. They want to go to the easiest place they can go, and all they have to do. What was it? It was the theater shooter who shot up during the Dark Knight. They got proof. They got proof of him searching to find which theater was an anti-gun, you can't carry here theater, and that's the one he went to. He didn't go to the other ones where people could carry.
Yeah, I mean, they have a whole policy on terrorism, counterterrorism. They have a whole book written on it, and it seems that none of these politicians have read it.
Nope. But
you know, it reminds you of the old saying, it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yep.
There's a reason why there's that saying.
There absolutely is. Absolutely. Here, let me let this play. Let me go check on what my son is wrecking real fast.
Look, I know the chances of getting 10 votes on this bill are small, unfortunately, given the influence of MAGA Republicans. Many Republicans have made their opposition clear. Again, there are a lot of MAGA Republicans for whom no amount of gun violence, whether it's domestic terrorism, a school shooting, a neighborhood shooting, or something else, will ever convince them to take any action. So, Madam President, if Republicans obstruct debate today, we are prepared to have an honest and realistic discussion, conversation, negotiation, for a little more time to see what they can come to the table with. We are under no illusions that this will be easy. We have been burned in the past when Republicans promised to debate only for them to break their promise. But even with long odds, the issue is so important, so raw to the American people, so personal to countless families who have missing children, that we must pursue that opportunity. We also know that the American people, as many as 80 or 90%, support gun safety legislation. We have an obligation to pursue every path and explore every realistic option to break the cycle of suffering and inaction. Not trying everything is not acceptable to the families who have lost their loved ones to our nation's gun epidemic, to those beautiful children. we see pictures of in the newspaper and their families. We have to try everything. We must not leave a single stone unturned. Senator Murphy, who has been such a strong and valiant leader within our caucus on gun safety legislation, and who has seen the suffering firsthand of the families at Sandy Hook, who he's become very close to, has asked for space to see what progress.
Oh, look, yeah, look, when these people talk about negotiating, the only thing they're talking about is someone agreeing with them. And you can bet there are Republicans in name who will agree with these proposals the Democrats are putting forward. It's coming.
Let's negotiate to get rid of gun-free zones. Let's negotiate to get rid of the NFA. You know, because you get rid of the NFA, you know, or let's just start with give us the National Hearing Protection Act.
Yeah, anything like that.
Let's just start with that. We don't have to repeal the entire NFA right off the bat. Give us the National, you know, Hearing Protection Act and do away with gun-free zones. And then let's give it 3-4 years and see what happened on your statistical fights on alleged gun violence in areas. I guarantee you it's not going to happen.
Well, this is a fake suppressor. It's basically a barrel extension. It came from AK building. Okay. If you could see inside, it's not a suppressor. It's like I said, it's basically a barrel extension.
Yeah, it has no baffling.
Yeah, no baffles, no nothing. It just looks cool. When you look at suppressors used in crimes, it's almost just statistically non-existent. But everybody gets their ideas from Hollywood and movies like, you know, hell, John Wick, where they're shooting freaking suppressors in a subway and no one notices. Dude, in real life, you know, people don't have superpowers and suppressors aren't whisper quiet for the most part.
Especially close quarters, you're going to hear it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, you're basically bringing something down to 130 decibels, which is getting into the hearing safe. That is still loud. That's a fucking jackhammer. My son's back here goofing off. But yeah, that's just, you know, the Democrats are I need to quit saying Democrats. The left in this country fights this battle over guns as a step by step. They don't care whether they win today. If they get an inch of ground, that's a win for them. And I'm like G23. We need to fight the same way. You know, if we get suppressors off the NFA, well, hey, that's a win for us. Let's go ahead and get, I don't know, short barrel rifles off the NFA. You know, we're still up against the pistol brace ruling right now, which they're saying that anybody with a pistol brace basically has a short barrel rifle. And there are millions of these things out there. I think somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40 million. So if there's 40 million of these things out here and you only see them used in what, 1 or 2 crimes here and there, well, obviously they're not a problem, which means short barrel rifles aren't a problem. So let's go ahead and get those off the NFA.
Yeah, it's on there in the first place, assuming that a criminal even knows what the NFA is if they're buying guns illegally, or that they even care about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing, we know they don't care about it.
I want a short barrel shotgun. I don't really care about short barrel rifles. And the thing is just because I may not care about them doesn't mean I don't think that if somebody else wants to own one, they shouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I probably wouldn't buy one.
Well, you know, I would. Most of my shotguns are going to be 18 inches or over, anywhere between 18 inches and 26 inches. because they're either bird guns or they're shotguns for larger game. Now, would I take a shotgun that was 12 inches? Yeah, I would. Because negotiating like a home or a structure makes that very easy dealing with a shorter firearm. Pistols are the same way. You know, I've got my AK pistol that I built, which my AK pistol is actually a firearm, but it's got a 12.5-inch barrel. It makes it very easy to negotiate tight spaces. That's the reason for that shorter barrel.
That's why I like that KSG, because its overall package is 26.25 inches. And it's got an 18.5-inch barrel.
Yep.
That bullpup style, you know, a lot of people are, oh, bullpups. But that bullpup brings that in and makes that a good home defense firearm, because you can easily go through doorways without having to drop it from your shoulder.
Yeah, and that is the high or the upside of having a bullpup. You can have a full-size barrel and a much shorter package. My issue with bullpups is they tend to be unreliable in feeding, and their triggers tend to suck. And I'm not a trigger snob. None of my guns have real high quality, high-end triggers in them. I'm not going to spend right now. If I had the money, I would. But right now, I'm not going to spend $200 to $300 just for a drop-in trigger. So I've got mil-spec triggers. I might polish them a little bit, but you know they're good functional triggers. So the issue with bullpups is their triggers tend to be pretty damn horrible, and they tend to have a lot of feeding issues.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Never touched one, so I don't know. But all I do know is if the trigger can control the firing pin, all that matters.
Yeah. You know, I carry every day. I carry a G2C, a Taurus G2C. Trigger sucks, but I'm accurate with it. It does fire really well. The next 18 or next 19 that I build, I'll probably start carrying that. But this G2's been solid. It's fed everything I throw into it. It doesn't seem to care. It's not finicky with a hollow point or something like that. It just goes. So, and I've got, you know, a few hundred rounds to that gun. That's what I carry every day. So it's not, you know, all I care about is something being reliable and working. It's the only thing I care about.
Yeah, something to keep the bad guys at bay when they decide to
advance. Honestly, if I put 4 or 5 9mm rounds in someone with that Taurus right there, you honestly think they're going to pull those rounds out and go, well, those didn't hurt because they were from a Taurus. No, they're going to be laying on the ground leaking.
Yeah, if it has stopping power, it stops them.
Yep.
Congress can be done with Senate Republicans. Neither he nor I is under an illusion that this will be easy. It will not. But his view, my view, and the overwhelming view of our caucus is that we need to give it a short amount of time to try. There are others, too, in this caucus reaching out to our Republican colleagues as we speak. Senator Blumenthal, Senator Coons, Senator Heinrich, Senator Manchin, and others. We have also been in talks with our allies across gun advocacy groups, and we all have a strong and burning desire to see something real, something tangible come together here in the Senate. Again, none of us are under any illusions that this will be easy. None of us want to let this drag out. We know all too well the vice grip that the NRA and the MAGA wing hold over the GOP, and we have been burned in the past. America has been burned in the past. After the shootings in El Paso and Dayton 3 years ago, the Republican leader promised that red flag laws and background checks would be front and center in a Senate debate. He didn't put them on the floor, and Republicans did nothing. But that's not an excuse for Democrats not to try. Too many families have suffered. Too many kids have been lost. Too many communities have been destroyed. This is too important not to explore every option. I want to be clear. This is not an invite to negotiate indefinitely. Make no mistake about it. If these negotiations do not bear fruit in a short period of time, the Senate will vote on gun legislation, gun safety legislation. Let me repeat, if these negotiations do not bear any fruit, the Senate will vote on gun safety legislation when we return. But our hope, even amidst our deep skepticism, is that during this week, Democrats and Republicans at long last will come to agree on something meaningful that will reduce gun violence in a real way in America. Senator Murphy and some of our colleagues believe that it's worth a chance, and we give it that chance. Unfortunately, though, Republicans haven't come forward in too long a time. There hasn't been this debate in too long a time. But even though it hasn't happened in too long a time, we feel an obligation to give it a chance. I yield the floor.
Yeah, I like how he talks. There's not been this debate about this stuff, although we debate this constantly when it comes to firearms and firearms rights. That's always a topic we go through.
Yeah, they just don't see it because they're too busy with their distraction-based issues, something that makes them feel like they're doing something, following something, like they're bored and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me kick back over. I pull this stuff up all the time. If you guys can see on the left side of my screen, these are, let's see, a lot of this is the letters in support of Dettelbach for the new ATF director. Let's see, where is it at? Victims and survivors. Every time for gun safety. Here it is. So this should tell you everything you need to know about who supports this guy. And there's this big letter in here from Everytown. I'll bring it. Hopefully it'll show up on the screen. But it talks about, their organization has more than 8 million supporters. Then they talk about his career as an attorney, career prosecutor, led the fight against violent crime, domestic violence, extremism. Let's see, where was it at? Attorney General, civil rights. Interagency working with the ATF.
I gotta bail out because I gotta drive. So if you're still going when I get home, I'll jump back on.
Yeah, man. The link will be there. There's no telling how long I'll go, man. I'm just goofing off right now. So unless someone jumps on that's going live, I'll probably just keep goofing off. So you're more than welcome. Jump back in anytime you want. Let's see. Gun laws, fight for resources agency. I could have swore they mentioned something about ghost guns in this letter, but I guess they didn't. Maybe it was another letter that I read because there were 2 or 3 that actually talked about the ghost guns in their letters in support of this guy.
Yeah, this is the one where they're using white supremacy and saying that should be a goal of the ATF to stop.
Yep. And that's and this hearing, this last video I played from Chuck Schumer, they were here. He was doing that speech right before this hearing on one of these white supremacy, white terrorism bills, basically. And I'll give the Republicans credit. They actually stood their ground and they got it shot down. But that's just one out of a bunch that they're pushing.
Yeah, it's a racist bill.
It is.
Regardless of if you look at racism as, hey, you hate black people or whatever, even if you're one of these people that are saying, hey, it's my political goal to stop race-based hate, you're still a racist because your political ideology surrounds is surrounded by race.
Yeah.
If you're morally just or not in that effort.
I mean, these people, that's one of the biggest things they have is race. And that's what they're going to push. These couple of bills that they have right now for basically this white supremacy, domestic terrorism shit is all about spying on people. They want access to everything that you do.
That's why I'm into cryptography. Even if they watch everything I send on a text message, I can still hide it from them.
Yeah. You know, so far as I know, apps like Signal and a couple others are pretty secure. So, you know, that's what I use for a lot of my communications. Even we're just talking about a grocery list. You know, it's no one else's business.
Yeah, I made my own cipher to use just for the lulls of it.
Yeah, and I mean, you got people, and I was guilty of this in the past. That basically say, well, I'm not doing anything, so why do I care if the government listens? Well, because they can take everything you do out of context.
Yeah, they can take something you do every day and make it a crime just to get you into their system and get some control.
That's absolutely it. When you're dealing with people who will change the rules and move the goalposts at any given time, yeah, I don't want those people listening to me.
Me neither.
Here we go. We'll listen to this for a second. Let me go check on my wubs.
This meeting of the Senate Judiciary Committee will come to order. Two days ago, last Sunday, was a day of family celebration for me. My 3-year-old granddaughter celebrated her birthday the same week as her sister, 10 years old. We had a lot of fun. Family got together, cakes, gifts, a lot of jokes and laughing, a lot of selfies, a lot of good memories. I reflected on that last night. My 10-year-old would have been a 4th grader, is a 4th grader in Chicago. She would have been just the appropriate age to be in Uvalde, Texas at that elementary school yesterday. Yesterday, 19 little girls and boys, just like my granddaughter, did not come home from school. And 2 teachers lost their lives. Some shooter managed to buy at age 18 2 semi-automatic weapons and to turn them into killing machines, killing innocent children in the classroom. I wish I could say, well, that's never happened before in America, but we know better. There have been 24 shootings in K through 12 campuses in America this year. This year, 28 kids so far have died. And of course, we know, sadly, that that's not the end of the story by a long shot. Yesterday at the Robb Elementary School, 19 children, 2 teachers, shot and killed. 19 children who will never grow up to have another birthday. And 2 teachers killed just doing their job and protecting the kids. Another day in America, another mass shooting. It is devastating that this kind of mass shooting can happen here. It is unconscionable that it happens over and over. It is unforgivable that we as leaders have come to the point where we mouth words and do nothing. Of course, our prayers go out to the victims and their loved ones. Our thanks go to the first responders, as they always do, several of whom reportedly were fired upon themselves. Prayers and thanks, and then we return to our normal lives and wait for the next gun tragedy, which we know is coming. After every horrific shooting, there's a debate over whether one reform or another could have prevented it. That debate misses the point. It's too late to prevent the last shooting. We've already failed those victims and families. We need to act to prevent the next shooting. We need to identify the risks and threats and finally do something. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm proud to chair it. This committee has the jurisdiction under the rules of the Senate to consider the measures that could make us a safer America. Making sure you can't get a gun without passing a background check is just common sense. And the overwhelming majority of Americans and gun owners support it. It won't prevent every.
Now, again, we'll hit this for the 90,000th time later. Most of these shooters all pass background checks. Background checks didn't stop anything. Huh?
Every single one of them.
Well, well, we talked about earlier, Sandy Hook. You know, he killed, his mom had guns. He killed his mom, took her guns, and then did the shooting. But for the majority of these shooters, they all passed background checks. So background checks wouldn't have stopped any of this. None of it.
Yeah. I mean, word on the street is that these kids were being radicalized on the internet, and they're not speaking of that and seeing how that's what pushes them to actually committing these atrocities. You would think that they would focus more on hardening the minds of the youth so that they're more resistant to this type of radicalization.
Well, I mean, you would think, but I mean, you're dealing with an educational system that was basically given over to the left probably 50 years ago, at least 50 years ago. So there's been this constant march from you being responsible for yourself and your own actions, and you are a member of a community, to your community is responsible for your actions, which is completely backwards than the way it should be. Then it even gets worse. They excuse people's actions. You did this because you were abused. You did this because you were treated wrong. Never mind, there were a bunch of people who were treated even worse than you, and they didn't go out and do these things. So
they didn't fall victim to the radicalization.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want real change, we'd focus all our voting efforts and on the school board itself, and then only after taking over the school board worrying about the House.
That is a huge point. I mean, the biggest issue we have right now, even doing that, it's taken us so long to get into the hole that we're in right now that I don't know whether we can dig out of that hole just simply starting at the ground level. I'm going to start at the ground.
You want to climb.
Go ahead, brother.
You don't want to dig out of that hole. You want to take a sturdy hand and climb out of it. It's the only way. If you don't climb, you'll just sit at the bottom.
You know, that's like the primary elections we just did in Alabama. Of course, when I left work, I went and voted in those. When 2022 rolls around for midterms and everything, I'll be voting in those. The school boards and everything, you bet your ass I'll be voting for those.
Yep. I'm driving right down to Rhode Island to vote come November.
Yeah. I'm going to do everything that I can in that measure, or in that vein, I should say. Now, I'm still going to do stuff like I'm doing on my channel, which is just trying to wake people up, to show people what's going on so that maybe they catch on to it. You know, you guys, pretty much everybody that's been in and out of this chat tonight, the first one and this one, you know, you guys are all informed. You guys watch this stuff. And you guys, pretty much a lot of you, all of you have your own channel, or most of you have your own channels. You're doing the same thing, trying to wake people up. So, I mean, it's a hell of an effort. And hopefully we actually get through to a lot of people. But, you know, we'll see.
Just don't stop.
Yeah. The elections coming up in 2022 are going to be really interesting to see how they go versus, you know, how the stuff went in 19 and 20.
Yeah, I wouldn't even put it over my own head to say that these elections are going to be more violent than they usually are.
I have kind of the same feeling. maybe we'll see some more broken pipes and ballots disappearing and all that. And if that doesn't wake people up, then they're not going to wake up at all.
Yeah, it's going to take one riot, and then we'll see who has the defiled mind and who actually thinks for themselves.
Yeah, and that's going to be the separation. Who can actually think for themselves? And that's if we can get more people actually thinking for themselves and actually asking questions, this country will turn around. If we can't get people doing that, it's kind of like lawn darting a plane into a cliff. We're just waiting for that right mountain.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting for a call to action on our side, I guess.
Yeah.
The action only when their action does.
That's going to be a huge thing. So we'll ride that one out. My advice to most people is just keep your powder dry. Make sure you got your shit together. Try to improve yourself if you can, and keep your powder dry. And we'll see where this goes.
And your barrel's clear of rust.
That's it. Let's listen to my boy a little more. Let's see what this jackass. Well, he's almost done. We'll see what the next jackass has to say.
Free shooting, but it will prevent many. Last night, the Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, filed a Rule 14 on a background check bill. We're going to have a chance to debate that and to vote on it on the floor when we return from Memorial Day. The House of Representatives already passed a bill on this. I think it's time for the Senate to vote on it. It takes bipartisanship to pass anything in the United States Senate, in an evenly divided Senate. But we should vote. That's why we were elected. Today, we're holding a hearing on a nominee to head the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, the lead federal law enforcement agency when it comes to responding to gun crimes. This is an agency which has the technical capacity to help us to solve gun crimes and to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. Do you know when the last time was that there was a head of this agency? Somebody actually named to head the agency? 7 years ago. Under the previous president, this spot went vacant for 4 years. Why? Because the gun groups wanted to go vacant. They don't want a strong agency doing its job. And they had their way. We have a well-qualified nominee in Steve Dettelbach, who's here today. He spent 7 years as a U.S. attorney in Cleveland. His nomination is supported by a long list of law enforcement. I won't read all of them, but trust me, they encompass the major law enforcement groups across America. They support Steve Dettelbach to head the ATF. In addition, he has the backing of a bipartisan group of 141 former Justice Department officials, including several Trump appointees who won unanimous Republican support in the Senate, and the support of 8 former directors and acting directors of ATF, including Bradley Buckles, who served as director from 1999 to 2004. This overwhelming support for Mr. Dettelbach is a recognition of his capabilities and experience, but also of the need to do something to address gun crimes. It's high time for the Senate to do this, to confirm an ATF director, not to take guns away from responsible, stable, qualified, law-abiding Americans, but to help stop straw purchases, combat gun trafficking, ensure that families can send their kids to school safely, and law enforcement officers can return home each day to their loving families. This committee will treat this nomination with urgency it deserves and give Mr. Dettelbach prompt consideration in the vote. We also will hear from 4 other nominees: Judge Sarah Merriam, nominated to the Second Circuit; Laura Montecalvo, nominated to the First Circuit; Tiffany Cartwright, nominated to the Western District of Washington; and Judge Nina Wong, nominated to the District of Colorado. A number of our colleagues are going to be coming and going. They have other committee hearings. We understand their schedules are busy to formally introduce their nominees. But I will also like to turn at this point to my friend and the ranking Republican, Senator Grassley.
It's too easy to express condolences for those affected by the shooting in Texas. It's not easy for individuals thousands of miles away to understand how parents and friends, grandparents, and everybody else is hurt by 20 people being killed and 2 teachers being killed. The killing of children is sickening and heartbreaking. Schools should be a safe place for students and educators. It's a sad time when you see all this on television. Then when it's gone, you kind of forget about it. But I haven't forgotten about an idea that came to my mind way back in 2018 with the Parkland killings. I didn't have an idea immediately after that, but we talked to some parents, talked to one of those parents very recently in my office last week, because he's in support of a legislation that I put in then, and we have a hard time, a very bipartisan bill, a bill that is backed by 40 of our 50 state attorneys general. I call it the Eagles Act after the mascot of that Parkland High School thing. It would give schools and law enforcement additional resources to make sure dangerous individuals can't do what happened yesterday. I don't know to what extent it would keep our schools safer, but I know this, that the Secret Service has been exercising some help to train people how to notify people that are harm to themselves or harm to somebody else and intervene in it. And this would be extended to personnel of schools. I don't know why such a bipartisan bill doesn't get attention of people, but I'm bringing it to my colleagues' attention once again. We have 5 nominees here today, 2 circuit court nominees, 2 district.
Yeah, you can expect some of these Republicans to be signing on to more red flag laws here in probably the next week and a half.
I mean, there's a way to do red flag laws that works, but they'll never do that.
No. Well, we have talked about it in streams before. We have civil commitment laws to where if someone is a danger to themselves, you can involuntarily commit that person to a mental institution and have them evaluated and treated. Every state has a law like that. Like the fire or the red flag law that I covered on my channel yesterday, the day before, you could literally have someone from law enforcement look at your social media and go, I don't like what that person's saying. I'm going to swear out a law or a red flag against them. And it's an ex parte order. So I don't know anything about what's going on until the cops show up to take my guns.
Yeah, you kind of cut off a bit, but I think I got the gist there. Like the biggest issue with the red flag laws is you don't know they're being raised on you.
Yeah.
And you have no way to object or do anything to prove otherwise that it's a lie. It's a guilty before innocence type of.
Absolutely. You are thought to be guilty until you're proven innocent. The civil commitment laws, if someone thinks I'm a danger to myself or others, I can be involuntarily committed. And I can have people who are psychiatrists, psychologists evaluate me. And that is a way better way to go about things than just, hey, I'm just going to take this person's guns. Because if I really am a danger to somebody, if you take my guns, there are many other methods I can use to harm myself or other people. It doesn't stop anything. All you do is you take one tool out of the mix and then leave me with every other tool.
Yeah. It goes back to the old rope, At the end of the day, you can't stop someone from having a blanket on their bed.
No, I mean, if we believe the Jeffrey Epstein story, which I very much don't, you can have a person in a paper gown and they can hang themselves.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's just a means to control a story, man.
That's all it is. And that is absolutely all it is. And then you have the mainstream media, which most people watch and most people believe. They just continue to push the narrative.
Yep.
So
hate to get all Illuminati, but like the core concept behind it is everything's a stage. Every time you present yourself in front of the masses, it's a stage that you're there to start a narrative of some kind.
I mean,
political sense.
I'm not a big conspiracy theory, Illuminati, what the hell ever person. I never have been. But I do know there are very powerful people and very powerful forces that basically want to run things. And they are all about maintaining their power. And they will do anything to maintain that power.
100%. By any means necessary.
Yep. And these people, they don't care about how many children are getting killed in these schools. They absolutely don't care. Their kids are in schools with walls. Their kids are in schools with private security. They don't care.
Know that these people are evil because if they get what they want, they're going to look back at the Texas shooting. They're going to smile and say, boy, are we happy that these kids got murdered. Because if they didn't, we would have never gotten what we wanted.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you look at different ideas for this country, okay, I have very simple ideas, meaning that they come down to a simple premise. As long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government shouldn't be involved in what I'm doing. Now, immediately when I unduly deprive someone of life, liberty, or property, that's where the government should come in to stop me from doing those things. You know,
when you start violating those commandments, man.
Yeah. And that's a social contract, which is the way it should be. You know, our legal code shouldn't be thousands and thousands or millions of pages. There's no reason it should be that way.
Yeah. Don't kill, don't steal, don't rape.
Yeah.
Do you really need anything else more?
Yeah. If you just, which, you know, the 10 commandments are 10 commandments out of, I think, 315, which come from the Hebrew text that laid out a series of laws. If you just abided by those, we wouldn't have any issues at all.
Agreed.
You know, I looked at stuff today. I submitted my last project for SDI for the semester, and I start my new semester tomorrow. But then I went down this rabbit hole on the 1934 NFA and all the cases that they used to uphold the 34 NFA. And it is, oh God, it is an absolute fucking rabbit hole. Because it's case after case after case that they used to build this, basically the premise to uphold the 34 NFA. And it's absolutely insane. And for those of you who don't know, the original challenge to the 34 NFA was Miller versus the United States. A guy, something Miller and his buddy transported a short-barreled shotgun from Oklahoma to Arkansas. Apparently, this guy was an informant for the FBI, and they found out he was transporting this shotgun. They arrested him. I think it was the state Supreme Court said, no, this guy's not guilty of violating the 34 NFA because the 34 NFA infringes on the Second Amendment. And then it went to the Supreme Court. And you had a Supreme Court that was very much worried about kind of like where we're at now with court packing, because the president at the time couldn't get his way, and he was threatening to basically add seats to the Supreme Court to gain his power. And the Supreme Court actually upheld the 34 NFA because that's kind of what the president wanted them to do, and they were trying to diffuse this whole court packing situation. And it came down to the fact that a short-barreled shotgun, a shotgun under 18 inches, would not be useful for military service. So that's why they said this guy couldn't have that, and that it fell within the NFA, and the NFA was justified. Which also opens up the case to, if this guy had been caught with a fully automatic machine gun, if he had an MG42 in his trunk, by the court's logic, he would have been completely fine.
Yeah, because military is nothing without a machine gun nowadays.
That's it.
Same thing with the militia. Can't have a well-regulated militia without a machine gun.
That's 100% right. It's and I've known about some of this for years, but especially the last probably 3 years, I've really started to dig into this stuff. And it's just crazy how much people don't realize about our gun laws and the way gun laws have actually been pushed forward.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of them. I mean, as a Rhode Islander, I can't even get a tax stamp for any NFA weapon.
No,
completely
you can't have anything.
100%.
Yeah, last I looked, I think there were somewhere right around the lines of 200,000 transferable machine guns in the United States right now. And the only reason there aren't more is because the Hughes Amendment. And that has driven up the price of these guns to where literally with the parts on the market right now, I could build a decently reliable machine gun for a few $100s, depending on which one I built. That same transferable gun is worth probably $20,000 to $30,000 right now. It's absolutely insane.
Block people from being able to buy them, and then you can claim that you have the right to do so because you're restricting purchase. But then you have the infringement of taking down anybody that builds one for themselves. So then the law behind where their power even comes from just crumbles.
Yep. It's absolutely right. I mean, you look at it. If someone goes out and they build a machine gun for themselves, what's his name? Oh God, Dark had him on the show.
Machine gun guy,
a bunch of machine guns.
Adam, yeah.
But he never hurt anybody with any of the guns he built.
Yeah, all he killed was
nobody.
ants and pumpkins.
Yeah. So what was the point of taking that guy and putting him in prison and ruining his life? There was no point behind it.
The point is to harm America, not even to get power, just to harm America.
Yeah, it was making an example out of the guy. And if you don't think that they will do that over the force reset triggers or pistol braces, you're fooling yourself. You're deluded at this point. I mean, look at Ruby Ridge. That was just a simple case of a short-barreled shotgun. And then, even when the guy goes through all that shit, they find him innocent.
Yeah.
Wife killed, son killed, all that shit. Then they go all the way through it and go, whoopsie, sorry. No, we were wrong.
Yeah, you can't hold us liable, though.
Yep.
Yeah, we're allowed to do that. We're allowed to accidentally kill your entire family.
Yep. Yeah. You can't hold the federal government liable, can't sue the federal government over stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, you're just screwed.
Yep. But if shall not infringe means nothing, then shall have the power to means nothing.
You're damn right about that.
District Court nominees and the new appointee to be director of ATF. I want to briefly address Mr. Dattelbach's nomination to serve as director of ATF. I've expressed concerns about his nomination in a letter to President Biden back in April based on initial reviews of that record. My concerns remain. He's the second nominee for this position after Mr. Chipman, who failed to garner sufficient support. Since then, this administration removed the former acting director Richardson of ATF.
Yeah, it's okay, Jeff. You can dislike the stream. Doesn't matter. Still love you. No,
We all disliked it, so why are you upset?
But man, I went through probably 3 months, believe it or not. I went through probably 3 months where I could hit the like on a stream. And if I, especially on my phone, if I moved like up away from that post and then went back to it, my like would disappear.
Yep, that actually happens to me. If you're on the desktop and you click the like button, you have to actually click on the screen elsewhere for that like button to be marked as clicked.
I went through 3 months where I could not like, at least 3 months where I couldn't like anything. When I liked it, and I actually sat there on the same screen with it and watched it, and it would go blue for my like, my thumbs up, and then it would disappear. And you could literally watch the like count go from one of the ones was like 503, and I went to 504 when I clicked it. And I sat there for a second, and it dropped back down to 5.3.
Yeah.
I showed it to my wife one time. I was like, look at this crazy shit.
Well, we know that they're trying to control the perception of which videos are liked and not liked by the pure fact alone that they got rid of the dislike bar.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they didn't like some of these damn way left videos getting ratioed to hell and back. But they didn't like that shit at all.
Now only they know that they're incredibly disliked.
Yep. Well, someone told me there's a couple of apps you can use that will still show the like-dislike ratio. So I got to look a little bit more into that.
Yeah, you can look. Apparently, I'm not sure if it still is, but you could apparently attach to the YouTube's programming interface, and you can pull the dislikes from the API application programming interface.
Yeah. So I gotta look into that because I gotta see, because some of these videos from people like, I don't know, the Young Fucking Turks. I would really like to see their like versus dislike ratios right now. Because they're a bunch of lying sacks. All right, let me play my buddy a little more.
The New York Times reported that gun control groups criticized him for, quote, deploying agents to deal with gun violence, end of quote. Gun control advocates were frustrated that Mr. Richardson took a law and order approach to his job, but that approach is what we should expect from the ATF. I'm concerned that this administration is responding to demands to focus on the ATF's regulatory responsibilities at the expense of law enforcement duties. We also have 2 circuit nominees and 2 district court nominees today. Judge Miriam was here last year when she was nominated to serve as the district court judge. And Ms. Monte Calvo worked at the Justice Department, the tax division, and then as a public defender for a majority of her career. Judge Wang has worked as an assistant U.S. attorney, as a partner in a firm, and currently is a magistrate judge. Ms. Cartwright has spent a decade in private practice after clerking for 2 judges. I welcome the nominees and their families and congratulate them on their nomination.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. We have a number of senators who've come to introduce judicial nominees. Senator Blumenthal has not arrived yet, but Senator Murphy is here to introduce Judge Miriam.
Thank you very much to the committee. Thank you for your opening remarks. Our thoughts, our prayers, our entire hearts are with the community in Texas today, and I look forward to the thoughtful way that this committee will approach our obligation to those families. I have confidence that there is a way that we can come together as a body to provide an answer to families that are very, very scared this morning. I really couldn't be more pleased to be with the committee today. to recommend to you a candidate for the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Judge Merriam is a candidate that can and should be able to win bipartisan support. A bipartisan majority of the Senate confirmed her just last year for the district court in Connecticut. Judge Merriam is the same person today that she was last year, and I think we will be able to bring a bipartisan majority to support her again for this important position. She received a large positive vote from the Senate for a simple reason. She is an extraordinary legal talent. As part of her application, Judge Merriam received letters of support from 22 former federal prosecutors. That is impressive in and of itself, but it's even more impressive since prosecutors were often on the receiving end of Judge Merriam's advocacy during her 8 years as an assistant federal public defender. As a lawyer, both in public and private practice, no one fought harder for her clients than did Sarah. But when Senator Blumenthal and I were canvassing the best legal minds in Connecticut during our selection process for the district court last year, it was just extraordinary how many prosecutors, those that had gone up against Sarah in court, were her biggest champions. That's because Judge Merriam was dogged, but she was fair. And her greatest loyalty from day one of her legal career has always been to the law, to fairness, to finding a just outcome. That's who she's been on the bench, both as a federal magistrate and now as a district court judge. She has demonstrated a blend of humility, compassion, and toughness that makes her stand out. She is also, just simply for the committee's knowledge, a wonderful human being. She has been a friend of mine for nearly 30 years. She is a proud daughter of New Haven, Connecticut. She loves the state with all of her heart. After graduating as a standout at Georgetown University, she could have gone anywhere in the world to begin her career.
I'm finally back.
Sarah knew that she was coming back to Connecticut to make a difference. She cares about the people of our state, and she has shown that throughout her career in all the variety of ways that she has served. She is also just a super interesting person. I'm not sure if the pandemic or the new job has interrupted her passion projects, but for much of her life on summer weekends, you could find Judge Merriam at one of Connecticut's many agricultural fairs competing in high-stakes baking.
All right, this is something I'll touch on, and I've hit it before in a couple of streams. At this point, the Democrats, the left in this country, has put more judges on circuit courts than Trump did in his entire administration. And you can bet money none of these people are friendly to firearms rights or natural rights. That's going to be an issue coming up in the next little while.
You can bet a house.
Huh?
So you can bet on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They've been breaking up on.
Yeah. These people have, whether it is military commanders, whether it's the courts and judges, they have pushed through so many people in the last little while. It is absolutely crazy. And this stuff is going to hurt us for decades. We can look for some real serious fights coming up. I'm going to see whether I can speed this up where Dettelbach's actually talking.
Yeah, some breaking up there. We got a G23 back in the waiting room.
Oh, do we? Let's get him in here. All right, G2, what's up?
Finally got back to the house.
Yeah, I'm trying to speed this up where we can get to where actual Dettelbach was talking. Anyway, we were talking some about all these different judges that the Democrats have pushed through in the last little while, which are going to be a pain in the ass for a very long time.
Well, as long as they're not on the Supreme Court, they can still be removed.
Well, you know, even judges on the Supreme Court can be removed technically. They just refuse to do it.
It has to be an act of Congress, just like removing a presidency.
Which to me, any judge, whether it is a state court, district court, Supreme Court, when they make a ruling that is unconstitutional and they stick with that ruling, to me, they ought to be removed off of the court, period. They should be done.
Just like politicians.
Yep.
You know, and the thing is they should be charged because they swear affirm under the penalty of perjury, and they swear in that they are going to uphold the Constitution from both foreign and domestic terrorists.
Yeah, they swear to uphold the Constitution, and as far as I see, they ain't doing it.
Especially when the mass shooters blatantly lay out that they know that their shooting is going to be used to attack the Second Amendment, and they still go through with it.
Yep. Come on, where is Dettelbach at? I know they swore in the second panels. Let's start here.
By our judicial nominees. We'll start with our judicial nominees. Ms. Cartwright, go ahead, and then Ms. Wong, and then we'll go to Mr. Dettelbach.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, and to Chair Durbin and Ranking Member Grassley for holding this hearing. I am so thrilled to be here today. I want to begin by thanking President Biden for the incredible honor of this nomination. I would also like to thank Senator Murray and Senator Cantwell for their support of my nomination, and Senator Murray for her kind words of introduction today. Finally, I would like to thank the members of my district's nonpartisan Judicial Selection Committee for recommending me for this position. I'm so lucky to have here with me today several members of my family. First with me today is my husband, John, who has supported every step of my career since we first met in college, and our son, who is the light of our lives and makes sure that every day has moments of both humility and joy. Also joining me are my parents, Doreen and Stuart, who raised me to set high expectations for myself and to believe even as a child that my thoughts mattered. And my father and mother-in-law, Alan and Betty, whose families came to the United States from China in search of a better life, and who went on to build a successful future for themselves and their own children in Houston, Texas. My sister Victoria and her family could not be here today in person, but I know they are watching from Kuwait, where she serves our country in the Foreign Service. I am also so grateful throughout this process to have had the support of my colleagues from my law firm and tight-knit groups of friends from both college and law school. Only one of them could be here in person today, but I know many more are watching from all around the world. Finally, I want to note the personal significance to me of having been nominated for a seat in Tacoma, Washington. I am among the 5th generation of my family to reside in Washington State, and my great-grandfather was a blacksmith for the Northern Pacific Railroad, working on trains that came and went from Union Station in Tacoma. Union Station is now the federal courthouse where I will sit if confirmed. And I can only imagine how proud my family would be today. Thank you. I look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Ms. Wong.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. Many thanks to President Biden for this nomination, and to Senator Bennett for his kind words, and Senator John Hickenlooper for their recommendation, as well as our Judicial Nomination Committee. I am so truly humbled to be here today.
You can bet money, Morningstar, that this chick is not very friendly to gun rights at all.
Neither was the last one.
Yeah. And you'll hear this chick talk too, and it's kind of get a hard read from their opening statement sometimes, but when you look at the support for them, who is writing the letters of support for them, that pretty much says it all. And if you look at the Senate,
Patty Murray and Marie, I got to be careful on how I pronounce her last name. Cantwell. I always refer to her in a negative light because they're horrible leftist, Marxist.
She's literally from China. Why would it makes zero sense. Like, if you're going to come from another country like that, like, is she first generation American or is she second generation in her family here?
Well, she says, that one said her grandparents came from China, but then she turns around and says, well, her great grandfather was a blacksmith for the Union Pacific and all that. And that's fine. I don't care where you come from.
Her in-laws came from China.
Yeah, her in-laws.
So her husband is descendant of Chinese.
And like I said, I don't care where you come from. I've met plenty of people that are first generation that came here from another country and are more pro freedom than people who have been here for generations. So I give zero shits where you come from, what you look like. We can agree on certain ideals. Those certain ideals are, like I stated earlier, as long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government should not be in my business.
Agreed.
That's a very simple premise.
It is a bit sus, though. Like, if she was first generation, like she came from China, like first generation, and somehow is getting into like some sort of political position, that seems a bit suspicious to me personally. But she's not. So,
well, I mean, she's getting pushed in this position as a judge because, let's just be honest, if Biden agrees with her positions and wants to put her in a position of power, you can bet money that she is going to support whatever Biden wants to do. And these are people who were pushing, of course, gun bans. They were pushing unconstitutional mask mandates. They were pushing more lockdowns, mandatory vaccinations. These are the judges that will uphold stuff like that.
I can see it.
Oh, yeah. Buckle up, because we're going to get more of it.
There is no doubt that I would not be here without many people. First, I thank my husband, Doug. It should come as no surprise that Doug has made small and large sacrifices, often untold and perhaps even underappreciated, so I could be considered for this seat. He and our son, Luke, are at home finishing out a final week of school. Our daughter, Kelsey, is here with me today, and I hope both of them remember that Dad and I are so proud of who you are, not what you do. Being your wife and mom will always be my highest honor and most important work. Also with me today are two of my dearest friends, Dr. Janie Solomon and Celine Coe, who have shared my greatest joys and hardest losses. I would like to thank my parents, Chenshi and Hope, whose immigration and action taught with hard work, education, and resilience that I could achieve my dreams. Thanks to my brother, Ken, my tireless cheerleader, his husband, Mark, my parents-in-law, Robert and Carol, my brother and sister-in-law, Kevin and Elaine, and my nieces and nephew, David.
Yeah, I know a lot of you pumped the brakes right then and went, what? Yeah, she said her brother and her brother's husband, which doesn't matter to me.
I was more pumping the brakes over the fact that it's her parents that were from China. So it's only one generation difference. You know, the Chinese are slick people. You know, they're willing to go over more than one generation to do this type of thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no doubt about that. The problem is you get someone in from China, from Cuba, and they go through our education system. And our education system basically tells them that everything that they saw in their home country was actually a good thing. It just wasn't being done right. And weak-minded people buy into that. That's why you get a lot of people here from Cuba who don't go through our education system, and they are absolutely anti-communist, anti-socialist. They will fight you tooth and nail over that shit. But you let them go through our education system, especially into secondary, post education, and stuff like that. And then they come out and they're raving goddamn lunatics. And I guarantee you she fits into the raving lunatic category here.
Yeah. I mean, I got nothing wrong against people from other countries that once they become citizens and, you know, they're born here and whatnot. But, you know, you got to take their parents into account, you know? It's like obviously we're not going to be able to know if she even does anything evil or if she even gets in. But if she were to do something to go against the Constitution, then that's when I'd be increasingly suspicious about her connections to places that are not here.
Well, I mean, yeah, you could look at her connections that aren't here, but you know, a lot of her stuff is going to come from her college education. Our college education system right now makes our secondary and elementary education, they just stack on top of one another. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And I looked at things, you know, when I was doing one of my associate's degrees where I listened to people talk and it was like, no, that's not how that really happened. And no, that's not really what those people believed. And they were taught a completely bastardized version of what happened. And if that's going on in my neck of the woods, I damn sure know it's going on even worse in other places.
Yeah, the information from my high school experience is the main reason why I chose to avoid college like the plague.
Yeah.
As I go through life more, I see more talk about colleges and see footage of them, and they all just seem like left-leaning cesspools.
Yeah, for the most part, they are. They are left-leaning sewers, giant turds. So let's play her a little bit more. Let's see.
Ben and Aaron. I also thank the Hu family and the greater Taiwanese American community in Kansas who stood in as our extended family as I grew up. And as I sit in the Senate today, I cannot miss the opportunity to thank the late Robert Dole, who was instrumental in my family's immigration story. I am ever grateful to Judge Peter Massetti, who remains my mentor, and with Judge Paul Friedman, opened the doors of the judiciary first to me. I want to especially thank Natalie Hanlon-Lay, Timothy McDonald, and Leslie Hayden, who were instrumental in this process. Finally, I would like to take a moment to thank my entire court family in the District of Colorado, particularly my law clerks and magistrate judge colleagues, whose hard work and dedication has brought me here today, and Judge Christine Arguello, whose seat for which I am being considered. Her contributions to Colorado's legal community are truly unparalleled. Thank you for allowing me to make these introductions, senators, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dettelbach?
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I also want to thank Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and all the committee members here. And also thanks to Senator Brown for that very kind introduction.
Yeah, this is our boy coming up. This is more than likely, with everything going on right now, he will get pushed through to be the next head of the ATF.
We can only hope that he goes against the leftist agenda at the last moment.
Yeah, if he did that, that would be beautiful. But looking at this guy, you know, like Crump was talking about, and I looked at it, part of his campaign when he was running for office was, you know, assault weapons bans and all kinds of stuff like that. So, you know, they removed the acting director of the ATF. I think they thought he was not going to be as hard on guns as they wanted, so they took him out of that position, placed another guy in, and now they have Dettelbach going in to be the head of the ATF. And it's very funny to me that the day of this hearing, we have another mass shooting.
Interesting thing to contemplate right there.
Yeah. And it's, there was stuff that went on either the day or the day before Chipman went up. And they were expecting Chipman just to slide in there without issues. What's going on, Chamber? So yeah, it was very strange to me that there was this high profile mass shooting the day this guy goes up for his hearing.
Yeah, there's nothing that anybody can say to convince me anything other than that these mass shootings were sponsored by some sort of state actor somewhere.
Dude, I like I said, I'm not the conspiracy theorist type, but I seriously believe that a lot of these mass shootings are definitely pushed by the state.
Yeah. Of achieving their goal.
And his support. I appreciate the heartfelt words I've heard today from the chairman and ranking member Grassley about yesterday's tragedy in Uvalde. The pain that those families and really the whole community and all of us feel, but especially those families, is just unimaginable to me. I think for me and for many, last night was a night where parents everywhere hugged their kids just a little bit harder at the end of the day. I know I did. My thoughts are very...
Now, I will definitely say this, and I am in no means ashamed of saying it. Yeah, I said on my video the other day, I didn't hear about this shooting till I was watching John Crump that night, and John mentioned something about it. And of course, I'm on my laptop at the time, so I pulled up another tab, looked at the shooting, and at that time they were saying 2 kids shot, 1 adult. Some stations were saying 14 kids, 2 adults. It was going back and forth. And yeah, I did. I walked in there and I hugged my daughter. My daughter's 5 years old. And this stuff literally hurts my soul when it happens. But again, this is not a binary choice in between you can have guns and dead kids, or you can have no guns and kids not killed. It's not that choice.
Yeah, the correlation doesn't align.
Yeah, we can protect our children if they would do the shit that has been since Columbine. We've talked about hardening these schools. I'm 45. I was early teens when Columbine happened. I remember that shooting. I remember the discussions that went on at the time about hardening schools. Basically controlling entrance and exit and all this thing so that couldn't happen. And these assholes still haven't done anything about that yet. Matter of fact, they shoot down any bill that has money in it to harden these schools. And they just go after the gun. That tells you everything you need to know about these people.
Yeah, they're against America directly.
Yep.
They'd rather send our money to some other country than spend it on hardening our schools.
Yep. We spent what? Well, I mean, the report is we spent like $50 billion on Ukraine right now. I guarantee you we have spent probably 10 times that amount.
Well, they're not transparent with their funds.
Yeah. If we took that money and we decided we wanted to harden our schools and we decided we wanted to protect our children, just like these people's children are protected. Because I guarantee you, these people's children go to schools where they have to pass through a gate to get into the school. They have security controls over where their children can go in that school and who can enter that school. They have security guards for their children. I will guarantee you, all these people have that, but they don't want your kids to have it.
I'm just going to be happy not having kids for the time being.
Hey, yeah, man. I mean, kids, and I waited forever till I was married and stable to have kids. So I'm 45. My children are 5 and 2.5.
Yeah, half that.
Yeah, they're the greatest thing you will ever do. The most frustrating thing, but the greatest thing you will ever do. They're awesome. They will drive you nuts, but they're awesome. But you know, I look at my daughter's school. Okay, if I go to pick my daughter up in the afternoon, if I pick her up early, I have to ring a bell, talk through an intercom to get into that school.
Yeah, then you write your name down on the paper saying you're there.
Yeah, they pretty much verify who I am before I come through the front doors. This last shooting, you're telling me this guy stood out in front of this school shooting for over 12 minutes and still found an open door to walk through. Excuse me if I am a little skeptical of that whole premise.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my school in Rhode Island, right, it's multiple buildings. And between classes, you actually have to have the doors unlocked to get to your next classroom.
Yeah.
So not every school is capable of locking all the doors.
No. If you have an open facility like that, then what you look at is perimeter security, so that you lock down anything before it even comes onto the premises.
Yeah, they actually put a fence around these areas in my school,
Mhm.
but not because people were going in, because students were going out.
Yeah, and that's another control. You got to think about it like this. Certain schools that I've seen, a young child could walk off of that premises, and it has happened in the past where a child has walked off of the premises of the school, and they don't know where the child went. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah, I left my school early every single day.
Oh man, when I was in junior high, we had basically off-campus lunch, so we could go all around.
I only heard tales of off-campus lunch.
We were in Germany. I grew up an Army brat, so we were in Germany. We were on Patrick Henry Village, one of the bases over there. So we had off-campus lunch. The issue with that is if you give an idiot like me an off-campus lunch, I may or may not decide to come back after lunch. And there were a lot of days I decided not to come back after lunch. We'd hop one of the shuttle buses and be in a whole nother damn town. I mean, it was just, we were blasting off.
Right behind the school. So I'd walk out the door to the school and right into the door of my home.
Yep. All right, let's listen to old Dettel Bach a little bit.
Very much with the community in Texas that are suffering so deeply, and with other communities, because this event can be a catalyst for other people who've gone through this to relive some of the great pain that they feel. I also want to thank President Biden for nominating me to be the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. And I will say, as a former staff detailee on this committee, I am especially honored to be here today. I spent the majority of my career in public service as a prosecutor. And that service of over 20 years is not possible without a really supportive family. I want to thank my wife, Carol, who is here along with my children, Allie and David, for their love and support. I lost my mom and my dad both not too long ago, but I know that they're with me. And my mom's kid sister and my dad's big brother, my Aunt Rita and Uncle Dick, are both here to support me and to remind me of the example my folks set for me. My mom, who was a teacher, especially poignant today. And my wonderful father-in-law, Saul Bielostowski, who brought his family, including my wife, to this great country to raise her in Texas almost 50 years ago, is here with us as well. Finally, especially given the horrible events we all saw of the last day, I want to thank again the brave and dedicated men and women of law enforcement, and especially the ATF. I've worked with ATF agents and seen their work for 30 years. And it's not just the agents. From the agents, of course, who respond to horrific crime scenes, and they risk their lives standing shoulder to shoulder with state and local cops.
Let me unmute myself. What's up, Cornpop?
What's up, man?
Oh, shit. Just hanging out, man. No one else is on, so I just decided we'll hang out for a while. We'll watch a bunch of retarded stuff and talk about the idiots that we got controlling this country, basically.
Yep, a lot of that.
You ain't lying. What you been up to today, brother?
Not too much. Went out and rode my buggy for a little bit, and then the other tire went flat. I got a flat tire yesterday, and now it's raining.
Yeah, Rich said he was getting rained on pretty hard earlier.
Yeah. I don't know. I got to find a new trail to ride on. I got a flat tire yesterday, and then I patched it, and switched it, and now I got another flat tire.
Man, Matt, are you running over like Cypress knees where you're at, or what?
No, I think it's just like I got to go down a service road to get to like where I can ride, where I have it right now, and just a lot of garbage like nails and that type of stuff.
Oh, you got the doggo out.
Oh yeah. He's been cooped up a lot of the day, so I'm gonna play some catch with him.
Well, you got to take him riding, man. You can't leave him at home when you're out there jamming on the buggy.
Oh, this thing's too fast. I mean, I'll take him out riding, but not when I'm like going out to ride for fun. I mean, you can't really secure a dog too well. And
hey, look, man, I guarantee you, man, we could rig him up a 4-point harness, and you could get him some goggles or some doggles. I guarantee you he'd ride with you.
Maybe when he's younger, but just with his leg the way it is right now. If I had more of a utility UTV, like one with a big bed in the back, then yeah, I'd definitely take him more often.
Oh yeah. Let's throw some more old dead old Bach on. Let's listen to what this jackass had to say.
On the street to the analysts and staff who anonymously pore over evidence and data late into the night to try to make a case, to the bomb technician responding to a horrible incident and a dangerous incident, to the lab person who's working against time, trying to make a ballistic match, and more. I want those people and the others at the ATF to know that I honor that service. And I want both they and the public they protect to know if I'm giving the privilege of becoming a Senate-confirmed ATF director, that I will work every day to join them as a leader and as a partner in both good times and bad. We face many threats to public safety, both new and old. Violent crime is increasing. Firearms violence and mass shootings are increasing. Hate crimes and religious violence are increasing, as is violent extremism. If confirmed, I promise to do everything I can to enforce the law, to respect the Constitution of the United States, and to partner with law enforcement to protect the safety and the rights of innocent and
Okay, so how many people in this chat right now or in this live stream think this guy is actually going to give a crap about the Constitution?
Zero.
Zero.
Yeah, I didn't think there were any of us that would really, that are paying attention, really thought this guy was going to respect our constitutional rights. Oh, man.
His job is to peck at the people of America until they give up drinking, smoking, and shooting. That's his job. Just harass people until they stop doing those three things.
It's
and exploding stuff.
Yeah.
Exploding stuff.
Yep, exploding too.
When you look at the ATF and think that, well, they started out as a tax agency. Their job was to collect taxes. And then they get rolled over from basically a tax enforcement to a law enforcement agency by our illustrious government. These guys ain't our friends.
Yeah, maybe instead of calling the police for mass shootings, they should just call in the ATF, and we'll see how much balls they actually have. And if they're willing to actually do something good for the community instead of harass people like everyone in this chat for the guns that they own or want to own.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know what they're going to do. Okay, they're going to find someone who really doesn't have the money to fight back, and they're just going to continue to try to make example after example after example of people. Whether it's you have the wrong frame or receiver, or you had a pistol or a brace pistol that passed our scoring sheet, and then we still decided, well, it's a short barrel rifle, so guess what? You get 10 years in prison. Nice to know you.
Yeah, they're going to do it until they bump into somebody that's not willing to go to a court over it.
Yep.
It's not going to be a good day for them when that happens.
No. Well, and then, that's why I'm so big about supporting Jordan and JSD. Let's go ahead and fund them and as much as we can, so that Jordan can go ahead and basically knock their what in the dirt, and that slows that down. And then maybe the next person can get the support to really fight them.
Yeah,
like CRS.
You look at Rare Breed. They took on Rare Breed, and it went to pretty much a draw. And have you heard anything about them refiling?
I already sued him again.
Yeah, as far as I know, Rare Breed filed again. So they're back in the mix fighting this in court. But the ATF is going to play the same games they did with JSD, and the same way they did with frames, AR frames.
Yeah.
If they get into a position where they know they can't win, they'll just drop it and null the case, and then they'll bring it back up again with someone that can't fight it.
That's how we know someone political is controlling their actions.
Absolutely.
And that somebody is likely in New York.
Oh, it's more than New York.
Well, with Rare Breed, the ATF went after them. Now Rare Breed is suing the ATF.
Mm-hmm.
So it's different than you haven't heard about the ATF saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to refile charges," because they know for a fact that that's going to be too hard of a case, and if they lose, that will set precedent.
Well, yeah, the ATF, absolutely. That's the reason they drop cases against the frames for the ARs. They don't want that precedent out there. But it's also giving them enough time to be able to work Chevron into this mix to where they're just making things up as they go at this point. So basically, when Rare Breed goes ahead and sues the ATF, it's kind of like a tennis match. That's just one side of the court. The ATF will bat that ball back, and then it'll be Rare Breed side of the court. And they will go back and forth until we get to a judge who actually makes a decision. JSD is going to be the same way. I think Crump said, he expects, or no, maybe Rich said it earlier. He expects JSD to be back in court this Wednesday, and expects JSD to win their injunction, so JSD can go back to business for a little while. But the ATF, even though they backed off of one thing, they're still pushing the fact, saying that Jordan and them were selling guns all along against the 1968 Gun Control Act. So there's some real chess going on here, to put it mildly. We are way past checkers.
Yeah, what we need is a solid case that brings forth the 10th Amendment.
Well,
if we have the right to something, we have the power to it as well.
Well, believe it or not, all federal gun control is based on the Commerce Clause, the Interstate Commerce Clause. So if we really had a case where, say, JSD brought it, where they fought this on the grounds of the Commerce Clause. In other words, you are negatively affecting commerce by stopping us from selling our product. And if they won on the Commerce Clause, all gun control would basically disappear, because you would be restricting the government's power at that point. Same way if it went for the 10th, you would restrict their power. But even if you look at the 34 NFA and you keep looking based on the 34 NFA, all the gun control. That's why every bill that is a true gun control bill restricts a product that is traveled in or around interstate or foreign commerce.
Yes.
That's where it's based.
Then you come to the wording of the 10th Amendment itself is essentially saying that the federal government has the power. And if they can't be trusted with it, it goes to the state. And if the state can't be trusted with it, it goes to the people.
Yep.
And right now, we have the right to arms. So the power of selling those arms and trading those arms, since it's already a right of the people, it can't be trusted in the hands of the government, state or federal.
That is a beautiful point.
You just need a case that brings it forth in that context.
Yeah, absolutely. And see, I really don't see why some of these countries haven't, or some of these companies haven't challenged this stuff either on the 10th Amendment side or on the Commerce Clause side. I don't see why they haven't brought that up.
It's because they don't have faith in their own constitution. They think that the government laugh at it and say, ha ha ha, too bad. I am government. I'm stronger than you.
No, you're more than likely 100% right. And listening, because I've done streams where we listen to oral arguments from the Supreme Court, to the California Supreme Court on the magazine bans and stuff. And yeah, dude,
it's an obvious solution, but nobody has the balls to follow through with it.
Yeah. It was, when we went through the live stream on the magazine ban in California, one of the judges had the, what was her question? She said, well, how do we know people want these 30 round magazines instead of the 10 round magazines? And the lawyer missed a perfect chance to go, wait a second, judge. During Freedom Week, Californians ordered millions of standard capacity 30 round magazines in 1 week. So if they'll do that in 1 week, what makes you think they don't want those magazines on an average day?
They spent something like $2.2 billion in 1 week.
Oh, it was, I remember, because I remember looking at sites that were selling magazines, and a lot of them were saying, we'll fill your magazine order after we fill the ones from California. There were some sites who actually said that. We are going to fill the California orders, and then we'll fill yours.
Most companies did that, especially after St. Benita's said, okay, well, this is only going to go on for 1 week. So then they're like, hey, then we're just going to put all of our priority into filling California for this, 6-7 days. And then we'll go back to our bread and butter.
Absolutely. And that's what they did. So I don't see why the people who were in court actually arguing for this didn't bring stuff like that up. I see part of it because even some of the lawyers that are defending this stuff in court are really not gun people. They really don't understand firearms. They really don't understand what we do with our firearms on an average day.
Most of them aren't constitutional lawyers.
Yeah.
So they can understand one side of it, but they don't understand using the Constitution to, bolster their case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you need to if you're ever in gun trouble, get a constitutional lawyer and point out the Second Amendment, 10th Amendment ties. If you have the right to it, you have the power to it.
That's it. And that's how a lot of this stuff should be argued. But then again, you have courts where stuff has been argued, and you have, say, a circuit court that says, we read the Second Amendment and we find no right for individuals to own firearms outside of militia service in the Second Amendment. That has literally been the decision in some of these courts.
But then that assumes that the court has the power to the right, which they don't.
Yep. All right, let's listen to some more Dettelbach. Let me run here and check on my son.
And law-abiding Americans. And I vow, if I'm given the privilege of serving as director, to partner with others to advance the cause of public safety and to approach that task, especially now, here and now, with an open heart, with open ears, and always with an open mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dadelbach. The chair has returned, but with his permission, I'm going to make a very brief statement and ask some questions. Mr. Dadelbach, I want to join you in thanking the extraordinary professionals of ATF, the agency that you've been nominated to lead, having been a federal prosecutor, the United States Attorney in Connecticut, for 4.5 years. I worked with this agency and I have followed their work over the years, and there's no more dedicated and brave group of professionals. And what we've seen over the last 24 hours, again, seen it repeatedly over these years, is the devotion of local law enforcement and state police to stopping gun violence and rescuing the victims and survivors of gun violence in this country.
Let me touch on this real fast, Jeff. Yeah, Palmetto State's selling that serialized kit. When all of this stuff with frames and receivers really started, my wife was doing SDI classes like I'm doing now. Her last real assignment for that class, they were supposed to mail her out an 80% receiver, whether it was a 1911, a AR-10, AR-15. She chose an AR-9. They were supposed to send them out an 80% receiver, have them mill the 80% receiver, and then build the gun off of that receiver. They switched that up to, well, they're mailing out completed receivers now. So you have to have it mailed to a FFL, then you have to pick it up, do your 4473, and then you're just basically playing Legos. You're putting the gun together. So that's kind of what I'm expecting when I hit that class. Is I'm just going to be playing Legos. I'm just going to be putting a gun together. Is basically all I'm going to be doing. And then, you know, I might have to troubleshoot some issues with it, and that'll be it. Instead of being able to mill the receiver, drill any holes I have to drill, and then actually assembling a gun from there. But yeah, Palmetto State, I mean, let's face it, guys, these companies are trying to save their own asses at this point. And hopefully companies like Palmetto State are getting on board and actually kicking money over to Jordan and JSD to actually fight this stuff. But we'll see. There are a lot of places I don't have a whole lot of faith in doing stuff like that.
Another one that should be helping out is 80% builders.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that's their entire base is, you know, 80% firearms.
Yeah. Any of these places, you know, Polymer 80% arms, 80% builder. I think it's ghostguns.com is one. Basically, anybody selling these 80% guns should be kicking money to Jordan and them right now.
Lone Wolf.
So that they can fight this stuff. Yeah, Lone Wolf. Any of them should be kicking money to Jordan right now to fight this stuff. So it will be interesting later on to see who all actually was trying to support this fight. And I will guarantee you, anybody who has not tried to support this fight will not get any business from me. Because me and my own little self, whether it's plasma cuts or, I mean, stuff that I can do, I'm going to try to do it to help Jordan and them out. So, matter of fact, hell, I got something down here. If I can reach it. Damn, I went down to reset and went all the shit. Let's see something. Let's give. Let's look at something. Just because I want to see. Fucking Christ, man. He's only up to 9,000 on this fundraiser.
He had it disabled for a short while, so I'm pretty sure that did oh, it also gets I think it gets cashed out occasionally. No, I don't know.
Well, I think he can. I think he can cash out a lot of it whenever he wants, but it still keeps track of the total amount.
Yeah. It cashes out, but that's how much it has received. But it was
So-
disabled for a short while because they had to update their payment info.
And I'll get back. I'll get back to this. Hell, I'm gonna have to turn my light on so you guys can see it. Give me just a second. Okay. Let me steal a camera real quick. Let me throw myself on here. La da da da. Hey, I'm a big boy. All right. This is a Cadwell mag loader. It'll work with a lot of your polymer mags. It does not work real good with steel mags. But it's a good mag loader. Kick your mag into it. You load all 3 slots with rounds, and all you got to do is swap stuff over. And it loads the mags up. This isn't a cheap mag loader. And I've only used it, probably 3 or 4 times, believe it or not. And it still works all the way. You see it shift over. Because once you load it up, you press that down, and that actually kicks rounds into your mag. Store that. But I'll tell you what, if anybody sends me, and you can look up the Cadwell mag loaders and see how much they are. If you send me proof that you donated more than $75 to Jordan, first person that sends me that, I will send them this for free. No questions. As long as you send me proof that you donated, I'll kick this out to you. There were some guys that I did I did that with plasma cuts. Because this stuff is serious to me, guys. This stuff really affects me. So yeah, if you kick over the money, and you can see this thing doesn't look all scarred up, not dented up, not torn up in any way. Might have some fingerprints on it, but email me at cntdesigns2022@gmail.com and show me proof that you donated more than $75 to JSD. The first person I get from that, I'll send that to. It's already in a box.
Yeah, I'm currently raking up some funds to donate. I'll be golden in half a month.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you guys see the plasma cut sitting behind me. If you sent me proof, and you can ask Chamber, if you sent me proof that you donated more than $75 to JSD, I'll send you one of my plasma cuts. Some of them might have bills on them or something like that. They can be cut off. The ATF dog, my man Fudd back there with the flag, Wile E. Coyote's back there somewhere. All you have to do is email me proof of $75 or more, and I will see about mailing you out one of those cuts if that will get you to donate. If you can't do over $75, do $5, do $3, do $2. Just talk to people about it. That way we keep up with this, and we really start building the support for it.
Yeah, don't forget to share the link in the chat.
Yeah, let me get back over to Give Send. Hell, where did I bring it? I brought it up on another one. Yeah, let me kick that over. Because I'm bad about remembering shit, so that's on me. So there's the link to Give, Send, Go for JSD. And like I said, even if you can't donate any money to them, and I understand because God knows I'm a broke, you know what. If you just talk about it in other chats, take that link and post it in other chats, post it on Twitter, spread it around. You know, that's the legwork that will really come in handy. It's not people a lot of times, you know, trying to kick over everything that they have. It's getting the word out there that really and truly matters. And then let me
and for people that are listening after the fact, the link is givesendgo.com/JSD as in John Sock Dog.
That's it. And then let me kick over to my YouTube. I'll post it in the tubes too, and then kick it around. Because it's just, you know, some of the big channels that I follow, like Ricada Law, you know, one night I posted something and Gun Doctor did too about CRS's case. And that brought that up in Gun Doctor's chat. Well, Gun Doctor's chat has a few thousand people in it at any given time. So that introduced that whole case to a new stream of people. So hopefully he got more support out of that. And hopefully we can do this with JSD. JSD's fundraiser being at like 9 and some change, man, that hurts. Because this is a guy who has supported us.
Yeah, they attack at a time when they know everybody's short on change because of gas and food prices.
Yeah,
formula. Oh, what a perfect time. Though they are now. The ATF took back their cease and desist letter, though I do believe they're still legal action on its way.
Yeah, well they pulled back the cease and desist, but they're still relying on saying that JSD was selling firearms according to the '68 Gun Control Act.
Yeah, according to the people that self-proclaim to be non-subject matter experts.
Yes, that kills me, considering they have an entire branch of their agency called FAT-D.
Because it screws you right in the butt.
Yeah. And they are supposed to be the experts on all firearms operation. So you're telling me this agency who has this other branch inside of it couldn't make a decision on something as simple as a spring? That should terrify anybody, even if you're not into guns. That should absolutely terrify you.
Should it terrify you, or should it give you pleasure in knowing that they are too scared to make a decision, even as small as?
Well, it's not the fact, believe it or not, it's not the fact they're scared to make that decision. It's the fact they want as much gray area out there as they can possibly get, so that when they change their mind on something, they can trap someone up in a very simple situation, and then they can prosecute them. There shouldn't be any gray areas in our laws at all. None.
Yeah. All we need to do is entrap them into voicing an opinion saying that something that's blatantly unrelated to firearms is related to firearms, and they completely lose all credibility. I think that's what they're trying to avoid at this time.
Well, yeah, that's possibly some of it, but you know, the other thing is, like I said, they want as much gray area out there as they can get, because the gray areas give them room to move. You know, they get less and less restrictions moving around in those areas.
Yeah, the one thing the Constitution tries to erode when it comes to federal government, but people try to circumvent the enumerations of governmental power by giving power to somebody that has infinite power. The young one must be brewing up liquor again.
I just get pissed off. Like, so many people, it's like the ends justifies the means. Like you go and you explain to them and you point out like all the propaganda, the assault weapon thing, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, I just don't like guns. And it's because I feel like these politicians that have been anti-gun as long as they have, they know that a lot of the stuff they spout is absolute BS, but they don't care. Just the end, they got their agenda to ban guns. And
yeah, their power all comes from the position they take within a political party. And since they hold the party above the country, they're willing to do anything to ensure that that party's goals are achieved.
Come here. Come on. You can say hi to everybody, and then we're gonna play some more stuff. You gonna say hi to everybody?
What's up, Mini Coop?
Let's do this. Let's give you the entire screen. How about that? Say hi. Say hey.
It's almost bigger than Coop now that since he's closer to the screen. It's like it's like a 2/3 size Coop.
Yeah. Hey, just about, man. Oh, you want me to wait?
What's going on, Mini Me?
Just a few
All right, boy.
inches short of having the same hairstyle.
Will you quit opening the refrigerator now?
It's a 2/3 scale Coop with more.
Just about. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I got the hair, man.
Absolutely no. Well,
mine's just great. Boy,
If-
you're killing me.
if you're not paying attention, he is definitely going to be looking in the refrigerator.
He's over here unplugging my headphones and everything.
If you're not paying attention, he's going to look in that refrigerator.
Oh man, that's why I kept leaving the last couple minutes, because out of my office is kind of a dog leg into the kitchen. Then I got a nice big open living room, and I got 2 gates up, so I can hear him coming through. So if he's not watching his show, he'll typically come in here to me. And then I heard him at the refrigerator. I hear the refrigerator door open. Yeah, let me go check. He's standing there looking. Nah, homeboy, you get into the fridge, it'll probably get bad. So let me get you out of there.
He already has the same habit that all of us have.
Oh yeah, just go look in the fridge for no reason. Yeah, you're bored. Open the fridge, look in it, look at all the stuff, and then go, screw it, shut the fridge. Yeah, he's doing the same thing already. All right, let's listen to some more of my man Sydney over here, Mr. Richard Blumenthal. Richard, having the nickname Dick, which
Such
fits.
a stand-up individual.
So,
Oh yeah,
You are what you eat.
the wife just said Nancy Pelosi's husband was arrested in California for
What?
a DUI.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, that is awesome. But you know good and well that shit's going to disappear.
Well, of course, I'm just glad somebody found out about it. That's awesome.
It's probably some cop who knows nothing about nothing, and just arrested him, treated him like an everyday citizen, which is the way he should be treated. And
Probably
then
some
he'll get
rookie.
he'll get reamed out later by his superiors, being like, "How dare you pull him over? How dare you treat him like that?"
I bet you he
Not
gave
Steve
West
last name.
political power against the officer.
Yeah.
I pay your paycheck. Do you not know who I am?
Yeah, I've seen that before in arguments.
All the more reason to pull him over.
Oh man, these people, they're so disconnected from the everyday citizen. Like us, who, we're raising families. We get up every morning to go to work. We're out in public every day, whether we're going grocery shopping or stopping at the store or getting gas. These people, they're so disconnected from that, it's not even funny. It's like one of the political things that they did one time where I think Hillary or someone tried to use their card to get on the subway and they couldn't figure out how to do it. They were trying to show off. Yeah, well, this is a normal person, you know, just like you. Yeah, right. Well, but leave that alone. Ah. No, sir. All right, let's listen to my man here.
President Biden has made it clear that his administration is committed to combating the surge in violent crime in communities across the United States. But as we know, violent crime cannot be stopped without also stopping gun violence. Firearms make violent crime all the more violent and all the more likely to be deadly. The best laws on the books are dead letter if they are not enforced effectively. And it will be your job to make sure that the premier federal agency responsible for gun violence has the mandate and the independence to pursue it diligently, fearlessly, and ferociously. You come here at a moment of extraordinary anguish, anxiety, and anger in this country. And I believe that we must move forward with gun violence prevention reforms that will make our laws more effective and give you more tools that you need in saving communities and individual lives. I believe in the Second Amendment. It's the law of the land. There are measures we can take that are consistent with the Second Amendment that will separate people from firearms if they are dangerous to themselves or others. Red flag statutes, background checks, safe storage, like Ethan's law, ghost guns, bans, and others. When it comes to tackling these kinds of problems, we need an agency that is not only independent, but will be perceived as independent beyond the influence and grip of the gun lobby, which all too often has been perceived as having undue impact on the ATF. And that perception itself can undermine an agency's effectiveness. So as much as I feel that you will bring new leadership, I think it is important that we move forward to give you that opportunity as quickly as possible, particularly seizing this moment of extraordinary challenge to make sure you have a mandate from the United States Congress to do your job. Let me ask you how you will draw on your background as a prosecutor to make sure that you're effective in this job.
Senator, I have spent the vast majority of my career as a prosecutor. Over 20 years, I've worked in, and it is a core value of mine, something that I have lived with and that I will continue, that politics can play no role in law enforcement, none at all. I worked under Republican administrations and I worked under Democratic administrations as a federal prosecutor. And I have lived that credo and I vow to continue to do it because people need to have confidence that people in law enforcement's only agenda is to enforce the law. And if you're at the ATF, to catch the bad guys and protect the public. I like to think that my record doing that is one of the reasons why I have support of over 140 senior Justice Department officials and a bipartisan support from Deputy Attorney General for Donald Trump and the Deputy Attorney General for President Bush, as well as the Deputy Attorney General for President Obama.
That should really tell you something about one, Trump's stance on guns, Bush's stance on guns. When they're supporting someone like this who is absolutely against your right to keep and bear arms, that ought to tell you a little bit of something about them.
Yeah. If all I know is I'd have zero complaints about any of this if I could own a machine gun and my children could too.
Yeah.
Like if that was the case, they could do whatever the hell they want. Do I and my offspring in the future, are they going to be able to own a machine gun? That's all that matters. Once you have that, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it still comes down to the entire premise that I work off of all the time. As long as what I'm doing doesn't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then I should be able to do what I want. Now, if I'm wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property, I'm robbing somebody, I'm raping somebody, I'm murdering somebody, that's when the government should get involved.
Agreed.
If I want a belt-fed mall deuce in my backyard and I just want to sit there and shoot, that's none of the government's business. As long as I'm not hurting anybody, what's the matter with it?
If you're not putting holes in the neighbor's house or their family, where's the crime?
That's it. I mean, it.
Like to say that one mass shooter is spoiling the bunch of gun owners is like saying one corrupt politician is spoiling the group of politicians.
Yeah, it's the same way with people who say, well, someone of this certain race treated me bad, so everybody in that race is bad. That it's the same argument, it's the same logic, but if you apply it to anything other than firearms, it does not work. It becomes convoluted and racist and everything else.
Yeah, there's not many things that you really need to give as a right, an enumerated right at the end of the day. So you're not going to bump into as many issues that we do with firearms and ownership in particular.
Yeah. When you look at firearms themselves, okay, they're tools just like anything else. Hammer, knife, you name it. And especially in our time, firearms really haven't changed in their operation in the last probably 60 years. Well, probably close to 70 or 80 years now.
Yeah. They first had rifling in the Civil War.
Well, no, rifling was before then.
Even before.
Yeah. And you had even in the Revolutionary War, you had firearms that were multi-shot, whether they were multi-barreled, basically volley guns, or you had something like a puckle gun, which is very similar to a Gatling gun. And the only reason we didn't use them then is they were so expensive, we just couldn't damn get them.
Yep. Even the Confederate Army struggled getting effective automatic weapons.
Yes.
They tried to develop steam-powered automatic weapons, but it wasn't very effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for the lack of them wanting them or even the lack of them developing them. But in the war between the North and South, you had a North who basically shut down the South's industry and shut down a lot of our communication with other countries where we were trying to get help from. So you basically took the South and warded them off, and they couldn't do a whole lot. If things were left even, then the South would have had Gatling guns just like the North did. There would have been a lot more technology involved in that or in that conflict or war.
Yeah, a lot of people look at Southerner, like I'm a Northerner. I was born in Rhode Island, but as a Northerner, a lot of people look at Southerners as some sort of degenerates.
Oh yeah, dude.
They were tied to slavery and whatnot.
Oh man, yeah.
Had to justify the things they're doing today, but they're going to be in for a harsh awakening when they realize that they've become the company that they demonized back in the day.
Yeah, Chamber. The puckle gun it was early 1700s when the puckle gun was out, and it was basically a black powder Gatling gun. So each time it went around, you had a charge with a pan that was covered and a projectile. So and I'd have to look it up and show it, but it was basically an early Gatling gun. Yeah, it was back then. It was a multi-shot firearm.
They tried to recreate it on Mythbusters.
Yep. It was typically used for ship-to-ship warfare at the time because it was an extremely good deck gun, basically. which if you look at our Navy now, a lot of our Navy has multi-shot deck guns, whether it's Vulcan cannons or you name it. So they were way ahead of their time. They were just extremely expensive, so we couldn't get our hands on them. Otherwise, we would have had them. And the English would have had a serious fun time with that shit. Just saying. They would have found out what covering fire really is at that point.
All I know is that Second Amendment would cover full auto.
Well,
I know
it does. I mean, the only reason we ended up with the 34 NFA really and truly is that you had certain criminals that they could use as an example, and then you had a court that was looking at being packed by the president. So they gave him a favorable decision so that he would more or less leave the court alone. Is really what that whole decision came down to. Otherwise, the 34 NFA wouldn't have made it through the first challenge.
Yeah.
So
if the red wave comes, we need to convince everybody to write their senators to get rid of the NFA.
Oh, absolutely. It needs to go.
From assistant attorney generals from both sides of the aisle and from U.S. attorneys in my state who were both appointed by President Trump and in other states. And I vow to never let politics in any way influence my action as ATF director.
You have a record of combating, in fact, a track record of combating extremism, in particular religion-motivated violence. While U.S. Attorney, you were praised by both Republicans and Democrats for combating that kind of violent extremism. We know that a number of gun violence incidents, some of the most deadly, most recently in Buffalo, but also Oak Creek, Charleston, Charlottesville, Pittsburgh, El Paso, were motivated by this kind of.
I gotta hit this comment. Yeah, Martin. Yeah, if you took an M16 back in time and showed it to Washington and was like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" He would have been like, "Yeah, how many can you get back to me with real fast? Because we can really put the hurt on them then." It just people's understanding of firearms really gets to me sometimes. I heard in one of the oral arguments, and I can't remember which one it was, whether it was in front of the Supreme Court or another, where the lawyer fighting for the pro-Second Amendment side basically said that semi-automatic guns weren't, or they didn't share a lineage with the musket, which they absolutely do. I mean, from the time we figured out we could take a pipe and hollow it out and use it like a handheld cannon, people just were trying to figure out a way to put multiple shots out there through that same cannon. They were cannoneers or cannonades. At that time, when they first came around, your real swordsmen really did not like those SOBs very much. In fact, if they got half the chance, they would hack them up in the most brutal way possible, because they considered them cowards because they were shooting a gun instead of fighting with a hand implement.
A fair argument.
Yeah, it's, you show up with your broadsword and some dude puts a 50 caliber hole through your plate armor. That's not going to make your day real great.
You're going to cry that it was unfair.
Yeah. And I can't remember where I read it. It was a story about a guy who was a knight, really well known, and he had a serious hard on for these guys that were shooting either the crossbows or the cannonades. If he got his hands on them, he was going to kill them in the most brutal way possible because he thought they were absolute cowards. And it was just kind of a cool story to read historically. But, they've always tried putting multiple shots through. That's why you have volley guns with multiple barrels, so you could get multiple shots out. That's why we saw the development of things like the puckle gun. That's why in the late 1800s, you saw multi-shot firearms. I mean, they share that lineage.
Yeah, if they were scared of what guns would become, we wouldn't have had presidents that actively duel their opponents.
Yeah. Who was it? Oh God,
Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson. Yeah, he was one. Well, there was one of the founders. One of his letters, and I have to find it because it's on a .gov website. When you chase down the trail to it, he basically stated in one of his letters that yes, the American citizen should have every weapon of war, no matter how, I can't remember how he put it, but basically no matter how dangerous or how horrible that weapon was, the American people should have access to those weapons. That was his support for the Second Amendment. That's another thing. I don't see why as many oral arguments as I've listened to, as many court cases as I've seen, where you haven't seen those supporting letters from the founders really come up. I don't understand that.
Well, it's because he who controls the weapons controls the country. And
Yeah,
when they control the weapons, they control the country.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
want that.
You've got these lawyers who are arguing in defense of the Second Amendment, whether it was Heller, Miller, you name it, any case where they're arguing for the Second Amendment. And the left's idea is that the Second Amendment does not allow a personal right to firearms. But yet we have multiple letters from the founders who actually wrote the Second Amendment where they say explicitly that the Second Amendment is for the people to own arms. And I've never heard their letters brought up in an actual court argument.
Yeah. You'd think one wouldn't need to bring it up, seeing how it literally says the people.
Yeah, that's the argument all the way through. When you read the Second Amendment, all right, when it gets down to it, it says the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Who are the people? Well, now that we've settled some things in this country, it's everybody. You, me, the dude down the street, the black dude, the white dude, the dude from Cuba, the dude from I don't freaking Timbuktu. As long as we are citizens of the United States, we are the people.
Great. And even if you look at the definition of the word militia, like the dictionary definition, it's a citizen army, meaning not associated with the government, not on any payroll.
Nope. The government basically had some say-so, or the states, not the government, the states had the say-so in some of the officers for the militia. But the militia itself was of the people.
Yeah, I think the problem is we don't have an officer for the people's militia. That's the real issue. We have nobody to actually stand up and say, this is the militia. If you like it, good for you. If you don't, too bad.
Look at the opinion you get from the mainstream media and mainstream Americans about what a militia is these days. Okay, they've pushed the narrative so far that your average, person who is joining a militia is some sort of white supremacist, anti-government extremist, you name it. Basically every negative connotation you can put out there is put on these people.
Yeah, it's because gangsters took the idea of the militia and used it to make their gangs to pollute the good-natured people that actually bear their arms.
Well, and the gangsters didn't even need that. With gangsters, it was all about money.
100%.
Much like with prohibition. Okay, you took in prohibition, you took a substance that anybody could get at any time, and you made it illegal. Well, people still wanted that, so you had these gangs step in, and they decided, okay, these people want this object or this substance, we are going to supply it. And when they found out the money was in it, then the violence came with the money, because they are going to use the violence to protect the money.
Yes.
So all Prohibition did was made gangsters millionaires, if not billionaires, by today's standard.
Yeah, and it was used. The gangsters were used to pollute in the politician's mind the concept of a functional militia, because they took the weapons that the militia would use. Mind you, the Thompson submachine gun was used by the army in World War.
Yeah,
they took a militia weapon, painted it as a gangster gun, and used that as the basis to disarm the militia, because they're like, oh no, the militia is just a bunch of gangsters.
That is some of it, and that's why I like doing a stream like this, because that's a aspect of it that I didn't consider before. You know, I understand a lot of the other things, but as far as the militia end of it goes, that's a new kind of avenue to me. And you're more than likely completely right. That's how they tainted the militia. Now, when you look at militias in the United States, which we have a lot of them, but they're all invaded by feds. I will guarantee you there are feds at the highest position in every militia we have right now.
Yeah, when I hear militia, all I hear, like, the only known example that I've seen publicly that claimed any sort of legitimacy were the Proud Boys. And I wouldn't even call them a militia. I'd call them a private security firm.
Yeah, the Proud Boys aren't militia. The Proud Boys started up because you had all these leftists on college campuses that were stopping anybody from the right from speaking. And the Proud Boys came about saying, look, we will protect you when you come to speak on this campus. Matter of fact, early on, Ben Shapiro, he turned it down, but Ben Shapiro had a bunch of the Proud Boys say, look, if you want to come speak at this campus, we will protect you and let you speak. And they did that with a bunch of people who wanted to speak. And let's face it, they're not afraid to get down with those on the left. They love to drink and do whatever and fight.
Yep. And the Proud Boys aren't 100% white.
No.
No. They got Asians in there. They've got Samoans in there. They've got blacks in there. They've got, whatever.
The umbrella.
If you want to join, you can join.
Yeah. The only rule for the Proud Boys is you have to basically settle in with their ideals, which is freedom of speech. You have to be willing to get down, and you have to be male. That's their only freaking, because and Gavin, who started this up, was all about a male organization. So they don't care what race you are. They don't care if you're gay. They don't care if you're straight or anything else. But they get portrayed in the media as this right-wing skinhead organization, and they're not. When you have a guy who's half black and half Cuban as the head of your organization, probably means you're not a racist organization. I'm just, following some breadcrumbs here.
Heard about them since Trump got out of office is proof that they aren't really up to anything super nefarious.
No, you still hear about it. If you're paying attention, you still hear about them clashing with Antifa. One of the funniest things was with the Proud Boys, and I got to check on my son in a sec. But one of the funniest things with the Proud Boys is they posted on social media that they were going to have this event somewhere. And Antifa showed up to that area thinking the Proud Boys were going to have this event. And they started busting windows out of cars and started doing all sorts of damage. We'll come to find out the only people that were there in that area were all leftists. They were all there trying to start something with the Proud Boys. They were just eating their own at that point. It was hysterical. Let me play some more of this. Let me go check on my boy.
White supremacy, anti-religion, particular religious faith kind of violence. How will that experience by you in dealing with such incidents be part of your motivation here?
Senator, I have seen started 30 years ago, I've seen both the incidents and the audacity of anti-religious violence grow over time. It was there when I started, but things have seemed to unfortunately go in the wrong direction. And I will say this as somebody who's a prosecutor and as somebody who's raising Jewish children as a religious minority in this country. I spent time in Pittsburgh. I talked to people at Tree of Life. When I was U.S. Attorney, the largest mosque in my state was torched. An African-American church was torched. We caught a fellow in Toledo who had stockpiled. This is a convicted killer, somebody who had shot 3 people, killed 1, had a felony record for that. And we found him in Toledo with 18 weapons, 40,000 rounds of ammunition, a Kevlar vest, and surveillance evidence that he was scouting out and following the head of the Jewish Community Federation in Detroit and the head of the NAACP in Detroit. Thankfully, the Joint Terrorism Task Force caught that person. Senator, this is part of who I am, and it is a core American value to be able to have religious freedom and to worship without fear of violence. We have to make sure we protect that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Delbach. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Mr. Dettelbach, last year in Chicago, my wife and I attended a memorial service for a Chicago policewoman. Her name was Ella French. She was gunned down in the streets of Chicago in her squad car, and her partner was shot in the head as well. He lost his sight in one eye. The death of Ella French gripped that city like nothing I've ever seen. At the memorial service, there were uniformed policemen from all over Illinois and the Midwest and beyond, standing in the heat for hours to show their respects. It turned out that the weapon that was used to kill her was a straw purchase, meaning that a person with a clean record went to the gun dealer, federally licensed gun dealer, and legally purchased the gun to hand it over to the person who took Ella French's life. This so-called straw
Unmute yourself, jackass. All right. So he's getting into straw purchases here. Do you guys, were any of you guys in the stream that I did for Abramski, that one straw purchase case that I went over? It was one of the first Share the Pain streams. I think Bacon was in there.
That one.
So they called it a straw purchase when this guy bought this. He bought a Glock and brought it up to his uncle in Oregon. I think he was in California, but he bought a Glock, went through a background check, brought it to his uncle, I think in Oregon, had it transferred through an FFL to his uncle, and they called that a straw purchase.
How the fuck is that a straw purchase? Like that's like, because I mean, I even will go in when I'm buying a gun, if like I'm like, oh, I'm buying this for my dad, and like, or if I'm buying like one son for my sister or a girlfriend, and they're not even there with me a lot of times, and like I've been to places I've never been to before, and like be like, oh, we need to see both your IDs, and I'd like really prefer if like, you know, she's here with you or something. That they said, I was at this place in Jacksonville buying a gun once, and they told like, you know, oh, if you are buying it for her, you know, I'd rather like it be in her name. But all other, like my local shops, they've never had issue. Like, if, you know, it's not legal to buy a gun for someone for a gift, you know?
Yeah. And you're see what happened with that case is Abramski and his uncle. Abramski was an ex-cop. There was a bunch of shit that went on in his background that was funky. Matter of fact, they liked him for a bank robbery, but he was no longer a cop, but he still had his old badge. And his uncle wanted a Glock. I think it might have been a 19. And Abramski said, look, if I go to this gun store where I'm at and I show my badge, I get this huge discount. So his uncle sent him a check for the gun. Well, Abramski went, cashed the check, got the money, bought the gun, and then went to his uncle, had it transferred to his uncle through an FFL. And they went through this whole thing trying to put this guy in prison for, again, 10 years or more, calling it a straw purchase because he was buying the gun, but he was not the ultimate purchaser of the gun. it's an insane case. But yeah, it's this. I mean, the judges, the leftist judges on the Supreme Court, because we went through the Supreme Court arguments for it, listening to them. The leftist judges on the Supreme Court didn't care whether he passed a background check. They didn't care that his uncle passed a background check. They just thought, well, if he bought this gun for his uncle, he wasn't the original purchaser, so that's a straw purchase, so we should be able to put this person in prison for it.
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, not when you think about it. Not if you think logically about it, it doesn't.
No.
It makes zero sense.
I mean,
But, yeah.
I mean, I could see them at least make the argument if, like, he didn't go through an FFL, like, to do the transfer. But that's so dumb.
Yeah, no, he went through an FFL when he bought the gun, and he went through an FFL when he transferred it to his uncle. So there were two 4473s done on that gun.
I had a girlfriend that I dated for a little bit, and I ended up breaking up with her. But during the time I dated her, I had bought her a gun, and like, but I didn't. It was like in, obviously it was in the 4473 was in my name, and she left it at my house. She was doing some like crazy things. So like I asked the shop, I was like, hey, I was just talking to my buddy who owned a shop, because I didn't have a shop at the time, and I was like, hey, what should I do about this situation? They're like, just, get her to write her name down on like a piece of paper and all that kind of stuff. That's all I would really do. There's no, like, you don't need to come in here and do like an FFL transfer or anything. And
yeah,
I looked it up, like, you're right, as far as like legally, like there's nothing. I mean, obviously everybody knows private transfer is legal, at least in my state it is. But even from like a liability aspect, like you're not liable, like from an individual like selling something,
Yeah. Oh man, it's there's a bill. There's one that I covered already. There's another one I think that's going to come up that I'm going to cover shortly, over ghost guns, to where if somebody committed a crime with a ghost gun, anybody who sold a single part for that ghost gun could be sued. So if someone bought the frame from JSD, got the slide from Lone Wolf, got a spring from somebody off of eBay, and they could prove that that gun had those parts in it, and that's where those parts came from, they want to sue everybody involved in it.
Martin say, oh, it's over state lines. Oh, so then they do the whole interstate commerce thing.
Well, even if you don't cross state lines, they're gonna do interstate commerce.
Bullshit.
Because what they say is, and that was another case that I covered that was originally on this interstate commerce stuff. To boil everything down, there was a farmer who grew more wheat than he was allotted to grow. Therefore, during the winter, he didn't have to buy grain from anybody else. He was able to feed his animals. He was able to make bread. So the court said that since he didn't use his own money in interstate commerce, he was negatively affecting interstate commerce, so the government could still regulate it under the Commerce Clause.
So ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't make that logic fit in your head if you're halfway sane.
Like hurting people like for no reason at all. Like,
yeah,
so dumb.
Let me crank this up.
Purchase has been viewed in the past by some as a bookkeeping matter, a misdemeanor type matter, or at least low on the priority list. When it came to the life of this policewoman, it was certainly not a misdemeanor matter. It was a matter of life and death. Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, which you seek to head, has as one of its responsibilities the administration of the laws applying to these federally licensed gun dealers. What is the proper approach when it comes to prosecution? What is the proper approach when we instruct federal licensees who are selling guns that they have a duty to accurately and honestly ascertain whether a person is eligible to buy a gun?
Senator, the proper approach to enforcing these laws, which are on the books, it's illegal to straw purchase. But the proper approach is, number one, a team approach. So one of the things I've seen in law enforcement, and I know that they're trying in Chicago, is to make sure that we're working together with state and local law enforcement in task forces. And I'm a big fan of the task force approach, to make sure that we're in the communities listening to local police officers about the threats that they're facing. So if they see a threat, a certain threat, if it's a straw purchase threat, if it's firearms coming from another place, we're listening to them. With respect to how to handle them, it's not a paperwork offense when somebody intentionally lies and buys and is able to get a firearm unlawfully for another person. And the lie is you check the box that says it's for you and it's really for somebody else. And those should be prosecuted to the extent of the law. It's a very serious violation.
And of course, if a gun is purchased without a background check, there is no way to know what the circumstances are for the buyer or who the ultimate purchaser of the gun might be. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Ms. Cartwright, in the course of your practice, you've dealt with law enforcement. You have represented law enforcement and you've represented those who were charging police misconduct. Tell me your view of the role of law enforcement today and the common conversation about reforming police.
Senator. Thank you, Chair Durbin. Senator, my role in those issues has primarily been as a litigator, both representing law enforcement officers who are excelling in their...
All right, come here, boy. You want to tell everybody night nights? Tell everybody night nights. Say night nights. You want to do I love yous? You want to do I love yous? Can you do I love you? Can you do it? You're not going to do it? You're not going to do it tonight. All right, let's get back to the show. I'm going to put the wubs to bed here.
Jobs but are facing illegal conditions at work, and also representing people whose clearly established constitutional rights have been violated and for whom Congress provided a remedy for that in 42 U.S.C. Section 1983. In my role as an attorney, I have looked at my specific cases and the legal claims and specific evidence for my clients in advancing their interests. And I have been proud to represent all of those clients and the important interests that those cases play in our constitutional order.
Thank you. Senator Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dettelbach, let's start with you. Every time one of these tragedies occurs, I think we for far too long just failed to look back at the root causes of rampage violence. Questions?
Yeah, we're ahead of you, Bate. Being on Eastern time, yeah, I'm ahead. Which my son's up late tonight again, but so yeah, it's 10:48 here. So yeah, it kind of helps me out a little bit, like taking the SDI classes, because even if I'm a little late on something, I still have another hour or so to deal with before something has to be submitted to get it in under the deadline. Because hell, they're out in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
Let's hear my man Mike. Mike brings up some good points
involving things like why is our culture suddenly producing so many young men who want to murder innocent people? It raises questions like, could things like fatherlessness, the breakdown of families, isolation from civil society, or the glorification of violence be contributing factors? Instead, the left, once again, is calling for more gun control. They want to crack down on law-abiding Americans and federal firearms licensees who want to follow the law instead of armed criminals. For example, as I recall, Mr. Dettelbach, you've called for every type of gun control, and under your leadership as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio, a number of prosecutions of firearms and explosives cases filed by the office actually decreased by almost half, from 123 cases filed in 2008 to only 65 cases filed in 2016. Now, there may well be reasons for that. I'm not familiar with all the operations of the office at the time, but I think it's worth inquiring into. But what's even more outrageous, though, is that gun groups like the Brady Campaign in Everytown wasted no time in attempting to profit off of this horrific tragedy in Uvalde, Texas. Everytown's fundraising email attempts to play on the emotions of those whose lives have been ripped apart by this tragic shooting is troubling. Their email says, quote, "This crisis will only end if we band together and demand action from our lawmakers. I need you in this fight." At the end of the letter is a large red button that says contribute to end gun violence. Now, Mr. Dettelbach, you're endorsed by Everytown. Is that right?
I believe so, Senator.
Are you willing to disavow their shameless immediate fundraising off of the Texas tragedy just hours after this tragedy occurred?
Senator, as I said, and I want to repeat and promise you, as ATF director, politics have absolutely no place in law enforcement. They have no place in an ATF director, and I don't view this as a Democrat or Republican issue. I view it as an opportunity to try to work together to make things better.
I appreciate it. That's as it should be. Do you disavow these efforts?
Senator, I haven't seen what you're referring to, and it's not for me to get involved in a political argument. I am going to be a law enforcement person again, as I've done for 20 years, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed. And I vow I would never be involved in any political aspect of that kind of thing while I'm ATF director.
No, I appreciate that, and that's
Yeah.
I
He's not saying
this
that
literally after the
he won't
shooting
take their money.
to disavow, but
Let's see. Now, what were you saying, brother, about him taking stuff?
I said, yet he won't disavow them, and yet he's still going to take their money. You know,
Yeah.
they're backing him and everything, and yet they're right there, like they said, hours after this horrible, horrific crime, begging for more money, saying, hey, we got to get more, anti-gun laws pushed, and he's taking their money.
Oh yeah, he wants that. So that money funneled in through. Let's see, it's Everytown that actually wrote a letter for him. Where's that? Victims Forum Council, Jewish Women. Mayors for elite or mayors against illegal gun. Everytown. So Everytown is one of the ones writing a letter in support of them. They're getting money from people like Soros and that mayor. They're getting the money from them and just funneling it right to Dettelbach's campaign. And there's no way he's going to disavow them because he believes the same thing they do.
They don't want to get rid of their hedge fund money, man. Quantum
Yeah.
fund.
It's crazy how much money is funneled into these people.
apparently you're not inclined to do that. And do you support the Biden administration's zero tolerance policy for federal firearms licensees?
Senator, I was not at the ATF when those policies were developed, and I've not had a chance to speak with the people at the ATF about all the things behind them. I can tell you, I represent now, and I'm in private practice, I represent businesses who deal with regulators. And to me, the three key things of good regulation is it has to be, number one, it has to be fair. Right? Number two, it has to be consistent. And number three, it has to be effective. And when, in my experience representing clients, when you can't do those things, it creates an uncertain business atmosphere for
Okay, so you tell me why he couldn't answer this question real quick, because obviously what the ATF is doing is definitely not fair. It's definitely not consistent when you just wipe out all of the stuff that you have allowed in the past. Why couldn't he answer that question honestly if he is going to go in and be a true arbiter?
Yeah, honestly, I would be completely happy, like if they made it so P80s required a background check, right? I would be completely content if they required the background check and I could do that background check online and still have the weapon shipped to my house. I would be completely okay if I could do that, because I have to go all the way to Rhode Island to go to an FFL, and I'm out in Virginia.
Yeah,
it's a pain in the ass.
You know, it's. I can't say I would be all right with that, because honestly, especially like me and Rich were talking earlier, when we're talking about readily convertible, which is what a lot of this is based on, P80s or 80% guns, they're not readily convertible. You have to do some decent work to these things to get them to be an actual functioning firearm.
I mean, I was able to get my P80 to function in one day. I took a blade, cut off the tabs, drilled some holes, and did some filing, and it was gold. Like, regardless if it's readily convertible or not, I mean, I feel like, well, yeah, because I do see the joy, because having built a P80, I do see the joys in actually doing it.
Well, you know, the readily convertible, which came about in the 68, and Matt from Fudbusters was on with John and then discussed it the other day. Where that came down to is there was a line of revolvers that were coming into the United States that just basically had a lead plug in the barrel. And they were selling them like starter pistols, no background check, no nothing. Hey, it's a starter pistol. You know, you could buy them wherever. But all it was like a lead plug in the barrel. So you could get that lead plug out with almost no issues whatsoever and no real tooling, and you had a functioning firearm. That's the reason the readily convertible came along.
Yeah, but do we hate the idea of having to do a background check for the P80 because we do a background check, or because of the added inconvenience that it provides us?
Background check.
First of all, I hate the background check in the first place, because background checks, over 99% of background checks that come back negative are all false. That system has never worked like it was advertised. Just like the Charleston shooter, you know, that background check should have stopped him, but they didn't check the other database. So this POS was able to still get a firearm and then go murder people. If they had done it properly, he wouldn't have been able to get that firearm.
Isn't that a flaw?
I have a UPIN, and I still get delayed.
I've never gotten delayed. I mean, I always put my social on every 4473 I get, which, you know, might not be a good idea, but I always get, like, it takes like 3 minutes.
I get delayed because of mandatory week-long waiting period, 10-day waiting period in Rhode Island. That's the only reason I get delayed.
And see, with me, I've pretty much always used my social on a 4473 too. But if you don't use your social, then it comes down to name recognition.
Yeah, if there's a guy with the same name as you that might be like fishy, then they got to make sure it's not you, and that can take hours or days or
months.
That's why when I use a UPIN, which is a unique identification number, you know, it's a unique personal identification number. Why do I have that? Well, because when I was a kid, I screwed up, convicted of felonies. I got my rights restored.
Dude,
and so now I have that UPIN, and I still get delayed.
Yeah.
I still have to talk to a state patrol officer every time.
I agree. Delay is
when it comes to someone getting their rights back, I'm very simple about this. When you pay your debt to society, you do your time, you do your probation, you do your parole. When you're done, all of your rights should be restored. Period. End of story. No questions asked.
Yeah, they never clear out the system though. I have two buddies that have had that same type of situation, you know, where it was like something like, you know, one of them, when they're younger and they get a lot and they got a felony conviction, but then later got, you know, still have problems when they buy stuff because it still pops up in the.
Is there a way to like file some sort of complaint or lawsuit to get your name removed from a database that negatively impacts your day-to-day life? I guess that takes money.
Yep,
it does.
No, I spent $5,000.
Yeah,
to get my rights back.
I know a guy. You know, he had to spend for what should have been a very simple thing. He kicked out about $2,700 to get his stuff taken care of.
Yeah, it all depends upon what state and what the attorneys are going to charge.
Yep, and some states won't let you get your rights back. Ever.
Yep. So, just to file the paperwork to get a court hearing, it is a $250 court filing fee.
Yeah.
And then, you know, attorney fees and
your lawyers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume you've been to prison, correct?
No, I was juvenile.
Okay. What kind of like what did they do anything there to ensure that you didn't fall back down the same path, or did they just kind of throw you in a room and say this is your punishment?
Yeah, you just do nothing. You know, they just, okay, we're here to collect a paycheck, and if you reoffend, oh well, we'll collect more money from the state. If you don't reoffend, well, shit, we lost a paycheck.
Yeah, well, that's where we got to start. Then we need to at least try to push people or find someone that's willing to stand for that and have them try to get voted in, so that we can change the prison system in such a way that people are actually trusted when they're released from the prison system.
Well, we need to get back to a point where there are obviously going to be violent people that are unsavable that will never be able to interact in society in a useful way. Okay, they need to child molesters, rapists, murderers. You know, they need to be behind bars and they need to be kept there. In my opinion, and this is my humble opinion, the only way you cure a child molester is to make sure that they can't operate at all.
Double agreed.
I just, you know, even the Bible said, you know, if you harm a child, it would be better if a millstone was tied around your neck and you were thrown in a river.
That's what separates the Bible from the Quran.
Yeah, that's a big thing. So I definitely believe there is a special place in hell for people who do things like that. And I think we should introduce them to their maker in a very quick manner. However, if you have someone who screws up, they get in a fight, they beat the shit out of somebody, they do their time, you allow them to walk out of prison, they should have their rights back.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
Yeah, I mean, once that time is done, now the prison system should run basically in two lanes. One is the people you can't save, the people who are always going to be violent. They are always going to be a drain on the system. They are always going to prey on others.
Baseball strikes.
You lock them up, you keep them locked up. However, you do have a lot of people that can be trained and schooled to be actual productive members of society. You take those people, and you put them in fields, or you guide them to fields where they can be an employee and they can make a living and they can be successful. Our mental health system is absolutely broken right now. It's trash. And there are a lot of people in prisons right now that don't need to be in prison. They need to be in a mental institution being treated.
I feel like you can't really treat a mental problem at the end of the day.
Some you can't. Some you absolutely can't. People they need to be institutionalized. And it's not, they're in a prison, whatever. No, they're in a facility where they can be treated for a condition compassionately, and they can have a life there.
I feel like society strays away from that concept because historically, every time we've seen some sort of mental institution where a large group of people are kept, it always deteriorates in how those people are treated.
Oh yeah. And that happens with anything, with the state actually taking custody of people, whether it's foster homes, whether it's prisons, whether it's mental health.
Get run.
When it's state run, it's going to degenerate people.
So I have an actual way I believe we need to change, like, justice system.
Yeah.
Juvenile and adult. So stop the mandatory minimums, where you have your sentence is a specific guideline.
Yeah.
Institute more, like, yes, there is like a mandatory minimum, which is, this is the minimum amount of time you are going to spend based upon the crime you commit.
Absolutely.
With a zero maximum. Most of the time you're sentenced to, okay, you did this crime, you're going to do 3 years in prison. You're probably going to do 18 months to 2 years before with good time. No, you're going to do 3 years. And if you don't, do the programs that are set in front of you, then you don't get out until you finish these programs, be it anger management, be it education, and give them a job while they're locked up. Work with companies to have like OJT, on the job training.
Yeah.
And craft, so they could come out being a construction worker, or whatever. And take that paycheck and split it in thirds. 1/3 of the paycheck goes to paying off their court fines, their cost of prison sentence, and all that. 1/3 of it goes into a savings account so that when they get out of prison, they have an amount of money saved up that they can then get a place to live and stuff like that, so that they're not an automatic, drag on society of, being able to, where are these people going to live? And then the other third is that person then has that third of the money go onto their books where they can buy shoes, or buy food that they want at a commissary.
Yeah.
And everything. And that would be more of a reward to them and stuff. And I guarantee you're going to have less likely people of reoffending when they come out of there and they have a path and a career that they can, and maybe that company says, okay, hey, you know what? You're such a great worker. We want you to come on permanently when you get out.
Yeah. Things like that could be done.
We can even offer these companies tax breaks. if
Yeah.
they choose to actually help the prisoners. Because not only are you helping society, but at that point, the business, which, they think more of themselves, the business would be able to benefit themselves as well.
Well, you end up with a huge problem when you just take someone and you stick them in a cage for a period of time, especially when they commit a crime that was, say, like a drug crime or something like that, where they were making money because they didn't have other skills. When you just throw that person in a cage for a number of years, and then when they get done, you dump them back out on the same street with no skills, what do you expect that person to do? They're going to go right back to that life.
I mean, I'll happily hire a fucking criminal. I don't have any clients, but if I did, I would happily hire.
We have to really start thinking about some things in this country. One, someone caught with drugs, and for me, people may not agree, I don't give a crap whether they've got 400 pounds of weed in their van. If they are caught with a drug, they're not an issue to me. They're not committing a violent crime. They aren't raping. They aren't murdering. They aren't stealing. I don't care. Maybe they just wanted to stock up for their entire life in one drug buy. It doesn't bother me whatsoever.
Yeah.
No.
Every American that was involved with the prohibition, they're all treated as respectful members of society nowadays. So what's the difference between illegally dealing alcohol at the time and the philosophy behind illegally selling weed today?
There's no difference. None whatsoever. Well, I'll tell you one major difference. One major difference between those two things is most people who are smoking weed will not go out and commit violent crimes. They are not going to go out and jump in a vehicle and speed like hell and crash. They typically, when they smoke, are smoking for a couple different reasons, one of which is to relax so that they can stay in one damn place. The only thing they're going to kick the ass of is a bag of Cheetos. However, alcohol, and I know from very personal experience, alcohol, once you get to a certain point, you will become violent. There's almost no way around it if you get to that point.
Yeah,
With weed, that doesn't happen.
As an avid weed smoker, out in Rhode Island, we literally have a thing called the ODBC. It's called the Ocean Drive Blunt Cruise. And it's a known thing. And everybody gets in their car.
That sounds awesome.
They spark up a blunt and they drive around the Ocean Drive looking at the ocean and shit.
Yeah.
Not a single person. I have yet to hear a single person crash from an ODBC unless they change the B from blunt to brew. It's
just, if you went to your average emergency room on a weekend, you would see far more people in there for alcohol related events than you would see from any other drug on this planet. That should tell you something.
Like we were saying, and like you're saying, the people that were convicted of drug crimes and then released because, hey, guess what? Weed's now legal in that state, or whatever drug is now legal in that state. If they were convicted of a felony, they don't get their rights back.
No.
Even
if they were pardoned or whatever.
Yeah, especially in Rhode Island, you don't get that shit back.
Yeah, if you are pardoned, there's a couple ways a pardon can go down. One, a pardon can give you back partial rights. So let's say they could give you your right to vote back and serve in office, but they don't give you your firearms rights back. Or they could give you your firearms rights back, but that conviction is still on your record with that pardon. So there's a couple of different ways you can deal with that. Some states have a way where you can actually get it expunged. Georgia, I know, had what you call a retroactive first offender law. So if you did your time, got out, and you got with a lawyer, and as long as he would work with you, you could get as long as you didn't have a bunch of shit on your record, you could get it put under a retroactive first offender, which means if you did your probation and everything else, then it would basically be sealed in your record. So you would get all of your rights back after you did the dance and paid the dues. So it's all, whether it's guns, anything else, man. If they banned guns today, who do you think would be making money off of it? It's going to be the gangs. It's going to be mob, the criminals, because they're going to supply the need. If you seriously think, if you banned every gun in the United States, if you seriously think that the cartels wouldn't go, oh, wait a second, these Americans want guns, we're going to start shipping them guns versus shipping them. Well, they'll still ship the drugs. They'll just ship the guns with them. But they would definitely fill that void.
Happens.
And since our federal government gives the cartels guns,
yeah, that's the other thing. We literally have a government worried about you and me having guns, while these assholes are giving the cartels 50 caliber rifles,
machine guns.
Yeah, and machine guns,
which they use to kill Border Patrol officers.
Yeah. And you can bet money there's been a lot of other murders committed with those firearms that they are not talking about. You can bet your ass on that.
A gun in the hand of the cartels, if it doesn't murder somebody, it wasn't in the hand of a cartel in the first place.
You damn right. Because those people are absolutely vicious. But look at the mobs. When you look at the mobs in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, when you look at the St. Valentine's Massacre, I think was one of the things that they used to push the 34 NFA. At that time, you could literally have a Thompson machine gun mailed to your house, cash on delivery. And there wasn't issues with average citizens. But the mob was out there. Now they were making money and they were willing to do anything to protect their income stream.
Valentine's Day Massacre.
Yeah. Well, I really need to do a show on that. I really need to dig into it and research it. And just do a show on it. Because that was one of the things I think they used for the 34 NFA was the Valentine's Day Massacre.
100%.
And if some of you guys don't know what the Valentine's Day Massacre was, it was some gangsters, and I can't remember which one. They stood a bunch of people up against a wall, took a Thompson submachine gun, and watered the grass. And
they took up another family. It was another mob family that they thought was moving in on their territory. So they dressed up as law enforcement officers, went in there, lined them up against the wall, and proceeded to execute them.
Yeah.
The guy that survived, when asked who shot you, he said nobody, because he knew for a fact he was involved with organized crime.
Well, hey, the streets don't talk, baby. And I talked about it on one stream where a couple months ago, my wife was called for jury duty.
It's funny, I just called for jury duty.
It was a not necessarily, well, it wasn't necessarily a drive-by because dude stopped the car, leaned over the hood of the car and shot the dude. And he was shot like 7 times at decently close range, basically right over the other side of the car. And one of the things my wife talked about later was there were no shell casings. There are revolvers that are 7 shots. Most people don't have those revolvers.
Revolvers that are 8 shots. I think they make an 8 shot. Not they make an 8 shot 357, but I think they make like a 10-shot 22 revolver.
Yeah. Well, I mean that H&R 22 revolver that I've got that's old as Moses, that was my granddad's. I think that's 12 shot.
Oh no, shit. That's awesome.
But this dude got cranked by a decent caliber round, but there were no shell casings. And I told my wife, I stopped her right then. I said, they more than likely picked the shell casings up. And my wife was like, nah, why would they do that? Well, she had some interactions with one of the officers later, and she said something about it. He said, yeah, that happens all the time. They don't want this stuff investigated. They want to try to handle it on their own. So they don't want any evidence left around.
Yeah, you can get a fingerprint off a shell casing, like when you're loading the mag. That can fuck you.
Yep. And there's been plenty of people screwed by that. So yeah, those shell casings disappeared. Now I'll say this, when that dude pulled the trigger, within minutes of him pulling the trigger, everybody in that neighborhood knew who did it. I mean, they knew exactly who did it, but they ain't about to talk to the cops
because the guy that did it probably had reason to do it.
Yep. And Matt, I think my wife was the only one on that jury that voted not guilty. Because when she laid the case out to me and told me about evidence and stuff, I was like, no, they didn't have the evidence. Not to hang that dude for murder, not to put him in jail for the rest of his life. And they didn't. And matter of fact, I think even the prosecutor said that, hell, we got evidence. Well, yeah, she told me. She talked to the prosecutor right after everything was done. The prosecutor wanted to talk to some of the jurors because the case is over. He can do that then. And he said that day, the last day of the trial, he got new evidence that could possibly point towards someone else. If my wife hadn't voted that way, then they would have been able to put that guy in prison for a very long time, even though he more than likely wasn't the one that pulled the trigger.
Lots of sleazy thing about prosecutors, like he knew that new evidence, but that wasn't gonna make him go any lighter in the case.
Yep. Well, hey, look at these prosecutors for the Rittenhouse. If you guys didn't watch the Rittenhouse trial and pay attention to how that prosecutor acted,
Fluffer Boy 109 or whatever his name is.
The old Fluffer Boy, him in Lunchbox. Yeah, those guys completely twisted every fact in that case. To me, they really committed.
He pointed an AR-15 at the jury with his finger on the trigger.
Prosecutorial. Oh God, what's the word I'm thinking about? Misconduct. Yeah. And they knew what they were doing when they did these things, like giving the defense one copy of a file while they had the actual high definition copy of that video file. And they did that, and that was proven, and that was on Lunchbox's own laptop. And then you see the way that they talked about things. If Kyle Rittenhouse was shooting Full Metal Jackets, standard practice ammo any of us would use.
That's what you take to the range.
Yeah,
that was army for that was ammo for war. It was meant to kill.
That's what they tried to say. This is the same ammo that a military would use since it's a Full Metal Jacket. So with a Full Metal Jacket, you obviously wanted to kill somebody, and your bullets could possibly go through him and hit somebody else.
Yeah, I just remember watching that stream on Crump's live and just being pissed off. Like, they tried to violate fucking Fifth Amendment rights and shit.
Oh, it was crazy, man. I watched it. If you guys don't follow Rekieta Law, Rekieta is extremely sharp, and he has a bunch of other lawyers on there with him. A lot of the time,
he'll have like 20,000 people in his fucking.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
When I mentioned CRS in his stream, and then Gun Doctor did, because I hadn't even met Gun Doctor before that night, and I mentioned CRS that night, and Gun Doctor did. There were 40,000 people that now learned about CRS. And it was the next night that Rekieta went through John Crump's video on CRS. He did it on his stream. So you had that many more people seeing what was going on. So that many more people are informed about it. I did another super chat with him the other night talking about what was happening with JSD, because he will read every single super chat. If he doesn't get to it that night, he's going to get to it the next night. He reads every single one. So again, there were a couple more thousand people that heard, hey, JSD Supply, ATF trying to shut them down, join the fight. For $10, I tried to get that message out to about, 8,000 people. So, maybe that'll help. Maybe it informs some of these people. The stuff with Kyle Rittenhouse was the same. When Rekieta Law covered Rittenhouse, being someone who was a defense lawyer, and I think he dabbled some in prosecution, he knows everything these lawyers should or shouldn't do. And he calls them out, right away when they pull some bullshit. Kid John Crump, yellow flags. Yep, that's a new one. Oh man. Do you guys follow Langley Outdoors?
I've heard of them.
I do.
Haven't seen
Watch all of them.
Yeah. He did another video today on the whole yellow flag deal. Oh God, man. It's a whole nother thing with more flags and more confiscation. And
at the very least, it takes takes the flag raising out of the hands of anti-gun organizations. It's still something like I still wouldn't necessarily trust an officer to flag on me because they don't like how I look when I walk down the street.
Well, the last red flag bill that I covered, which was like 2 days ago, a law enforcement officer could literally look at your social media and press a red flag law on you in that bill.
We have it in Florida, and it's usually like vengeful ex-girlfriends and shit. And it's like, that type of thing.
Though my understanding is the yellow flag, the vengeful ex-girlfriend leaves the equation.
Yeah, it's God, man, it just keeps getting dumber and dumber. It's that red flag bill that I covered was introduced in 2021. The latest signers for that bill were on the 27th of this month. So it's still active and still has people signing on to it. And that's the same with a lot of bills that I've previously covered, that they didn't have a whole lot of co-sponsors when they were originally introduced, but more and more people are signing on to them now.
So what is this yellow flag compared to red flag? Someone explain that to me. I haven't been paying attention.
From my understanding, the red flag, anybody can raise the red flag. Your family, your teacher, your ex-girlfriend, the police, etc. But with the yellow flag, the flag raising is explicitly limited to the police and their active investigations on whatever they're looking at. Because obviously a police officer isn't looking through your window every day, so it's not necessarily the most effective thing, but it's something that, in my eyes, it's something that walks right up to the line and then just kind of lays there.
I don't know if I like that, because I was pulled over when I was like 21 with a shit ton of guns in my car. My taillight was out, and it just so happened that there was a clerical error in the DMV that said that my license was suspended, and it wasn't suspended. Like, it truly wasn't. But in their system, it said it was suspended, and so I got told to get out of the car, and I had a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380 and Uncle Mike's pocket holster at the time. And like before I could even like tell him, I was like, as I got out of the car, I was like, oh, by the way, I have my CCW and I have a firearm on me. I have a gun pulled on me, and I had like a FNPS 90 in the back, an AR, like a few other things. It's like, why do you have all these guns in the car? And I had been driving back to get my cell phone I'd left at work, and it's like, so I didn't have a cell phone to call anybody or anything. And thank God, one of my buddies that graduated he was like 3 years ahead of me in high school, and he was a cop now. He was the the sheriff's deputy that showed up, and he's like, It's like, hey man, what are you doing in the back of the cop car? I'm like, oh, this dude's a dick, man. Like I didn't do anything. My taillight was out. I got pulled over, and he went and talked to him. Like she's like, oh, I'm friends with this guy on Facebook. Like he's a good kid, and let me off. But if he wouldn't have come, like I would have, and probably spent the night in jail. That
Yeah, that's the cowardness of the police department showing and being a negative impact on even non-active shooter situations.
But someone like him, I would worry to have the authority to be able to, like, because there are anti-gun cops. Most cops I know are really good, but they're.
Well, yeah, and dude, I did one of my early videos was about a guy. He was driving from Atlanta to, I think, Dothan, Alabama, and crossed through Headland, a little small town. He got pulled over with less than an ounce of weed. However, he had a bunch of rifles in the car, a bunch of handguns, and they tossed his happy ass in jail for that shit. He ultimately got probation, but they still took all of his guns. I think he had 14 guns with him. They couldn't prove that he was selling guns. They couldn't prove he was committing any crimes with the guns. All of the guns traced back to him. Everything was legal. But he just had less than an ounce of weed with him.
Yeah, but I mean, like at that point, screw weed laws. Don't get caught with weed. But at that point, you're able, like, yeah, you're gonna have to go through a costly court battle.
Yep.
But at that point, you're in the position to invalidate their yellow flag law.
You can, but it depends on how depends on how it's structured for your court dates and how you were notified. Because you have what you call an ex parte section in a lot of these red flag laws, and I'll guarantee you it's in the yellow flag, where they don't even have to notify you of anything until they come to get your guns.
I mean, if you're at the position where you're being detained by an anti-gun cop, right? And they're using these yellow flags to your detriment, you can raise the fact that the use of the yellow flag in this particular situation will completely destroy their ability to use this yellow flag in the future to disrupt those that need to be disrupted.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's possible.
Yeah.
But no, Martin, no, this is not the face biter. This is the hog nose. This one hadn't bit anybody yet. He was asking whether that's the snake that bit me in the face.
Yeah, that was an awesome video.
Yeah, no, that was the black racer that bit me in the face.
Yeah.
And he did. He nailed me right in the freaking eyebrow.
The effectiveness of the yellow flag law would entirely depend on who's in the police department.
Yeah, and let's face it, you're under a yellow flag. You're going to have anti-gun police officers that'll see something on social media, and they're going to take it out of context, and they're going to put a red or a yellow flag on you.
I mean, I'm not on social media person, so unless you count YouTube as social media, but
yeah, well, I mean, if you look at. Yeah, if you look at anything on YouTube, they could take that out of context. In a hurry.
What's up, Mrs. Coop?
Yeah,
I know, she can't hear us.
I can see you with a snake. You got to wave.
That makes me look fat.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, shut up.
Makes her look American.
Yes, I guarantee you that snake's going to be in her shirt in a little while, all comfy. She like to fell asleep with the damn thing the other night.
He likes my shirt.
No, the king snake I've got, who's around here in a bag, he gets a little snappy.
Yeah, I like that one.
Let's see. Let's pull this back up. Let's look at more. What's it doing?
Considering you have nothing to support it.
There was a night, I think you were on Bacon Stream, Coop, and you were the last man standing up. And I think me and you were talking. I don't know if I was on I think I was on the panel, and you fell asleep.
Oh man!
and then your wife comes in and like wakes you up. It's like, honey, you're still streaming. And then,
Oh
like,
no, that was
awesome.
that was one of mine. Matter of fact,
Oh,
that was
yours,
right
yeah.
after Dark Stream. But
That's right, because your wife then was trying. She had
Yeah.
to like shut down the stream. That's right.
yep. Let's see. Let's hear some more Dettelbach here. And yeah, John, all gun laws are infringements. Period. That's the reason they have to use the Commerce Clause for these gun laws, because the federal government has no authority to regulate firearms in the states.
Yeah, I think Crump would benefit from this little nugget of knowledge. You know, you have the Second Amendment, which gives you the right to bear arms, and then we have the 10th Amendment, which states that if the federal government can't be trusted with a power, it goes to the state, and if not the state, which can't be trusted, it goes to the people. Which then raises the argument of, if it's the right of the people to exercise, then it's the power of the people to hold.
Yeah. It's
Crumpy needs to come on here. I mean, I'm pretty sure the link is still pinned.
Yeah, the link should be pinned. Anybody can jump in.
I'd love to use
People
that
who are
argument.
trying to follow the law. And I would tell you, as an ATF director, that would be very important to me, is to find out how we can be, and you can do those things at the same time. It's not always easy, but you can, because it's important for people who have Second Amendment rights and who are business people.
Now, to that end, do you believe that federal firearms licensees should have their licenses revoked for simple paperwork errors on Form 4473, or for missing outreach from ATF for a tracing request?
Senator, to me, again, I would have to look at any individual case, but I will tell you, Senator, people have to know that if they have a minor violation, it's going to be treated one way, and people have to know if it's more significant, it's going to be treated another every time, not depending on whether it's in Seattle.
Let me unmute my mic. I'll hit that from John real fast. Yeah, the Second Amendment doesn't grant a right. The Second Amendment restricts the government from actually infringing on that right, because we've always had a right to arms, whether it was a rock, a stick, a bow, a club, you name it. We've always had that right.
But you got to put the argument in terms that the politician will understand.
Yeah, it's
you got to put them. You got to literally put them in checkmate using the Constitution, so
Yeah.
that they have no way to weasel their way out of the argument.
Well, and that's why I say like the Heller decision was a punt. They didn't really answer the question all the way, because it should have come down to, all right, the Second Amendment is just like any other amendment to the Constitution. It is a document of negative rights. It merely stops or restrains the government, not the people. It's the people's right to own these arms. And that should have been the whole argument. But they came up again with this almost sporting purpose, or
They use the acts that they passed as justification to circumvent it. That's why you got to play this chess game.
yeah.
Or Miami, or what month it is. And I would tell you, Senator, that would be very important to me to do that. And I think the lawyers then argue about what happened, right? This was intentional. No, it wasn't intentional. That's where I think we can have discussions as a regulator in a regulated industry. But people should understand and have some predictability. They're entitled to is, when you do this, this is what happens.
Yeah, and my time's expired. I would like you to answer that question, though, because it's a simple one. And I appreciate your willingness to say there should be clarity. I completely agree. I would like to know, though, whether a federally licensed firearms dealer should lose his or her license, based on simple paperwork errors in Form 4473.
Again, Senator, to me, it depends on each case is different. So for instance, you say errors. I assume by that you mean something that's totally unintentional.
Yes.
Right. So unintentional violations are much less serious than intentional violations to me.
So on that basis, they should not lose their license.
Yes, I guess if it's happened 70 times over a period of years.
Okay, some of the violations they're talking about here, though, is just a paperwork violation where someone like abbreviated the name of the state.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hold this man accountable to that thing he just said, that he doesn't stand or taking away FFLs for minor errors,
Well,
non-willful like abbreviations, for example.
Yeah, well, but how many times do we see these people get up and testify in a congressional hearing like this, and then they go do everything that the left wants them to do anyway?
Well, I mean, it's our duty as the people to acknowledge and call out their lies before Congress, because a lie before Congress is a lie before the people at the end of the day.
It is very much so. At least it should be. I don't think it's really treated that way anymore because people don't understand that. And I wish more people did.
With a potential red wave coming, they'll have no choice but to treat it that way.
Yeah,
I'm just scared they're going to do all the damage they can before the red wave comes.
Yeah, it's one. Looking at what's coming in 2022, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Because if certain things are still left in play that the Democrats did in 19 and 20, then that red wave really ain't going to matter a whole lot. Because they're going to be able to cheat their asses off.
Like, I remember growing up, like, when I had an AR when I was 12, I think 12 or 13. Like, I had my first AR. That was like mine, like wasn't like parents or anything. And like, you were kind of, if you had an AR, I mean, I'm 33 now. If you had an AR back then, you were kind of looked at as, at least in like people I was around, like, oh, you're one of those like survivalist types, or like one of those like, like that wasn't a common thing. Then like when the assault weapons ban expired, ARs got more popular, and then it became like a, it's America's rifle mentality. And just so many people that were like the people I described, all of a sudden, because the propaganda getting put out by everybody is like, I'm using propaganda, not necessarily saying it's lies, but just what things is being put out. It can be good propaganda and bad
message.
Yes, is that they started. Just because now that's the popular thing, now they're jumping on the bandwagon. I'm like, I've been like this the whole time saying this. And it's like, I see so much of like, they're so behind and catching up to like what the true gun, the real, gun loving Americans, like as every American should be, but you don't have to be, but like the gun community that like really points out all of the hypocrisies in our world. And we're never in, all the rights and wrongs. Like it seems like it's so slow to catch on to in the political realm of how to do things. I mean, like I would think that we'd have the Hughes Amendment repealed by, like during Trump's term when we had a stacked House and Senate and we had Trump as president. And what we get? We ended up getting a bump stock ban,
Well, we got the bump stock ban. The bill that was they're going to take silencers or suppressors off of the NFA.
Yeah,
we had that shooting and they killed that bill.
Nobody talks about the bill that MTG put forth to actually get rid of the ATF. No one talks about it, but there is technically a bill there.
Was it Marjorie Taylor or was it Lauren Boebert?
Marjorie Taylor.
Was it Marjorie? Yeah, I knew it was one of them. One of them put. But see, even when they said they wanted to abolish the ATF, they wanted all of their records and everything shifted off to another agency.
Yeah, they wanted it shifted to the. They wanted the responsibility shifted to the FBI, according to what I read.
Like Iraq veteran 8888, he even did a really good job making a big deal about the Hearing Protection Act, like pointing that out and all the being mad about Trump. And I think he made a video pointing out like, we had everything stacked in our favor and could have done so much during that time and like didn't do anything. And it's just, I don't know if it's just so many rhino Republicans or just, people are scared, they're thinking like, oh, if we make it so like NFA items treated like if the Hughes Amendment was, it wouldn't be treated like a Title I firearm. But if you could go and get new transferable, we could go get a new Daniel Defense transferable AR or a Palmetto State Armory transferable, AR M4, M16, or whatever you want to call it. Like, I think they think, well, if we do that, what happens if we're wrong and, crime goes up, which obviously it won't. But I think they're too chicken shit to like do that. It's if I recall, the only actual recorded murders of NFA was, I think there was a cop, and I think it was Miami, that had a Mac 11. He went and he found his wife cheating on him and emptied it into the bed. And then
Yeah.
I think the other one wasn't a murder. I think there was some mafia guy. I want to say it was New York. I could be wrong. And he fired a bazooka. It was an inert projectile, but he fired it like across a river, and someone saw him and he went to jail for it. But that was like I think the only actual like registered NFA items that were ever used in a crime. Now, I'm not saying that like, the Medellin cartel didn't have guys, taking open bolt Tech 9s and Mac 10s, using them on the street.
Exist for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're talking about actual guns registered, owned by private citizens. Very few crimes are committed with those. If you killed the Hughes Amendment right now, the only thing that would happen is the value of a lot of machine guns on the market right now would drop through the floor, because I wouldn't have to go spend 20 grand on a transferable M16 lower. I could build one for less than $400 or probably less than $500 out of a Palmetto State lower or an Anderson lower and whatever upper. I mean, look at Iraq veteran. He's built plenty of Poverty Pony machine guns that run like a champ. So
apparently it was in Ohio. Of course, Crump knows. He's subject matter expert.
Yeah, I mean,
Crump's been in this fight for a long time.
Yeah,
if I can own a machine gun, I'll be happy.
God bless Crump.
Well, it's the same thing we talked about earlier. If everybody went out today and they made a machine gun and they didn't use that in a crime to hurt someone else unduly, what's the issue? What's the problem? We already see criminals using Glock switches. We already see them using illegally modified subguns.
Part of me thinks that's kind of awesome, because it just goes to show their lack of being able to control that. I mean, a lot of these are not, a lot of them are come from China, but a lot of them, they're finding the 3D printed ones. And it's like, you can't control it, It's,
the funny thing is, it's the Republicans that want to ban coat hangers.
Yeah. We have in our representatives and our Congress people now, we have a class of people that are very much disconnected from reality. They went to Ivy League schools. Then they got into government. They've always been insulated, especially once they get into government. Then they have their own security. They go to work in a building protected by security and all sorts of, measures to keep them safe. They're not every day get up, go to work, go to the gas station. They aren't those types of people.
I mean, all we need is someone. We need to somehow set up a hearing with Congress, and we need to get somebody to literally be the leader of the militia for the people in the eyes of Congress. That way we have an actual militia that the government can say, okay, we vote because we picked the leader. And then at that point, it's like, okay, are you with the militia or not?
I mean, this is like obviously something that probably wouldn't happen, but I always wonder, like, if we had a privatized police force, would that fix any of the ability and like the, possibility of like repealing some of these unjust laws? Because what happens is so many of these anti-gun politicians and seem to, politicize these police chiefs usually in really liberal towns. And, they get them as a mouthpiece to say, oh, we don't need this type of thing on the streets, or there's no reason for someone to own these. And it's, I don't know. I feel like that would solve a lot of different issues. But like I said, it's just me.
Throwing
ideas out there.
Because I believe it was mentioned earlier that there is a clause in the Constitution, I believe, that states that the Congress can select the leader of the militia's leaders. And the problem is, one, we don't have any way to actually run for such a position, and two, we don't have anybody even thinking of that position even existing. And if you don't have that position filled, you can't really have a genuine police force. Like if you had a militia that the Congress acknowledges as the U.S. People's Militia, there's a school shooting, the leader could say, go to the schools, guard them. And he'd have full authority for that to actually happen. And that'd be purely the people's authority.
What happened to Coop?
I think he had some bad internet right there.
He was probably either attacked by a rooster or a snake, most likely, or a small child.
Oh, I was thinking maybe the AFT got him.
Did that? No, I highly doubt that. I feel like Coop is pretty resilient. He'd be okay.
He'd hold him off better than Waco. But I mean, am I insane for thinking that we just need to get someone to lead a militia and have it acknowledged by the government?
Yeah, I'd just be fearful of that being another, having charge of it being, it seems there's we're not going to get into that whole conversation. There's a certain group of people which have I think majorly over representation in our government media and so many things, which leads to many things, actions of this country, both globally and domestically. And I wouldn't want any group to influence that decision. I'd rather it just be the people instead of like one person appointed to it.
Yeah. So then we just need we just need a militia that's willing to stand as militia. And if the government doesn't want to acknowledge it, give them a raspberry. That's what we need.
So we have a lot of militias in the U.S. And if you look at I think pretty much every state has a 3%er organization.
Well, there's down here that where I have my property where I'm building my house. There's groups. There's guys that have their what's it called? Their radio operators license and all that kind of stuff. They have
ham license.
Ham license. They're networked with other guys, but they don't have a group name or anything, because it seems like anytime you get some sort of what's the word I'm looking for, some sort of name that you're putting out there and you're
an organization
vocalizing it, then you're putting a target on your back to get infiltrated by the FBI or all these other different government entities, and then you'll get some sort of bad actor that, whether it was put in there by the feds and or just some moron that joins you and then gives you a bad name. Perfect example, Michigan militia, Tim McVeigh, that whole thing, that's
the U.S. militia needs to have the same concept as the anonymous hackers. It's anonymous, I feel like, is the embodiment of what the U.S. militia, the people's militia, should be. It's like you're just part of it, whether you know it or not. But nobody gives it.
Definitely, I think it's a really good idea to know your neighbors or have a group of people local to you that you get to know, preferably get to know very well, and network with them. And I just think that's a good thing from both just a neighborly aspect and just supporting your community aspect. I'm not just saying,
it's the people that you had conversations with about, okay, if the zombie apocalypse happens, we're linking up and we're doing X, Y, and Z. It's those types of relationships that build the militia in the eyes of the people.
The group I was talking about, when all the hurricanes come, they just get in their trucks and with their chainsaws in the back and they drive around and they, clear the roads and stuff like that. It's not like they're just, doing stuff they're not just playing army and everything. They have
providing a service to the community.
Yeah.
It's like a church. It should be like a church. You're willing to serve your community, whether that's feeding people, providing shelter to people, or taking out a fucking effing mass shooter when nobody else is willing to.
I'd always worry about, and I'm not at all saying this like, oh, I wouldn't go in there or anything, but like, man, if I ever did become engaged in some sort of like, or mass shooter situation and like had to stop the shooter, I'd be so fearful of like, immediately after stop, either while engaging or stopping engaging, like then law enforcement showing up and engaging me. Like that's
why you need a crew of people. That's why you need a militia. I mean,
yeah, but if you're
maybe
out shopping at the grocery store,
didn't march in right away.
Yeah. But
I mean, it's fear that's the downfall of us. And if you're fearful, the terrorist wins, because their goal is to distill fear within your souls so that your soul is overwhelmed with it.
Well, the fear of living with the fact of knowing I could have done something and not doing anything outweighs the fear of like something like that at the end of the day. So,
Yeah, but I mean, if you die killing a shooter because the police thought you were the shooter after you killed the shooter, you die a hero at that point.
That is a good way to put it. That is a pretty good way to, go out of the world,
It's like, yeah, I died because the government was so fearful that they couldn't comprehend the concept that a citizen actually stopped a shooter. That's all that does, that fear, all it does is bring credibility to the argument that there's no good guys with guns.
It's true.
It's got to be close with God. Yes, I agree with Crump. The state militia is the National Guard. And the National Guard is not the militia the Constitution speaks of, because the National Guard is a standing army.
Yeah, there you go. Trump.
It's not even really a militia. It's a standing army.
Yeah, unorganized militia. There you go.
Technically speaking, yes.
Although most unorganized militias definitely could improve their like logistics area. Although it's hard to like get that to any real proficient level without attracting some sort of attention when you start gathering. But and I'm not saying like therefore don't do it, but it's
yeah, but that's why the Second Amendment says well regulated. Well regulated means that you're taking the extra steps to ensure that the people associated with you aren't terrorists or federal implants.
I always thought well regulated means like it's regulating is another regulated is another like a synonym for like a well equipped or like a well rounded militia. Like a lot of people like to say regulated means see it should be controlled. It's like no.
Yeah. Think about like this.
Like regulating your sites. Making sure you're sighted in.
Yeah. Think about it like this. Our founding fathers were natural born leaders. They understood that clear speech is the key to leading a nation. So why would a group of people with a strong understanding of this not think that he who runs the militia should not ensure that the people associated with said militia aren't willing to defend the Constitution with their life?
I'm gonna text Coop and make sure he didn't get attacked by a rooster.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Standing by. Stand down and stand by.
Because there was a rooster incident that I won't get into, but the roosters could have teamed up and done a coordinated assault on Coop. This is very possible.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at the word regulated in its definition throughout the passage of time, both meanings still fit the current context.
His internet crashed, y'all. He just texted me.
Second time.
Oh, is that what cut off the earlier one?
I believe so. I believe there's
anything good?
I believe there's a treaty somewhere that says that the government's, like when you're in the UN, I'm pretty sure there's a treaty that says you're not allowed to hire mercenaries. So I wouldn't call the militia mercenaries.
See, that's the UN treaty. Well, we definitely don't follow that one because I mean, between Academy, Blackwater, I think that was what Blackwater is now. Maybe they've changed their name again. But
I was gonna say there's a lot of mercenaries hired by multiple different countries that are out there being used.
Russia has one group.
Russia's not part of the UN though.
True.
Look at Ukraine. Ukraine hired Americans to come over.
Ukraine's also not part of the UN, so they also are not tied to the
But Russia,
Putin did what he did. They're very UN-like for not being part of the UN. I mean, hell, you got like Israelis over there, Americans over there, people from Europe over there. Like it's a hodgepodge of NATO. And then they got training from Americans. I think like a year or two ago.
Stand correct.
Russia is part of the UN, and they actually have a veto vote, just like the United States.
Oh yeah, that's right. Russia is part of the UN. Thank God for Crump in the chat. They have what's it called? They have a guy that sits in there. There's a name for it, but I'm tired right now. I can't think of it.
I do recall seeing the Russian guys speak.
Because I think that one of the big things they did when the recent all the Ukraine stuff is like they stopped allowing him to like attend the UN meetings or something.
Yeah, the UN ambassador.
Welcome back, Coop.
Yeah, my internet crashed, man. It took me forever to get back.
I was telling the group I was fearful the Rootsers coordinated and launched an attack.
No, well, they might have before I thinned them out not too long back, but there were a couple of them that, they didn't make it.
Couldn't call for help, and then they launched the assault. That's what I figured happened.
Yeah, they went headless horsemen for a short while.
Yeah, they might try it. They're gonna have to come through a whole lot of hot stuff to get it, but they might try it.
Crumpy's in the back room.
13. Oh, well, let's get him on in here.
Let's get it, that big, sexy Crump brain in here.
What's up, brother?
Hey, I just wanted to clear up a couple things about, you talk about mercenaries, right?
Yep.
There is a technical difference between mercenaries, which the Wagner Group, which is really funny. That's a Russian mercenary group that's like basically Putin's private army. The Wagner Group is they're kind of technically mercenaries. Mercenaries are people who take money for offensive to fight or to go offensive war fighting. PMCs are basically they're allowed to do security, training, and advising. Now, do they ever cross that line? Of course they do, but they're technically limited to like advising, security, and training.
Yeah, PMCs. I think Blackwater fell under PMCs.
Yeah, Blackwater was a PMC. Yes.
And believe it or not, Putin has one of the largest private militaries on this planet.
Yeah, Wagner Group.
Yeah,
Wagner Group. Yeah, Wagner Group is Putin's thing, which is kind of interesting because the head of the Wagner Group, he named the group Wagner after Wagner. Because Wagner was Hitler's favorite composer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And its name, and the dude, the dude that Putin's sending to denazify the Ukraine is a Hitler fan.
That's so interesting, Crump. I did not know that was like the origin of the name. Like,
well, here's
that connection. Like Wagner and Wagner, like that's awesome, dude.
Yeah. Here's something that a lot of people don't understand. Okay, when we were drilling like we should and producing natural gas, we had a huge surplus of natural gas. We were actually for a long time they were just burning it off. You would just see stacks and oil fields with a flame coming out of it, just burning natural gas off. we made deals with people like Poland to supply them with natural gas because they need that energy source. Germany still went with Russia to get their energy, but we were supplying Poland. Now with these pipelines going in that Russia's putting in and us not producing that natural gas, guess who's going to be supplying Poland with natural gas before too long? It's going to be Russia because they are the energy producer in that area. And anywhere Putin puts one of his pipelines, his private military goes in right with that pipeline.
Yeah. Oh, I also wanted to say that Russia is part of the UN, and so is the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine did to join?
Yeah, Russia actually sits on the Security Council. They actually have veto power. They are one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council.
Yeah. If you look at people who are on some of these councils with the UN, I mean, you're talking about Russia, Iran,
China. This brings up a very interesting conflict because now we have a UN nation attacking a UN nation.
Wow.
Well, it happens a lot. Iraq was a UN nation.
Yeah. And now you're looking at a couple places, what is it, Sweden and Norway trying to become part of the UN now.
No, they're becoming NATO. I think you guys are getting NATO and Union mixed up.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, I was. They want to become part of NATO.
Yeah, NATO won't attack NATO. No.
Yeah.
And Turkey's blocking them from getting in.
Yeah, because they supply Kurdish rebels. The Turkey Yuridan, who's a thug, he is really anti-Kurdish. They've actually done some really effed up things to the Kurds.
Yeah.
What they want to prevent is they're afraid if the Kurds get Kurdistan set up, and it's already in Iraq, but if they get it part of Syria under Kurd control, they're afraid that they will push it over the border into Turkey because southern Turkey is 80% Kurdish.
That's so complicated, man. Because didn't Turkey sell Ukraine the drones, the Bayraktars they fly? Yet it's such a weird, geopolitical situation.
Yeah, they did. Turkey did sell the Ukraine. Russians refer to it as the Ukraine because they see Ukraine as part of Russia.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians refer to it as just Ukraine, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. The Turkish drones are being sold once again, but Turkey is a NATO country, so that's why they're selling drones to Ukraine. You got to remember, NATO was set up to counter Russian aggression in Europe. I mean, that's the reason why NATO was originally founded. You can argue that it's not needed or it's not. That's not what NATO is doing now. That can be argued, but the original purpose of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, was to fight Russian aggression. When Russia took over Lithuania, Georgia, and even Poland, they had a public vote in Poland and Bulgaria and stuff like that. They set up NATO to counter that because Russia was pushing west.
Well,
Wasn't there some agreement when the wall fell, though, that they weren't going to expand NATO past its current lines? There was some, I don't know, it wasn't in writing, but some secret handshake or verbal agreement. Because that's what I supposedly they were, one of the things they're real upset about is that all these countries, the borders get to be kind of I can understand the fact of, if we had, Russia, creating an alliance with Mexico or some military type, a NATO type action, or just like how we did back in the day with Cuba, we wouldn't want somebody right on our border with, a strong military allegiance with one of the people that we were worried about being hostile to us,
Well, yeah. Well, when you look at when the wall came down, I mean, through a lot of different actions, we basically crippled Russia. We bankrupted them in a lot of ways. So they really they had two choices: either keep being idiots and then we can break you further, or if you back off, then your economy can actually start to function again.
So am I?
There was never an agreement about a non-expansion of NATO. Russia made that request, but they never put it. It was never put in writing. It was never agreed upon. What Coop is talking about is outspending Russia. That goes back. Like Reagan was actually, when Reagan came into the office in 1980, he looked at everything and he said, well, I don't want to, because Russia wanted to, like, hey, we'll get rid of these arms, you get rid of these arms, and we'll slow down military spending. And Reagan looked at that and it's like, if they want to slow down military spending, there's something wrong. I think they're going to go bankrupt. And in fact, if you looked at some of the comments that he got back in like 1981, like 82, 83-ish, I believe, when he started ramping up spending on military, there was people that were convinced that was going to lead us to World War III. But Reagan had this idea that they couldn't keep up with spending, and that's the reason why they came out of the blue. It was very, very, it wasn't expected when they came and said, hey, we want to have this treaty where we agreed to limit spending on the military. So Reagan knew that they were on the verge of collapse. And Reagan actually said, if we start spending by the end of this decade, I don't think the Soviet Union will exist anymore.
Yeah. Well, the Soviets had already expanded way past what they could actually handle. And then, let's face it, communism, when you kill millions of your citizens and starve them, well, there's not a whole lot of people there to produce anything worthwhile. So, of course, your economy is going to collapse.
Am I misinformed in my understanding that the Russian government was initially allied with the Axis powers at the start of World War II?
They were the Warsaw Pact.
Yeah. Basically, Russia and Germany had an agreement where Russia would not jump, or Germany would not jump on Russia.
Then
go into it was Treaty of Non-Aggression.
Yeah. And ultimately, of course, Hitler and his little psychotic ass just decided, well, we need Poland, we need Russia, we need their resources. So we're just going to run over there and we're going to go take it.
Well, here's the thing, a very interesting thing. When Russia got invaded, it was because Germany, they have no oil, and and they needed oil, they needed gas to run the war machine, and they didn't have that, so they were kind of forced to go in there. Just like why Japan targeted Pearl Harbor, because the U.S. cut off all oil to Japan. And here's another thing about the Russia-U.S. during World War II. Russia would have collapsed. What stopped Germany and Russia, a lot of people talk about the Russian war and stuff, but we had the Lend-Lease program with Russia.
Yep.
Yeah.
We supplied Russia with a lot of equipment, a lot of raw materials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I played War Thunder. I see all the American stuff in the Russian tier lineup.
Yeah, well, you look at Germany, even before they went into Russia, and even after they went into Russia, they were experimenting with synthetic oils, synthetic rubbers,
gasifier.
Gasifier systems, which a lot of civilians had gasifier systems. Which, if you don't know what a wood gasifier is, it's a system of it's
ran a lawnmower.
Yeah. It's a system of heating wood chips to a point where they actually start to release the gas that's flammable. You can pump that into an engine and run it just like you would propane, just like you would basically gasoline.
Any gas?
Yeah, I converted a lawnmower engine to run a gasifier system when I was
cool as hell.
I guess I was like 11 or 12.
Oh man, yeah. Now you're just flexing on the rest of us.
I'm not.
Am
I
I,
haven't done it in a long time. That's all I'm saying.
am I also misinformed in the fact? Am I also? Oh, go ahead, Corn Pop.
No, I said FEMA has a handbook like telling you what exact pipe diameter to use, like for what side displacement engine, and has like it's probably one of the best like government tax dollar like FEMA things that they've ever put out for like.
I'll have to look that up.
Happens, yeah. It's a FEMA handbook that has like detailed instructions on like because obviously a bigger engine is going to require more wood gas.
Yeah,
and it tells you exactly how to make it, like what sizes need per the consumption of said displacement engine. It's very very interesting. But,
Well, if you would, here's something really interesting. Do you know why the Hindenburg was filled with hydrogen?
because helium's so much more expensive, and didn't have an abundance of hydrogen.
Well, helium only comes from the U.S.
Yeah, and
We
we're
wouldn't
not
sell it to 'em.
producing a hell of a lot of it anymore.
No, we're not. Basically, you know the helium balloons that you get, it's all government subsidized. If it wasn't government subsidized, you would be paying about $100 per balloon. But no, we wouldn't sell Germany helium, so they had to go with hydrogen.
Yep.
Another weird thing is that like Germany, because the Versailles Treaty, like they had a lot of their like weapons projects in Switzerland, and they also mainly like a lot of their like tank projects. They sent like advisors over to Russia and like did a lot of their like developed a lot of their tactics for using armored warfare and all that kind of stuff in Russia, so they wouldn't be like none of the U.S. or like British observers or people from France. What was it, League of Nations back then? Whatever. None of those observers would like know what they were up to because they figured they wouldn't know about it if it was in Russia. And then they later
the Treaty of Versailles, what that did, what the biggest issue of the Treaty of Versailles is they said that all war damages and all cost of the war had to be paid back by Germany. And that basically made Germany a ghetto because they couldn't pay anything back.
Well, limited the size of their military too. Like they had to give up all the Luftwaffe had to give up like almost all their aircraft. They had to like give up a lot of their navy, and then they could only have like a certain size ship and so many of them, and only a certain number of like combat ready soldiers, and that's why and only no tanks.
Correct, and that's how the Nazis came into power, is because of that.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you had Germany, and Germany was broken at the time. So you had this group come up saying, we are going to raise Germany out of this poverty. We're going to make Germany a world power again. We're going to stop the encroachment of all these other societies into our German society. And it shot them right to the top.
Have you guys ever heard anything about the Balfour Declaration and then what ties into that with like World War I and like the that whole thing? It very very.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't read it.
So am I also misinformed that Ronald Reagan also okayed a certain amount of gun control?
Oh yeah, he did.
No, you're not misinformed. That is 100% true. You got to remember the Hughes Amendment came under Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan also championed the Munford Act in California when he was governor.
That was it. Yeah, the Munford Act was a huge one because they didn't like black people being armed.
It was a racist law.
It was an extremely racist law.
No, Ronald Reagan wasn't pro-gun at all.
No, and that's most of our politicians aren't. Even if they're good on a lot of different things, even if they're good on taxes or they're good on the economy, a lot of them aren't pro-gun. They don't know guns. They're not educated about guns. So when something comes up that's a gun control issue, they'll vote for it.
Yeah, I mean, it just like Reagan is the proof that diehard Republicans will support a man even if he supports gun control.
Well, you've got a couple of different things going on. One is most people aren't really informed about anything going on with gun laws. They're just not. and if they can put gas in their car at a reasonable price, if their paycheck is actually going a reasonable distance, they don't pay attention to the rest of it. Hell, I've been guilty of it. So doing things like this, doing a stream like this, or just hanging out on other people's streams and asking questions and starting to discuss this stuff, hopefully we wake more people up. So it's about all the rights. It's not just about one little piece of it here or there. It's about all the rights that we have.
If you do Google searches and stuff, it's kind of hard to find proof that Reagan was an anti-gunner at the end of the day.
Look up Mumford Act. That's all you have to do. Look up Mumford Act, and then you look up who signed the Hughes Amendment. Like when they passed the Firearms Protection Owners Protection Act, which was a joke. The Hughes Amendment was in there. Look who signed that.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Crumpy. Wasn't the FPA, the Firearms Protection Act, wasn't that a good thing because it protected firearms manufacturers from frivolous lawsuits? I mean, obviously that didn't happen with Remington, but
that was part of it, but it was a compromise.
And that's
I don't like compromises.
Yeah, that's a huge issue with the way that our politicians will horse trade with people. I'm pretty much an absolutist on our rights. People have heard me say it many times. As long as what I'm doing is not wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government shouldn't even be involved.
We'll compromise our rights. Compromising.
Yeah. And the Hughes Amendment was one of those. Okay, you guys can pass this bill that will protect these firearms, but you are going to give up basically more of your rights for these other firearms. And again, the compromise was, well, at least we're winning something. Not realizing that step right there was just another step in a long march towards losing everything.
Rand used to I don't know if you guys are familiar with Rand or read Fountainhead or
Rand Paul? Rand Paul when he said Rand.
No. Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand,
yeah. Oh, Ayn Rand, yeah.
Ayn Rand, yeah. Like she talked about a lot about how, never, how she didn't want her rights encroached upon, and she would never want anyone else's rights encroached upon, even if she vehemently disagree with a guy who doesn't like the person or doesn't like what they're saying, because, rights should be, if basically she didn't believe in any laws that, if there's no rights violated, then there should be a law for it. Yeah. Like drugs, or prostitution or anything like that. If it's not violating someone else's rights, then there shouldn't be a law for it.
No, there should have to be a clear victim for there to actually be a crime there.
A crime should be depriving someone else of their rights.
Absolutely.
If you're not depriving someone else of their rights, then I don't think it's crime.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. And that's exactly right. It's same statement. For the government to be involved, I should have to be wrongfully depriving someone else of life, liberty, or property. So if I want a howitzer in my backyard, and as long as I'm not blowing someone else's crap up, that's none of the government's business. Yeah, I'm that pro 2A, kids.
Like someone asked me one time, do you support the government making a law that would legalize gay marriage, which, happened to the Supreme Court and whatnot, but this is before that. And my answer was, I would support removing all marriage laws so the government is out of the business of marriage. So, because why do you need permission from the state to marry someone that you love, whether whatever, you know.
Yeah,
that was one of my things.
As long as it's consensual.
You know, I also had the same thought about it, but you know, one of my thoughts was if gays get married, is that going to make my marriage to my wife mean anything less? And
No.
the answer is no.
Yeah.
So
my thing is, you have to pay to get married. You have to buy you have to have a marriage license.
Yep.
Yeah, like when it comes to an abortion, for example, is some person that you don't even know aborting their child going to ruin how you and your child live your life and raise your children?
I'll argue with that with you on this. Okay, someone having an abortion, okay, that is a baby, no matter what anybody thinks. From the time that egg is fertilized to the time that child is born, that is a baby. That it is just in utero.
You could argue that the right to be violated is the right of the baby.
Yeah, mind you, this baby has yet to come out the womb. But if these people are truly killing babies and it's truly a violation of God's law, then these people will go to hell and then the problem is solved.
Well, but here's the argument with this, right? Remember when I said that, you know, I only believe in laws that stop someone else from violating your right? It can be argued that the mother that's aborting the baby is violating the rights of the baby.
You want to look what actually constitutes life.
Yes, but there is no but in my argument, actually. At the end of the day, are you going to be able to stop somebody from committing a crime when they have solely set their soul to commit that crime?
But they are only one building block.
No.
Well, you can say the same thing about murder, then.
But I'm just like, are they?
But a murder can be prevented. Well, there's a difference at that point. Like if
the shit I was thinking of when I was like,
if you're murdering somebody out in the street, you're taking somebody that already understands everything, right? They have their beliefs, they have their will to, they have their free will at that point.
Well, if you
how about someone that's unconscious?
Yeah, well, if you're killing a baby in the womb, think about this. All right, that baby in the womb is the most innocent among us. They haven't done anything. The only thing that they do is they grow.
So now,
how about if someone's like in a coma and they don't have like then they wouldn't have like, you know, they wouldn't have
on the person. If I'm in a coma, I want you to pull that fucking plug.
No, I'm not talking about people on life support. I'm talking about people in a coma, just in a coma.
Yeah. Well, one of the arguments that I heard Ben Shapiro use before. Okay, if you had this person hooked to you and you were keeping them alive, but you knew in 9 months that they would be completely ready to go on their own, do you have the right to just unplug that person and end their life?
At that point, it depends on the person themselves. Well, if the person themselves wants that plug to be pulled, then you pull that plug. You don't keep the plug in if you know for a fact that person would not want to be a vegetable.
Well, this isn't a vegetable. This is a person who is going to be completely functional in 9 months. They are going to be completely fine.
Can I just comment on that? I'm just playing devil advocate. I'm not going to say what my thoughts on abortion are.
Yeah, I'm going
to let you guys guess, but do you like being alive?
Repeat that.
Do you like being alive?
Depends on the day.
But overall,
we all have those days.
Overall, you want to live, right?
For the most part, but I'm willing to die.
But for the most part, okay. G23 out there. Do you want to live or do you want to die right now?
I tend to want to live.
All right. Corn Pop, do you want to live or do you want to die?
I think Corn Pop's muted.
Oh,
All right, Coop.
I want to live, yeah, for sure.
Coop, do you want to live or do you want to die?
Oh, I absolutely want to live.
Most people are going to say they want to live, right? And you just said it depends on the person if they want to live or they want to have that lifeline forward. So by the baby, eventually, the majority of those kids will want to live.
Yeah.
So by using your argument, aren't you saying that since they would want to live, then if you responded to Coop's argument, that would mean that the majority of the kids that are aborted want to live?
I see the logic in your argument. I see the logic. You can't determine if a person wants to live when that person has yet to have the ability to speak whether or not they want or not.
Yeah, but then you got to play the odds, right?
I'll take it. So with abortions, right? You have the male, you have the female. It created this potential life. Now, the female is the only one that makes the choice on if that life gets to live or die. Yet, based upon what her choice is, the male is going to pay the fees.
Yeah.
Amen.
You know,
that. That's never pointed
so
out.
if say she says I want to have it aborted, and he's like, hey, I'll raise the kid. I want it. It doesn't really matter what he wants. Now, if it's the other way around, she wants to keep the kid, and he says, hey, I'd rather have it aborted. At the end of the day, he's still on the hook for child support.
Well, my whole thing, it still comes down to this, okay? I believe that a baby is a person. And when you abort that baby, you are wrongfully depriving another individual of life, liberty, and property. That's my complete argument behind it, because I honestly believe everything comes down to those simple things.
Yep.
I have life, I have liberty, I have property. You cannot take those things from me unduly. Now, if we make a deal, both of us are getting something out of it, and we trade things off, that's an agreement. That's perfectly normal. However, if I pull a gun on you and try to take your stuff, that is something that's absolutely wrong. Rape is one of those things where you have someone completely take someone's personal safety and security, things that are actually their property. You're taking that from them. Those are people, I believe, that ought to be buried underneath a jail. Same with those that would do that to a child, because you are seriously physically taking things from that person.
So
okay. Morning. This can be my last question to you. Then I'm gonna get off the abortion thing. You remember, I'm just being the devil's advocate. Do you believe that a fetus is a life?
My personal belief is that consciousness defines life. And that consciousness is defined by a being or thing that can grow. If it can grow, it has a consciousness. And I believe that when you try to disrupt that consciousness, it's wrong.
Okay. Well, do you believe that amoebas are alive?
Yes.
Amoebas don't have a consciousness, though. They don't have consciousness.
Well, that's we can barely define what consciousness is at the end of the day. But I believe that it's the problem of the prostitute and not the average person.
Again,
hold on. Yeah. Okay, so we have a hard time of defining what being conscious is, right?
Yes.
And you said amoeba is a life form, right?
If it grows, it has a consciousness.
If it were to have a consciousness, okay? A fetus is vastly more complex and it's a multicellular organism. And amoeba is a single-celled organism. So how do you get around that?
Well, you don't. Like, I don't advocate for abortions.
Yeah. Well, it's
but I thought you said that you don't believe the fetus is
at the end of the day, it's a life form within the body of another life form.
Okay. Sorry, I must have misunderstood you. I thought you.
Yeah.
said,
At the end of the day, it's a life form within another life form. And just like how certain animals will eat their own young to feed themselves, whether or not that act is morally wrong or not is up to God to judge. And us as human beings, we are not God the Father. We cannot make that final judgment because it is not our God-granted authority to do.
But we judge murder.
We judge murder because it is not a life form within another life form.
You're either way, you're still dealing with this life.
Yes.
Whether it's a grown adult, whether it's a child in the womb, that is still a separate life.
Yeah.
And that's
sexual immorality.
That's
it's
that's
too at the end of the day.
That's where I come at that whole argument from.
Women shouldn't be able to do it alone. Like the man should be clued in, so that way it's that.
Well, let's have a little more fun. Let's get back to old Bach over
Yeah, no,
here.
I just like to engage and to open up people.
I brought up the concept of abortion because I feel like a lot of these lefties are attacking the Second Amendment right in the name of abortion.
Yeah, no, you're right to open up the discussion. I mean, it's always good to have a discussion like that because it helps you sharpen your reasoning behind things.
Yes.
You're constantly challenged by something, and you either build your foundational argument stronger or you might change it because you learn more facts. So that's the horrible thing about some of this is because talking to someone on the other side of some of these issues, there's no real talking. They just call you a racist, phobophobe, homo, whatever, and try to kill the argument.
Yeah.
The discussion. They try to absolutely get out of it.
That's the whole entire point of them doing that is so they don't have to argue something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brain mentality.
Yeah, that tactic has not changed in a very long time with people on the left. They don't want to have that discussion where they are questioned on their fact base. It's going to be a completely emotional attack. They will do anything to discredit you, and then they think they've won an argument.
So what they want to do, the whole entire thing is to say, "Oh, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're a bigot."
Yeah.
They want you to try to. They want you to go to the thing, say, "No, I'm not. I blah blah blah." What I do, and I don't. You can do this if you want or not, whatever.
Yeah.
But when they say, "Well, you're just a sexist," I was like, "Okay, well." I'm like, all right, but what's wrong with my argument? How am I wrong?
Well, you watch what they're doing right now. They started using this term MAGA Republican a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, somewhere around there. So anytime that you disagree with free border, anytime you disagree with gun control, anytime you disagree with like these domestic terrorism bills that they want to push, you're a MAGA Republican, which automatically encompasses all the white racism crap they can throw at you in that one term.
Media.
I just say, okay, well, whatever. The only thing I say is, okay, well, tell me how I'm wrong, though.
Yeah.
I don't even acknowledge that they said anything. I just like, all right, tell me how I'm wrong.
My cousin's argument for me owning an AR-15 is that I belong in jail for owning an AR-15. And he just shuts down all conversation. They're like, I hate politics. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's another thing I hear from a lot of people who call themselves gun owners is, I hate politics. I don't want to talk about it. The gun should be political. I'm
Matt
sorry.
from Demolition Ranch.
Yeah, guns have been political for a very, very long time.
I bought my gun purely for political reasons.
No, sir.
Yeah. What are you doing? Get out of there.
Hey guys, my phone's about to die. I'm just sitting down here like
Crump.
All right, Crump, man.
My office is upstairs outside the bedrooms, and like my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they're gonna leave here to go home at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I didn't want to like broadcast from outside. They're we're our guest bedrooms. So
Oh man, yeah, you're always good, brother.
yeah. But
Nice.
yeah, I should be back in Virginia tomorrow sometime.
Yeah, good deal, man.
Hunt me down.
Have
and
a great evening.
a glass of water.
You too,
What's
brother.
that?
Get you some rest, Crump.
I got
Hunt me
President.
down and we can have a glass of water.
Oh yeah, sure. You're in Virginia?
Yeah,
Oh, wait, yes, you are. You're in Southern Virginia though.
yeah. I'm in Chesapeake.
I know. I'm like in Northern Virginia, man.
Yeah, it's like 5 hours. It feels like really.
Depending on traffic. No, the best man at my wedding actually has a vacation home down in Chesapeake.
Hey man, if you ever just show up randomly and knock on my door, I'll welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, man. I'm probably gonna go down there sometime this summer with them. So I'll hit you up when I get down there.
The Chesapeake Bay area, man. Years ago, when my dad was stationed on Fort Belvoir, we were around those areas.
That's where I got married.
And it's freaking. It used to be the Chesapeake Bay Seafood House down there. Was a restaurant I will remember my entire life.
Yep.
And I was a very young kid when we ate there. That place was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I used to go there. I couldn't eat seafood because I have seafood allergy, but I used to go there with like my mom and stepdad.
Oh man, that place was just amazing.
I would have to sit there and watch them eat. I would eat before. I can't eat seafood or anything in it.
Broughton got everything but seafood.
Yeah, but
So-
I got married on Fort Belvoir.
Did you? Good
Yeah.
deal. Well, yeah, your
Sometimes I
wife's,
buy guns
yeah,
from there still.
yeah, I forgot your wife's in the service.
Yeah, we got married at the Officers Club
Hell yeah.
at Belvoir. I've done plenty. I've done plenty of duty-free shopping there.
And we were there in the early
something.
80s. I can't even remember how old I was at the time. I was really, really young.
Dude, it's changed a lot.
Yeah, we ended up when we left Germany, when we left Heidelberg and headed back to the States, we were supposed to be stationed back on Fort Belvoir. And I think it came down to they didn't have an E9 slot. And then we spent about a week hanging around Belvoir before we ended up going to Gordon. So yeah, it had changed a lot. And God, that was 93. So I can imagine what it's changed like now.
Yeah, Chesapeake Bay Seafood House. I used to play. They had a pole position game there, so I just played pole position while my parents ate. Well, the restaurant family.
Well, Crump, I ate some crab for you today, some shrimp for you today, and some calamari.
Oh man!
And,
If I ate that, I would not be on this stream.
and I ate some clam chowder.
Yeah, I would not be on the stream today or tomorrow.
You don't know clam chowder until you have Rhode Island clam chowder.
Lamb chowder.
Man, the calamari, good calamari. Oh man, I love that stuff.
Dude, it was the first time I've ever had calamari, and this stuff was so tender.
Oh yeah.
Oh
If you're
damn!
ever in Newport, Rhode Island, go to the Red Parrot and get the buffalo calamari.
Calamari.
They'll make you convert infidelity. That's how good they are.
Oh man, I've had calamari. Like I say, man, it just melts in your mouth. I ordered it one. I can't remember where I was at. I ordered it at one place. It was like chewing on rubber bands. All that stuff was just horrid.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad calamari from like chain places. You go to like a good.
Yeah.
I got my
This
phone
was
has
fresh.
1% battery, so I'm gonna jump off here before it dies. Just like
Have a
chill
great
out.
night, Crump.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Take
Thanks
it
for
easy.
having me on, man. It was a lot of fun.
Hey, man, later.
See you soon.
Boy, what are you doing? You're supposed to be asleep.
Yeah, I went. Like I said, I took the wife to over to the ocean, and we ate from a restaurant that gets their seafood fresh that morning.
Oh yeah, man.
They open at 11 o'clock in the afternoon or 11 o'clock in the morning. By 12:30 this afternoon, they were sold out of crab and smoked salmon chowder.
Man, those are the
Yep.
everything I love in that statement.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, good clam chowder. Oh God.
I like clam chowder. I always bring it to my grandma because, like, when she was older, like I'd go pick some up at this like fancy seafood restaurant, bring it to her because like she had problems. She like was losing weight in her older years, so I'd always like bring her that because she'd always like eat all of it.
Yeah.
I love me some seafood, just not. I never was big on clam chowder.
Oh man, that's something I miss about being in Louisiana is the being able to get really fresh seafood. Oh man.
Newport, Rhode Island. You're literally on an island. Fresh seafood for days. I'm sick of clam chowder.
Sick of clam chowder, huh?
Yeah,
That's something I swore I was going to make some this last winter, and I never got around to it.
I hate like people when you're in like a landlocked state and they want to go get seafood because like it's like the same thing probably where you are in like Rhode Island. It's like the seafood is not the same when you're used to like being somewhere that's right by the water. Like it's
no supermarket sushi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
man.
go to gas station sushi. That's when you know you got the right stuff.
Been sitting there for 3 days. That'll be all right. I trust that more than I trust Joe Biden.
Yeah, good point.
At least the gas station egg salad will give you superpowers if you get that.
Yeah. Of course, I would trust having drinks with Bill Cosby more than I would trust this guy in charge of the ATF. So
true.
Boy.
I see Clovertac is out in the crowd.
Yeah, hey Clovertac, what's up, brother? Let's play a little more of this guy.
Crime is increasing. Firearms violence and mass shootings are increasing. Hate crimes and religious violence are increasing, as is violent.
What?
Times and bad. New and old. Violent crime is increasing.
Oh, that's just
firearms violence and mass shootings are
just a propaganda clip.
Yeah, that's just a clip. I thought I had it on the whole hearing again.
I thought we did too. They're trying to pull a fast one on us.
Hey guys, I gotta be up kind of early tomorrow. I'm gonna jump off here, but
I'm not going to be on too much longer. I want to listen to a little bit more of this, and
don't forget to salute Gravestone tomorrow.
Of course.
Okay.
We'll do.
Sure. Have a great night, Corn Pop.
Yeah, take it easy, Corn.
You all have a good night. Later.
You too, brother. Let's get through this. Come on. Now I'm going to have to find him again.
Here, years I was rescuing the victims and
the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. And I will say, as a former staff detailee on this committee, I am especially honored to be here today. I've spent the majority of my career in public service as a prosecutor. And that service of over 20 years is not possible without a really support.
Now, again, when you look at this guy, remember every town has written letters in his file down. Well, it's not showing that one, but it's in his portfolio where every town and a bunch of really anti-gun people are supporting this cat. So that ought to tell you everything about him.
Supportive family. I want to thank my wife, Carol, who is here along with my children, Allie and David, for their love and support. I lost my mom and my dad both not too long ago, but I know that they're with me. And my mom's kid sister and my dad's big brother, my Aunt Rita and Uncle Dick, are both here to support me and to remind me of the example my folks set for me. My mom, who was a teacher, especially poignant today. And my wonderful father-in-law, Saul Bialostowski, who brought his family, including my wife, to this great country to raise her in Texas almost 50 years ago, is here with us as well. Finally, especially given the horrible events we all saw of the last day, I want to thank again the brave and dedicated men and women of law enforcement, and especially the ATF. I've worked with ATF agents and seen their work for 30 years. And it's not just the agents. From the agents, of course, who respond to horrific crime scenes and they risk their lives standing shoulder to shoulder with state and local cops on the street, to the analysts and staff who anonymously pore over evidence and data late into the night to try to make a case, to the bomb technician responding to a horrible incident and a dangerous incident, to the lab person who's working against time trying to make a ballistic match, and more. I want those people and the others at the ATF to know that I honor that service. And I want both they and the public they protect to know if I'm giving the privilege of becoming a Senate-confirmed ATF director, that I will work every day to join them as a leader and as a partner in both good times and bad. We face many threats to public safety, both new and old. Violent crime is increasing. Firearms violence and mass shootings are increasing. Hate crimes and religious violence are increasing, as is violent extremism. If confirmed, I promise to do everything I can to enforce the law, to respect the Constitution of the United States, and to partner with law enforcement to protect the safety and the rights of innocent and law-abiding Americans. And I vow, if I'm given the privilege of serving as director, to partner with others to advance the cause of public safety and to approach that task, especially now, here and now, with an open heart, with open ears, and always with an open mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Delbach. The chair has returned, but with his permission, I'm going to make a very brief statement and ask some questions. Mr. Delbach, I want to join you in thanking the extraordinary professionals of ATF, the agency that you've been nominated to lead, having been a federal prosecutor, the United States Attorney in Connecticut, for 4.5 years. I worked with this agency and I have followed their work over the years, and there's no more dedicated and brave group of professionals. And what we've seen over the last 24 hours, again, we've seen it repeatedly over these years, is the devotion of local law enforcement and state police to stopping gun violence and rescuing the victims and survivors.
Now, we're going to have a little bit of a statement about that. These officers that were at this school shooting spent, what, 45 minutes before they even tried to enter the building?
And they tried to paint a false narrative of them kicking in the doors right away with one man.
So he's praising these local law enforcement officers. Now, what would have been better, a teacher qualified to carry a firearm ready to defend those children in that classroom, or waiting 45 minutes for the cops to show?
I would say arm the teachers.
I would say, yeah. If I'm that teacher,
guard at the schools before.
Yeah. And this one is so crazy. You know, we still come down to the fact this dude was shooting out in front of the school for over 12 minutes and still gained access to the building.
Yeah, we actually discussed earlier.
Yeah,
certain doors just can't be locked because if you lock it, you can't access your next class.
it's when you're in one of the big things about a spread out campus, depending on the campus, even if you lock down buildings, you still have people showing up for classes, leaving class, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, parents showing up for meetings.
Yeah. So again, that would be a situation where you need some sort of barrier completely around it where you control everything coming in and out in the first place.
Yeah, most schools actually do have a man trap style entrance.
Yeah.
But they leave both doors unlocked.
Well, see, I think it was in Sandy Hook, they had doors locked, but the glass that was around those doors was just like regular safety glass. So the dude just knocked the glass out and went through the glass and gained access.
Yeah, I can actually, every window in the school that I went to, a shooter could just punch in those windows and climb in. I mean, as a student at that school, a school that received multiple bomb threats from a student, I spent a lot of my time thinking about, okay, if there's I spent a lot of time thinking about attacking a shooter.
Yeah. It's there have been proposals for a very long time that have been put forth to actually harden buildings like that. Basically put in a building code in some cases to where you would retrofit old schools and then any new schools had to be built to a certain level.
Yeah, I feel the heartache from building codes and closing down schools, because in Newport, Rhode Island, they used to have so many just local to the neighborhood elementary schools.
Yeah.
For example, my school, Cary School, it was actually shut down because the cafeteria, which was in the basement, didn't have proper sprinklers. And to the local community, it was actually a devastation.
Yeah.
They preferred to shut down all the schools and raise one single school in one single location for all elementary schoolers. And it was devastating to the parents and the local community, because now you don't know you don't know the teacher that's raising or teaching the kids, and you have to go beyond your own house. Like, the kid can't walk home if they somehow slip out of school. They have to go a long distance just to get home.
Yeah, I mean, you ended up with all sorts of busing issues and all sorts of things that were created when they do stuff like that, when they shut down that local school. But before they go through something like that, and they could very well do it because they're getting billions in tax dollars from the federal government. They could have built up a building and then transferred students from the old building to the new building and kept it in the same area.
Yeah, but they're too cheap. The funding won't allow for that. For at least in where I was, it didn't allow for it.
Well, I mean, again, like a lot of these bills that have been pushed in recent years in Congress to build hardened schools or to harden existing schools, that was going to be all federal money, and it keeps getting shot down, mainly by Democrats, because, like we said earlier, they're not worried about protecting anybody. They want to focus on the gun itself. And it's
it gets that's where we get stuck in an infinite thought loop.
Yeah,
like we as the gun owners see the obvious solution, but we know the non-gun owners will never see that solution.
Well, you're looking at people much like I did in my video the other day. It doesn't have to be a binary choice, one or the other. We can do both, and we can do both very safely. So,
yeah, I mean, like, even with their red flag laws, if they taught, say the schools, every school, public school, mandatory, they had classes solely dedicated to teaching kids how to respect firearms, not how to be proficient in their use, how to respect them and why we respect them as Americans. If you did that, you would have a whole class that, like, you would be able to identify the children that refuse to respect the firearm, the kids that steal the training guns, the kids that use the training guns to intimidate others, et cetera, et cetera. You'd be able to use that and actually identify people that you can already see would not be trustworthy with an arm in society.
Well, there was God, I can't remember when I did it. It was one stream that I did. It may have been a video that I did, but anyway, these researchers took guns that looked like real guns, and they had a room with toy boxes and all the stuff in it. They shoved guns in everywhere, and then let kids go in the room. Now, these kids weren't taught anything about guns at all, basically. So, of course, when they find one, they treat it like a toy. And then they try to prove their premise off of that. Now, if you took kids like what you were talking about and actually told them and taught them about guns, you would see a lot less firearms deaths among innocent children getting hold of guns.
There's actually an organization that does this, and of all places, it was formed here in Oregon out of a very left-leaning town. It's out of Eugene, Oregon.
Yeah.
And the organization is called Kids Safe. And I actually have an interview with Kevin LeBlanc, who founded it. And he does a lot in Washington. He actually just opened a chapter in Hawaii, and was able to go over there and teach firearm safety to children in Hawaii.
See, and that part of what gets me is why don't we have more groups that are doing that from our point of view?
I mean, I literally wrote my Senator Whitehouse of Rhode Island. We saw him talk on one of these.
Oh man, I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, they're all Democrats there, but I literally wrote him explaining exactly what I did here. That if you teach the kids how to respect the firearms, not focusing on proficiency but respect, and you used that mandatory education to identify those that are incapable of respecting a firearm. Using that, you could technically red flag people and make them go through a few more hoops, and you would have good reason to do it. I feel like that's one of the reasons that's why I have some amount of faith in Whitehouse and why he's going after some dead end ideas such as dark money and the NRA. But I feel if more people wrote their senators, at least with the like a mandatory public education concept, I feel like we'd have more success on this front. You wouldn't have to rely on external organizations so much.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right if everybody would, but I mean, even those among us who believe in the Second Amendment, who believe in firearms, look how fractured our community can get. And especially over something absolutely stupid that has nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, I mean the flagging of the kids that show they can't respect the arms. In all honesty, the odds of that being used are relatively low, and it's more just a bargaining tactic for the left so that they get on with the idea. Because not only do you have something that's literally advocating for gun safety, but you would also have something that shuts up that crazy Everytown or Giffords group person, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you could get them to the table to even talk about that, though, to be honest with you.
We're
for the most part.
We're at that point now.
You know, it's for the most part, a lot of these people on the left believe firearm bad. That's the only thing that they can see. That's the only avenue that they want to take. So even if you try to talk to them about education on firearms, you know, they probably blow their wig over that too.
Yeah, but you can also use that same education concept to accommodate for their idea that social media is radicalizing kids. because when you train them in how to respect the firearm and why we respect the firearm, you will then be able to make the argument that through that respect training, the child grows resilience to radicalization efforts on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
And they're more willing to reject them.
But here's the thing, because you're making a completely rational argument, and that's true.
I see where
but we're dealing with people who are making emotional arguments.
Yes.
And when you bring rational facts to an emotional argument, you're never going to get those through that other person.
Well, the emotional person is vulnerable to exploitation. And that's why you lead with the concept of them being able to bar those that show they're untrustworthy with weaponry.
Yeah, but here's the deal with something like that. Once you give them that kind of definition, I guarantee you they will expand that definition and continue to expand it and continue to expand it.
That's also why you have the heightened focus on the education, and you use the failure of the education as the punishment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look, hell, I'd have to look up the bill. It was Sheila Jackson Lee, and it's a bill that I covered very early on. I don't even think I'd come up with the name paper cuts yet when I covered this one. There's pretty much 45% of the adult population in the United States that's had some sort of or been in some sort of position where they needed some sort of mental health, either counseling or medication. The bill she wanted would basically, if you had anything like that in your medical record, would bar you from owning a firearm. So 10 years ago, if I had prescriptions for Xanax, well, guess what? Government gets my medical records because I have that on my record, and then I can't own guns.
Same reason why I don't have a medical marijuana card. Just straight from the streets.
Yep.
No, I don't go to doctors, and I've never been in a courtroom for it, so it's not a lie.
Well, I mean, it's no, and this is what gets me about some things especially when we talk about marijuana. Owning a firearm and having marijuana, so what? Again, you're not hurting anybody else. So why do we even talk about that?
Republicans hate marijuana.
Well, some of it is, yeah. One of the reasons, believe it or not, that marijuana even got ruled to be illegal had to do with money from paper and timber. You had a bunch of people that owned a large amount of timberland, and you could basically produce the same materials with hemp, but you could do it faster with hemp. You could turn it over faster. You didn't need the same amount of land, and their trees weren't worth crap.
Forest.
So, yeah, when hemp and weed became illegal, where their timberland went through the roof, it all of a sudden became extremely valuable.
Yeah, that's why I call it cannabis, because it didn't come from Mexico. It's not a crime. Are you an illegal user of marijuana? No, I smoke cannabis. Sorry.
It doesn't bother me one bit.
Of gun violence in this country. President Biden has made it clear that his administration is committed to combating the surge in violent crime in communities across the United States. But as we know, violent crime cannot be stopped without also stopping gun violence. Firearms make violent crime all the more violent and all the more likely to be deadly. The best laws on the books are dead letter if they are not enforced effectively. And it will be your job to make sure that the premier federal agency responsible for gun violence has the mandate and the independence to pursue it diligently, fearlessly, and ferociously. You come here at a moment of extraordinary anguish, anxiety, and anger in this country. And I believe that we must move forward with gun violence prevention reforms that will make our laws more effective and give you more tools that you need in saving communities and individual lives. I believe in the Second Amendment. It's the law of the land. There are measures.
Okay, when that man says he believes in the Second Amendment, how many of you guys' bullshit meter just went off the charts?
I'm deaf by how loud the meter is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's triggered like every bullshit meter.
Yeah,
But
dude. The first time I heard that, it was like watching freaking meter when it's in the middle of a nuclear bomb. It just pegs completely out. It just breaks.
yeah. I'm gonna bail out, guys. Have a great evening. I'm
All
gonna
right,
get some
brother.
sleep.
Yeah, I ain't too far behind you.
I'm staying until the bitter end.
All right, well, you guys take it easy, brother.
Yep.
We can take that are consistent with the Second Amendment that will separate people from firearms if they are dangerous to themselves or others. Red flag statutes, background checks, safe storage, like Ethan's law, ghost guns bans, and others. When it comes to tackling these kinds of problems, we need an agency that is not only independent, but will be perceived as independent beyond the influence and grip of the gun lobby, which all too often has been perceived as having undue impact on the ATF. And that perception itself can undermine an agency's effectiveness. So as much as I feel that you will bring new leadership, I think it is important that we move forward to give you that opportunity as quickly as possible, particularly seizing this moment of extraordinary challenge to make sure you have a mandate from the United States Congress to do your job. Let me ask you.
Seizing this moment. In other words, let me stand on more of these little dead children so we can try to push you through your confirmation.
Yeah, all goes back to them celebrating for the death.
That's it.
How you will draw on your background as a prosecutor to make sure that you're effective in this job.
Senator, I have spent the vast majority of my career as a prosecutor. Over 20 years, I've worked in, and it is a core value of mine, something that I have lived with and that I will continue, that politics can play no role in law enforcement, none at all. I worked under Republican administrations and I worked under Democratic administrations as a federal prosecutor. And I have lived that credo and I vow to continue to do it because people need to have confidence that people in law enforcement's only agenda is to enforce the law. And if you're at the ATF, to catch the bad guys and protect the public. I like to think that my record doing that is one of the reasons why I have support of over 140 senior Justice Department officials and a bipartisan support from Deputy Attorney General for Donald Trump and the Deputy Attorney General for President Bush, as well as the Deputy Attorney General for President Obama, from Assistant Attorney Generals from both sides of the aisle, and from U.S. attorneys in my state who were both appointed by President Trump and in other states. And I vow to never let politics in any way influence my action as ATF director.
You have a record of combating, in fact, a track record of combating extremism, in particular religion-motivated violence. While U.S. Attorney, you were praised by both Republicans and Democrats for combating that kind of violent extremism. We know that a number of gun violence incidents, some of the most deadly, most recently in Buffalo, but also Oak Creek, Charleston, Charlottesville, Pittsburgh, El Paso, were motivated by this kind of white supremacy, anti-religion, particularly religious faith kind of violence. How will that experience by you in such incidents be part of your...
What was that?
He's talking about blah, 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 anti-religion, and he's completely overlooking the fact that ATF wiped out the Waco religion.
Davidians. Yeah. ATF pretty much wiped the Davidians off the map. Them and the FBI.
Yeah, pretty much. They did.
It wasn't good enough to catch the guy when he was out jogging or in town getting coffee. You had to go in there guns blazing, dynamic entry, and then end up burning the place to the ground.
Sent in a dude, saw that they're not a threat, but saw that they might have guns and sent people in anyways.
Yep. Gotta love the government.
Motivation here.
Senator, I have seen started 30 years ago, I've seen both the incidents and the audacity of anti-religious violence grow over time. It was there when I started, but things have seemed to unfortunately go in the wrong direction. And I will say this as somebody who's a prosecutor and as somebody who's raising Jewish children as a religious minority in this country. I spent time in Pittsburgh. I talked to people at Tree of Life. When I was U.S. Attorney, the largest mosque in my state was torched. An African-American church was torched. We caught a fellow in Toledo who had stockpiled. This is a convicted killer, somebody who had shot 3 people, killed 1, had a felony record for that. And we found him in Toledo with 18 weapons, 40,000 rounds of ammunition, a Kevlar vest, and surveillance evidence that he was scouting out and following the head of the Jewish Community Federation in Detroit and the head of the NAACP in Detroit.
If this guy had the record like what he's talking about, why was that guy back on the damn street?
Yeah, it's just the same Democrat policies that destroyed California.
Yeah, this dude was, murder, had other charges, murder, whatever. He shouldn't have been on the street.
Agreed. If you can't argue the illogical because there's nothing to argue against. It's just illogical.
Yeah, and that's what drives me crazy about some of this stuff. Well, this person was so bad, they did this, they did that, and then we caught him again, and it's like, why did you have to catch him again? Why were they even available to do the crap? Meanwhile, you got old homie over here who just got in a fight, and he's in there for 15 years.
There's either some sort of conspiracy or a very severe misunderstanding.
Absolutely.
And thankfully, the Joint Terrorism Task Force caught that person. Senator, this is part of who I am, and it is a core American value to be able to have religious freedom and to worship without fear of violence. We have to make sure we protect that.
Thank you, Mr. Delbach. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Mr. Dettelbach, last year in Chicago, my wife and I attended a memorial service for a Chicago policewoman. Her name was Ella French. She was gunned down in the streets of Chicago in her squad car, and her partner was shot in the head as well. He lost his sight in one eye. The death of Ella French gripped that.
Now, notice something here, okay? They'll mention race on about any other thing, except if it's not someone who basically resembles me.
I swear to God, you can see them acknowledging their own hypocrisy when talking about the ATF stopping violence against religions. Like you could see it in the back of they're thinking in the back. It's like, damn, I see my own hypocrisy in this moment.
It's crazy to watch, man.
A city like nothing I've ever seen. At the memorial service, there were uniformed policemen from all over Illinois and the Midwest and beyond. standing in the heat for hours to show their respects. It turned out that the weapon that was used to kill her was a straw purchase, meaning that a person with a clean record went to the gun dealer, federally licensed gun dealer, and legally purchased the gun to hand it over to the person who took Ella French's life. This so-called straw purchase has been viewed in the past by some as a bookkeeping matter, a misdemeanor type matter, or at least low on the priority list. When it came to the life of this policewoman, it was certainly not a misdemeanor matter. It was a matter of life and death. Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, which you seek to head, has as one of its responsibilities the administration of the laws applying to these federally licensed gun dealers. What is the proper approach when it comes to prosecution? What is the proper approach when we instruct federal licensees who are selling guns that they have a duty to accurately and honestly ascertain whether a person is eligible to buy a gun?
Senator, the proper approach to enforcing these laws, which are on the books, it's illegal to straw purchase. But the proper approach is, number one, a team approach. So one of the things I've seen in law enforcement, and I know that they're trying in Chicago, is to make sure that we're working together with state and local law enforcement in task forces, and I'm a big fan of the task force approach, to make sure that we're in the communities listening to local police officers about the threats that they're facing. So if they see a threat, a certain threat, if it's a straw purchase threat, if it's firearms coming from another place, we're listening to them. With respect to how to handle them, it's not a paperwork offense when somebody intentionally lies and buys and is able to get a firearm unlawfully for another person. And the lie is you check the box that says it's for you and it's really for somebody else. And those should be prosecuted to the extent of the law.
Now, he just said something very important right there when it came to straw purchases.
The box
check that box, right? Now, what happens if I check that box, I buy this firearm, and then someone goes, hey, I like that firearm. I'd like to buy it from you. And I sell it to it because I make money off of it. And then I could just go get a firearm.
Yep.
Yep. What about people who are buying guns in limited quantities, don't have an FFL, and are selling at gun shows? Technically, when they check that box to originally buy that firearm, they're saying this firearm is for me, but they're turning around and selling it. That
actually raises an interesting position. What if you purchase a firearm with the intent to sell that firearm? Is it a straw purchase because you intended to sell it? Or is it a straw purchase because you intended to sell it to someone you knew was a felon?
Now, if you know someone's a felon and you're going to sell it to them, that is a crime.
Yes.
That's a documented in-text code crime, selling to a felon, someone you know is a felon. Now, if I buy those guns, say I buy 3 or 4 guns, and I put new rails on them, I put different sights on them, I Cerakote them a little bit, and then I bring them to the gun show and then sell them. Well, I really wasn't buying those guns for me. I was buying those guns to sell. That makes me a straw purchaser.
It brings up a hilarious paradox. Buy a gun to give it away, you commit a crime. But if you buy a gun to sell, you're perfectly fine.
It's the way, especially some of these laws that are coming up that are being proposed in Congress right now. You have to realize when we're talking about those, we're not necessarily just talking about sales. They're talking about transfers. So if me and you are standing here and I hand you a gun, that is considered a firearms transfer.
Yep.
And the way they lay these things out in some of their laws, if we were at a shooting complex, I could hand you my gun. I could transfer it to you while you were there at the shooting range shooting. Now, if I let you leave with that gun, well, then I have just committed it if I do it once, I've just committed a misdemeanor because I transferred that gun to you without a background check.
So you can't legally transfer a gun even in a private sale without a background check, is what you're telling me.
In some places, in some states, yes, that's the way it is right now. The laws that they want to put in place are the same way, like the universal background checks. Well, how if they did universal background checks, the government would have to know how many guns I have, where I store those guns, and then they would have to be able to keep track of those guns to make sure I didn't give one away, I didn't sell one, anything like that. How are they going to do that?
Yeah, it also makes me think of gun inheritance. Are they going to try to intercept a family heirloom being passed down from father to child to grandchild?
They absolutely will. There are some states right now where you have to have a permit to be able to own that firearm. And when the person who owns that firearm, if they die and they haven't transferred that firearm to another person, yes, the cops will show up and say, he had this permit for this gun. Where's this gun? And they will take that gun.
Yeah, all the more reason to not have a federal registry or a registry of any kind.
That's it.
Only you know your child. Like, you know your child better than any other government agent or agency ever will. Mm-hmm. And that firearm could have been passed down from World War I for all you know. That could be a family heirloom. Like, your kid knew that your kid could be a fucking piece of shit, right? And they could still respect that heirloom.
Hey, look, I don't care whether it's a P80 I built yesterday. The government still shouldn't have the right to come in and take my property.
Agreed. It's in the Constitution.
Yeah, it's a takings clause, baby.
Yeah, if you can't respect the Constitution, then why should we respect the power the Constitution gives you?
It's a very serious violation.
And of course, if a gun is purchased without a background check, there is no way to know what the circumstances are for the buyer or who the ultimate purchaser of the gun might be. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Ms. Cartwright, in the course of your practice, you've dealt with law enforcement. You have represented law enforcement and you've represented those who were charging police misconduct. Tell me your view of the role of law enforcement today and
firearms licensees, young men who want to murder innocent people. Raises questions like, could things like fatherlessness, the breakdown of families, isolation from civil society, or the glorification of violence be contributing factors? Instead, the left, once again, is calling for more gun control. They want to crack down on law-abiding Americans and federal firearms licensees who want to follow the law instead of armed criminals. For example, as I recall, Mr. Dettelbach, you've called for every type of gun control, and under your leadership as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio, the number of prosecutions of firearms and explosives cases filed by the office actually decreased by almost half, from 123 cases filed in 2008 to only 65 cases filed in 2016. Now, there may well be reasons for that. I'm not familiar with all the operations of the office at the time, but I think it's worth inquiring into. But what's even more outrageous, though, is that gun groups like the Brady Campaign and Everytown have wasted no time in attempting to profit off of this horrific tragedy in Uvalde, Texas. Everytown's fundraising email attempts to play on the emotions of those whose lives have been ripped apart by this tragic shooting is troubling. Their email says, quote, "This crisis will only end if we band together and demand action from our lawmakers. I need you in this fight." And at the end of the letter is a large red button that says contribute to end gun violence. Now, Mr. Dettelbach, you're endorsed by Everytown. Is that right?
I believe so, Senator.
Are you willing to disavow their shameless immediate fundraising off of the Texas tragedy, just hours after this tragedy occurred?
Senator, as I said, and I want to repeat and promise you, as ATF director, politics have absolutely no place in law enforcement. They have no place in an ATF director, and I don't view this as a Democrat or Republican issue. I view it as an opportunity to try to work together to make things better.
I appreciate that, and that's as it should be. Do you disavow these efforts?
Senator, I haven't seen what you're referring to, and it's not for me to get involved in a political argument. I am going to be a law enforcement person again, as I've done for 20 years, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed. And I vow I would never be involved in any political aspect of that kind of thing while I'm ATF director.
No, I appreciate that, and that's as it should be. I do think it's unfortunate that they're doing this literally hours after the shooting, and I don't think that's too difficult to disavow, but apparently you're not inclined to do that. And do you support the Biden administration's zero tolerance policy for federal firearms licensees?
Senator, I was not at the ATF when those policies were developed, and I've not had a chance to speak with the people at the ATF about all the things behind them. I can tell you, I represent now, and I'm in private practice, I represent businesses who deal with regulators. And to me, the three key things of good regulation is it has to be, number one, it has to be fair. Right? Number two, it has to be consistent. And number three, it has to be effective.
Okay. So this guy says it has to be clear, effective, fair, whatever. Does anybody here feel like what the ATF has been doing lately is any of those things?
I mean, all I know is if he changes those things, then we're in for a treat.
Well,
I'm not sure if he's saying what he's saying just to get the job, or if he's saying what he's saying because he wants to, trick a potato or two. Like,
well, here's the thing. There's a saying, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. When this guy's getting support from every town, and he's getting support from the Brady Group, and he's getting support from Richard Blumenthal and stuff like that, and he's already run political ads when he was trying to run for office, basically saying he was going to ban, assault weapons, and he was going to go after gun manufacturers, I think was one of his things. You can bet this guy is going to run the ATF way off their leash.
yeah. I mean, if I was a senator, the thing that I would ask this man in this meeting they had was, quote unquote, if I stopped being a senator today, would you ban a weapon that I can currently have now so that I cannot have it tomorrow? That's the type of question I would ask.
Yeah, that would be a good question, because that's basically what the ATF is doing.
Yeah. And if he goes through with that.
Oh, yeah.
In my experience representing clients, when you can't do those things, it creates an uncertain business atmosphere for people who are trying to follow the law. And I would tell you, as an ATF director, that would be very important to me, is to find out how we can be, and you can do those things at the same time. It's not always easy, but you can, because it's important for people who have Second Amendment rights and who are business people.
Now, to that end, do you believe that federal firearms licensees should have their licenses revoked for simple paperwork errors on Form 4473, or for missing outreach from ATF or a tracing request?
Senator, to me, again, I would have to look at any individual case, but I will tell you, Senator, people have to know that if they have a minor violation, it's going to be treated one way, and people have to know if it's more significant, it's going to be treated another every time, not depending on whether it's in Seattle or Miami or what month it is. And I would tell you, Senator, that would be very important to me to do that. I think the lawyers then argue about what happened, right? This was intentional. No, it wasn't intentional. That's where I think we can have discussions as a regulator in a regulated industry. But people should understand and have some predictability. They're entitled to is, when you do this, this is what happens.
In my time's expired. I would like you to answer that question, though, because it's a simple one. And I appreciate your willingness to say there should be clarity. I completely agree. I would like to know, though, whether a federally licensed firearms dealer should lose his or her license, based on simple paperwork errors in Form 4473.
Again, Senator, to me, it depends on each case is different. So for instance, you're saying errors. I assume by that you mean something that's totally unintentional.
Yes.
Right. So unintentional violations are much less serious than intentional violations to me.
So on that basis, they should not lose their license.
Yes, I guess if it's happened 70 times over a period of years, I'm just making that up as an example. You look at the whole circumstance, but you should treat different cases differently.
In other words, absent aggravating factors or recidivist.
Or mitigating factors. And the lawyers argue about that,
He
obviously.
is saying that
Senator Leahy?
Yep.
Lee is saying, so you're not going to do what Biden is doing and just revoke people's FFLs for minor issues that are not malicious, even if they were right or wrong or not malicious.
Yeah. I mean, you literally have FFLs right now that are losing their FFLs because on paperwork on a 4473, they abbreviated a state or they abbreviated a town when they were writing everything out.
Yeah.
You literally have people losing their FFLs over that. God forbid someone can't produce a 4473 when the ATF asks them for it.
Yeah. So he stated right here, right before our eyes, that he is not going to do what the Biden administration is currently doing. So if he does anything different than that, if he takes someone's license because one put the abbreviation,
Yeah, you told me about that.
he would have lied before Congress, and we can sue his ass out of existence for that.
Well, you look at this though. How many times do we see people get up in front of Congress and lie their ass off and nothing happens to them?
We say nothing happens to them, but we're still waiting for the Sussman trial to come to a conclusion.
Hey, look, I'm still waiting for Hunter Biden and his 4473 to meet up and have discussions with the ATF.
We're gonna have to wait till his daddy leaves presidency because his daddy can just do a pardon.
Hey, even if his dad pardoned him, I still want to see the prosecution. But stuff like that's never going to happen to these people. They just live under a completely different set of rules.
Unless you push the next president to pursue such a thing.
That'll be interesting. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I've been on for way too long. So anyway, I'm about to kick out. So
Yeah, it's only been 6 hours and 32 minutes and 30 seconds.
yeah, it's been long at all, man.
4 hours of the last stream.
Oh God.
Hey, you've been streaming for a solid 10 hours, man.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, you guys all take them cool, man. Be easy. And we'll hook another one up sometime. We'll do the same thing. We'll basically watch these people lie to us for a long time.
Hey, man, I appreciate you letting me on the stream.
Hey, man, anytime I post a link, man, anybody's willing to come here. They can come in. It's more fun sitting here going back and forth with everybody. It definitely opens up some more conversation, like, buying guns to sell guns, all those little rabbit trails that we went off on, all those are freaking great, man. That's what I like to do. So anyway, I'm out, man. You guys be cool. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Have a good evening, man.
All right, you guys later.